Gotcha. Okay, I guess I could see how children will be into that. You can see why that would be their thing.
Pretty much immediately. Soon, popular gacha Discord servers began to notice his videos. He would grow even faster a few months later when a Gacha Life sequel was announced, named Gacha Life 2. Alan would jump on the opportunity immediately, posting concepts for what it could be. This included a fake Gacha Life 2 trailer and news segments discussing the progress of the game. This, combined with his previous catalogue, helped him jump from 2,000 subscribers to over 50,000 in only a month.
Holy
Within the
shit.
next month, he had hit over 100,000 subscribers, during which he also changed.
That is a lot of growth on YouTube. I've had like maybe a few months on YouTube where I'll get that much growth, right? I've had like maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 months where I've gotten more than like 50K subs in a month on the main channel. That is an insane amount of growth for any channel, let alone something that seemingly would be so niche like Gacha Life. Sometimes it's hard for me to understand how big these communities are and just like fathom how massive these people's channels are. I'm gonna look up most popular Gacha Life YouTubers or Gacha tubers. Top 15 most subscribed to Gacha YouTubers. Let's see here. Whoa, some of them have 1.8 million subs. So Len totally wasn't even like the biggest guy. Holy shit. Anna Stories. Contacto/contact. So this is kind of a Spanish speaking thing maybe. Dublado. Animatronic. Mini film.
Todos os vídeos dublados por esse canal possuem... Você está bem?
Você acabou comigo. Agora vou retribuir.
O que você tá falando? Socorro!
Bro, just watch Cartoon Network. You don't need to do that. You don't need to watch Gacha Life animations. Cartoon Network is written better, okay? And it looks better. Well, most of the time. Brasil.
Changed his name from Len Zed to the name most know him as, Len Totally. But this growth seems a little unnatural.
The premise is that you create a character and you're a weeb net. Weeb neat. Imagine me's but Reddit and gay, okay?
It's understandable that someone's channel would grow if one of their videos blew up, but to have such a sudden subscriber surge is unlikely. That many people don't sub from a few videos alone, so what's going on? Well, one part of Len's channel that you need to understand is that he was obsessed with collaborations. Unlike a lot of gacha creators who just include their own characters in their music videos, Len totally loved to feature his friends. It didn't even matter what type of video it was, whether it be animatics, music videos, comedy skits, etc. Len would also make popular gacha YouTubers into 3D models, which, if you're familiar with the picture book-esque stereotype that Gacha Life usually gets, is far beyond the expected standard. Simply put, Len loved the idea of a community, which also adds to why his inevitable collapse was so stinging to the fandom. Unrelated, but Len also did videos with his fans on his Discord server. Totally not foreshadowing whatsoever.
Bro, having a primarily child audience and having a Discord server is always a bad idea, I think. Even if you don't do anything wrong, it's always just a liability. Get out of there, bro. Get the fuck out.
Len had built a community, and it wasn't just his own community through fan interaction and promoting his friends. He had built up the gacha community as a whole, due to his willingness to connect with larger creators. And all that led to the peak of his career, a Gacha Life music video collaboration with another YouTuber named
28 million views?
Their video in June 2020 has now accumulated almost 30 million views. Additionally, when the
I'm in the wrong industry. Every time I see this shit, I'm like, I'm in the wrong area, dude. I need to stop making commentary videos and just make whatever this is. Holy shit. So this is the video with 28 million views. This is what helped blow him up so much. I mean, the editing is kind of impressive, actually. It's cringe, obviously, but this is like, you know, this is decent animation. It's much higher quality than all the other gacha stuff we saw, which is basically just 2D sprites on a still background walking around being like, like, my voice is kind of hoarse, so I can't do the weeb voice. So you get the idea. Like, this is obviously visually much more impressive, so I guess I see why it blew up so much. Probably took a decent amount of time to do. It feels weird watching this after the whole Len Totally thing, but this is so nostalgic. Damn, nostalgic for you, not me.
Next gacha game titled Gacha Club was released, Len Totally co-founded the Gacha Stars. This was a large group of gacha YouTubers with channels ranging from millions of
The
subs
Team 10
to
for
only
gacha
thousands.
creators.
The group was founded with one of Len's closest friends and collaborators, Suki Online, and another friend and popular gacha YouTuber, Rosie Closey. It seemed like the Gacha Stars would become a sort of cornerstone for the Gacha Life community, and its legitimacy was furthered even more when the next update came for Gacha Club. Right in there were all the characters of these YouTubers, including Len Totally. Alan had gone from a fan to having his character featured in a gacha game, and from then the road to success was already paved out for him. His subscriber count had shot up to 500,000 subscribers, and by late 2020 he was nearing 600,000. He also wasn't a one-trick pony either, enjoying more success.
These videos are so short that I'm wondering if they were making ad revenue off of them, because this is after the change to favoring watch time because you get more ads rather than raw views. So I wonder how much money they actually were making, because you can get like maybe one ad on most of these videos, one pre-roll. Because they have so many views, like the one that with 28 million views definitely made some serious cash, but I don't know if they were able to make a serious living from these gacha videos if most of them were so short. I mean, it's not like they're collecting donations. Kids don't donate to this kind of stuff. They don't have money.
Videos featuring a gender-bent version of his character. Len must have felt like he was on top of the world. But even there, his reputation was not without his issues.
Jankum says, wait a minute, this gacha's just for 10-year-olds. What made you realize that?
They weren't huge and were mostly washed away by his influence, but something was there. To most outsiders, something felt off about how close Len was to his peers. When Len was out there being best friends with someone like Suki Online, that came off as a little strange. Suki was only 15 whilst Len was 20, and at age 20, if a 15-year-old is your best friend, that is kinda weird. Even weirder, many of Len Totali's fans began speculating that he was dating Suki and began shipping their characters with each other. In his 500,000
It can definitely be weird. I mean, I don't like the idea that any adults who are friends with minors are like necessarily doing something weird, because there are like totally healthy mentorship roles that sometimes adults can have with people who are like teenagers or young adults. There's not necessarily anything sexual going on, but the idea that it was just his best friend when he was 20 and she was 15, that is pretty odd. That is weird.
Subscriber special Q&A, Len totally rejected the idea of ever dating Suki. He said that they were only best friends and discouraged any of the shipping discussion. But as Len dealt with one issue, another rose from the Gacha Stars YouTube group. In particular, a small creator by the name of Siatri Sardonyx had been causing chaos. Siatri only had around 2,000 subscribers and had joined Suki Online's Discord server as a fan. What she didn't expect is to become friends with Suki and her entire friend circle, including Len. Siatri was suddenly living the dream of a fan becoming friends with their idols. But things changed in 2020 when she was caught shit-talking these same YouTubers behind their back.
No!
So why would
she was shit-talking her fellow teenage gacha tubers? I'm a high school senior, and all the weird girls in my classes had a gacha life phase. Really? I guess times have changed. When I was in high school, the weird girls in my class liked Panic at the Disco and Hamilton. They never got into gacha life. It's like, at least as far as I know. I didn't know them that well. I mean, they all like Webkins and shit like that, but I guess to me that just seems relatively normal. Not when you're in high school, but that's interesting. In high school, did they have that phase? That's kind of strange.
She do this? Well, Siatri says that she had issues with Suki because she felt that Suki was ignoring her in favor for others.
My ex had a gacha phase? Well, maybe that's why she's your ex.
She would also joke about not having to do her job, which was moderating on Rosie Close's Discord server. As for Len, she accused him of being a Unfortunately, details on this specific allegation are incredibly vague. A lot of it hinges on a now-deleted community post that has not been archived. What we do know is that due to what she said, Siatri was thrown out of the Gacha Stars and banned from a multitude of Discord servers. By early 2021, Len totally continued his unstoppable rise through the ranks of the Gacha community. He had brushed off the controversy with Siatri easily, as she was only at around 2,000 subscribers, whilst he was on his way to 700,000. On February 20th, 2021, Len totally would upload a video animating the then popular My Little PogChamp meme in Gacha Life. He didn't know it yet, but this would be his last upload for months. When asked in that previously mentioned 500k subscriber special about how long he would continue his YouTube channel, whether there was a goal and what he was pursuing, he said, "I simply love seeing people reacting to the things I make since I don't get much attention in real life. My simple goal is to at least be remembered by people and continue making content." And Len would be remembered, but
Bro is terminally online.
for reasons he probably never wanted to get out.
Part of the problem with ousting predators from communities like this that are primarily populated by kids is kids don't know how to deal with allegations or even take them seriously. Like when you're 10, you don't really know what a creeper or what some kind of like predator is. It doesn't even make sense to you. And if you do, you might not even understand that, you know, a 20-year-old and a 15-year-old or a 20-year-old and like a 10-year-old doing stuff together is bad. Because you're a kid, you don't understand consent. You don't even understand what sex is really. You might not even care because you just don't get it yet, right? So like policing communities like this, you know, usually internet communities like this are policed. Every internet community is usually policed from the inside unless there's an actual crime and then somebody reports it and the police get involved. But as far as public perception goes around these allegations, it's pretty hard for these situations to be dealt with in communities of primarily children. You have to have an adult step in to deal with it, you know? And even at that point, some of the kids, because they just don't realize what's going on, they'll openly defend the creeper because they like his content and not realize like how bad that is.
On February 21st, 2021, an anonymous account posted a video titled "Len Totally Exposed, Evidence of Len Totally Grooming a Child." Inside the short video exposed several messages that Len had been sending via Discord. Len was 20, whilst his accuser, who had her anonymity protected, was only 14.
Ooh.
The poster stated that Len and this 14-year-old girl had been messaging for months, during which they talked sexually through DMs and on call. And she
This is kind of lending credence to the idea that Gerbert Johnson put forward in his video about why so many YouTubers are creeps. When he explained that, like, a lot of the guys that are creeps are also terminally online porn addicts who never go outside and never have real relationships, so they end up messaging children, basically. Lending a little bit of a credence to his arguments there.
He sent him sexually explicit pictures and videos. On screen, Len can be seen saying that she had sent him 23 sexually explicit videos as of September 13, 2020, and comments that he has a lot of material to, quote, fantasize you. In another DM on the 22nd of August 2020, the girl talks about watching anime with a friend on Discord, and Len jokes about her performing sexual acts on him as she watches. In this screenshot,
I don't know what the law is like in Portugal, but I really hope this guy's in jail right now. I really, really hope so. That is foul.
The 23rd of June, the two have this conversation about Len wanting the girl to send pictures of her breasts to him. You hottie, would like a video later. Also, I can do a video tomorrow. Thought I can enjoy one tonight, or this midnight. I can only do a simple lift-up shirt. I mean, the bathroom is another option. Well, sadly I have nowhere to place my phone. Darn. What else does your pervert mind have to request? I'm not gonna do it yet. Mix all the things up from before, since we can't go further. One incredibly long screenshot on the 15th of June shows Len engaged with a girl in online erotic roleplay, fantasizing about fondling her, and then going into more detail about how she would use him as a, quote, makeshift massage chair, I'll give comfort, and talks about stripping her gently. This
makeshift massage chair? Jesus Christ. I didn't think this was going to be this bad. Clearly committing a crime by getting videos, encouraging her to take them explicitly, demanding them eventually. This guy needs to buy a rope ASAP.
This roleplay continues in the next screenshot, where Len totally asks for a video of her, quote, enjoying herself. The day before this roleplay, on the 14th of June, his deviancy is only emphasized, as he begs for more explicit videos from her, and in another screenshot, he confirms that he's been using her videos for his own sexual pleasure. You've told me you've to my pictures, so asking for more wouldn't be so bad. Deep sigh. But do my pictures really turn you on that much? Yes. Really? But videos makes it fappable. So the video I sent earlier got you so much you wanted to. Also, it's critical here. My heart is gonna die out due to excitement, and I would love that. That would be far more enjoyable. Yeah, you being gentle is impossible. Okay, that's getting me. Until it gives some slosh.
When I'm making my videos, this is always the worst part, having to read what these fuckers say. There's probably way worse that Toastify isn't reading just because of TOS and probably just not wanting to read them with his own voice and have that out there. But this is always undoubtedly the worst part because you can know it's disgusting even without the explicit details. You can know it's foul regardless. But when you actually have to look at it, it's extremely fucked up.
Sound. Won't take long. Oh, really? Okay, I think that's enough.
If you knew someone like this in real life, a 20-year-old talking to a 14-year-old, you would want to beat the fuck out of them.
You should probably sleep. I'm not stopping until you give me one. Not gonna complain about that. The best I can do right now is just a pic, sadly. On the 11th of July, they talk and say, anyways, I'll chat to you later. I'm gonna take a shower. Another video might be nice. Oh god, lol. Okay, my dick is on the mood. I felt so much pleasure doing it today. When did you even have the time to? Before night began. It's very clear if you can read past and block out all the disgusting and detailed messages that Len knows far more about explicit topics than this girl. He goes into far more detail about what he wants to do to her, and her responses are usually following his orders. Also, the dates provided in the screenshots show that at the very least, Len was in this relationship from July to September 2020. This means that it happened over the summer, throughout Len's burst in popularity.
He knew her age, he knew what he was doing the whole time. He continued it. He encouraged her to take pictures. He knew he was committing a crime. This guy is fucking evil, man. This is the kind of person that Mike should be going after, not Jeff Nippard. My lord, we need some skibbity meditation after this one. The gooning is too much. Yeah, we definitely will. We're gonna, later on, we're gonna have to play some Minecraft to get over this, to have a little bit of a brain reset.
And around the same time that Siatri made her accusation against him. She may have been booted from many servers for her disagreements with others, but at the end of the day, she was right. The video states that Len totally had, quote, emotionally manipulated and traumatized the minor because of his actions, forcing them into a highly depressive state for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, that's not hard to guess. I think you could, even without someone saying it out loud or the minor talking about how much it affected them, you could probably guess that a 20-year-old trying to get 14-year-olds to send them weird shit is probably going to be traumatizing to them. This guy has no regard for what he's doing to this poor girl.
Before emphasizing the threat that Len totally posed to his large, impressionable, and mostly child audience. It leaves off by stating that they would absolutely show more evidence if Len denied the accusations. The release of the DM shocked many, especially considering Len's previous stance on people shipping his character with a minor. Those who were waiting for his response, whether it be denial or admission, wouldn't have to wait long, as only a day later, Len posted his first response on his community tab. And there was no denial. Len totally confirmed that this happened. As much as I hate drama, it's not going to end well for me, I'm highly aware. Though again, my side is always part of this. The evidence is true, as much as I regret it, I did such things to...
Cindy Bear moment, he admitted to all of it. That is insane. And the crazy thing is, if he admitted to it, he probably thought he could continue having a career after this point. He probably thought he was going to be just fine and no one would ever talk about it. And at the time, probably no one like big that was like a commentary channel or someone of that level did, because it was in a community full of minors who couldn't have even understood how bad things truly were. Tom, I need a palate cleanser, do the close my eyes. As funny as that would be, I don't really want to do the close my eyes thing when we got, you know, an on-screen confession of somebody confessing to sexting a 14-year-old. I feel like I probably wouldn't want to sing that right now. Maybe later though.
Someone. I'm sure the majority won't be on my side this time. Anyways, enough of that, let me begin. Let me just call this person a her. I really have no intention to fall or like people younger than me, but this really started with that. I'm not the one who initiated, but since it's so repetitive that it got out of hand. She started the flirting and I love yous, I shrugged it off at first, but yeah, it slowly got out of hand after.
This is always the excuse, bro. Oh, I didn't initiate it, she just came to me and, you know, she was trying to get me to do it. I was just playing along with what she wanted. I was just playing along with, you know, what the child wanted. The child wanted it. You have to understand, like, you guys can be mad at me all you want, but the child did message me first, and the child did want it. Did I do something disgusting? Maybe you can say that, but realistically, she was cool with it. So what was I supposed to do? Be like, no, you're a child? That's ridiculous. Like, this guy's a fucking retarded. Fuck this guy. And it's always like, oh, it's just a coincidence that they were this age. I didn't really, you know, even think about that. I mean, maybe they were, you know, 12 years old, but, you know, it was just a coincidence that they were that age. Like, you know, she was so mature for her age. Like, bro, just fuck off. Go away.
After that, she then bridged me to her friends, we all got close, I simply trusted them, so I connected and bonded with them, even if from my perspective, it's pretty wrong. Sometimes their topics don't really fit their age group, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I'm just there joining them to fit in, so I trusted her and all that. You can actually clearly see how close I am with them through our past videos. I have evidence myself, but it won't be enough to fight against that. So child grooming. It didn't really reach the point that I'm affecting her life in a bad way. That's what I think anyway, it was just me and her.
It was just me and her. What does that even mean? It was just me and her. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, that's the point. The problem is it was her and you, and you're an adult, bro. Bro's supposed to be an adult. Yeah, I don't know if his brain is so rotted from making animations for children for his entire life, is one claim to fame. I don't know if that's what ruined his mind state, but it's fucking so fuck off. I fucking hate this guy. It didn't reach the point that I'm affecting her life in a bad way. It did necessarily. That's the point. If you're messaging a kid that's that young, you are affecting her life in a bad way. You're introducing her to these weird interests and fetishes and gooning habits. It's called grooming, bro.
The thing is that we were really open about each other, and I have evidence of that. I guess my mistake is simply going with it, even if it got out of hand. I'm still to blame either way. As for the screenshots, it's those moments where she requested me to do intimate scenarios through roleplay. There are multiple points that I strayed away from that friendship because I'm highly aware of how wrong it is. We sometimes get into fights because of that.
You know how wrong it is, yet you continued it. It doesn't matter if you say, oh, I knew it was bad the whole time. You did it anyway. If you actually thought it was bad enough that you didn't want to follow through with it, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. As soon as she told you her age, you would have been like, okay, I don't want to interact with you anymore. You're too young for me to be around you. I'm going away. That's what you would have done. You would not have continued messaging her past that point, fully knowing her age. Someone used to make a wood chipper gotcha life animation.
Be distant from each other until we just cut ties at one point. I don't go and do those things to anyone I meet. I really have no intention of doing those actions from the beginning. I just treated them as adults.
Yeah, that's the problem. Kids aren't adults, dude. This guy's like, he's not only evil, he's stupid. He's a moron.
Feel free to unsubscribe or /and hate on me. Len's statement is a strange one. Whilst he tries to make the case that he isn't a his proof is very weak. No evidence is provided alongside this, and the points he makes towards this paint it as just kind of a slip-up. For him, it's as if he accidentally got involved into it, as if it didn't go on for—
You have to understand, there was a banana peel in front of the miner. I simply slipped on it and my dick fell into them. Like, come on, bro.
2 months. Additionally, Len's description of this as just drama comes off as dismissive. At least Len actually knows what he did was wrong and straight up says that, but that is also the bare minimum. Many of the reactions to this post were surprisingly mixed. Some obviously caught on to Len's bullshit, including some massive YouTubers, but others actually went ahead and defended him. This is probably because the gacha fan—
Emerald Clove says, this is so true. After looking at the screenshots, it seems like the victim is going with it. So I think she's not considered as a victim if she wasn't forced or she willingly sent those inappropriate videos. And if you analyze their messages more, it seems like the victim liked it when Len harassed and flirted with her. Okay, so this person commenting this is either a child themselves, in which case, you know, they just don't understand, or they are
base consists of people who are too young to comprehend the idea that a 20-year-old dating a 14-year-old
the child wanted it.
Is wrong. These were people who only saw the relationship in Len's retelling of what exactly happened.
M. Ackerman, I agree with you. After watching the video, I've started to think more about mental age. The victim's messages show that she wanted this. These people who keep on giving references about grooming don't understand the girl is not exactly a child. There are stages. Okay, this person is probably just a straight up then if they're saying that. If you say a 14-year-old isn't a child and it's fine for a 20-year-old to interact in such an inappropriate manner with them, you probably have something wrong with you. Even her way of chatting doesn't exactly show an innocent person who has no idea about what they're doing. It's just because she's 14. People are making excuses for her and are disregarding the possibility of her being in the wrong. Yeah, yes, it is impossible for her to be in the wrong if she's 14. It doesn't matter. She's 14. That's it. That's the end of it. That's the end. Like the argument doesn't go beyond that. You don't need to have some like Reddit deep interpretation for how, oh, well, the child wanted it and they were mentally mature. Yeah, that's what a would say.
Soon after, on the same day, Len totally edited a statement to say, "Edit, I'm very sorry to her, to my fans as well. I'll take full responsibility. You can go ahead and interview me in the comments about the matter." The chance to question him wasn't up for long, as on or around the next day, Len would delete his first response and post that statement as his own apology, before then deleting that and posting another apology, as well as DMs allegedly sent from the girl to him. So I asked someone to contact her through someone. I just hope that he doesn't do this to anyone else. I still care for him and I don't want to do any legal charges against him because he still deserves a chance. He has a future, and I hope he learns from the mistakes and actions we both did.
See, this is the problem when it's a kid, they don't realize that this guy is like a sick fuck preying on them. They only know what other people tell them, so they can convince themselves that this guy didn't do anything wrong. One of the most disturbing phenomena you see is the victim protecting their abuser, because that's the intention of a groomer, to convince them that there's nothing wrong with it and it's totally fine. Emma says, this type of stuff is so much more common than people realize. I have so many stories like this and knew so many girls with similar experiences in high school. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems pretty common. It's not like it's not like every fucking kid is getting groomed out there, but yeah, there's been a lot of cases like that. I think some girl that I banged once told me that she, like, in high school, she got groomed by somebody when, like, on Xbox Live or something. And I was like, what the fuck? Xbox Live, they're just everywhere. Like, they're constantly, they find a way, bro. They find a fucking way. It's like that Mr. Girl line, okay? You guys know these bars? Love finds a way. Yeah, the will find a way. It's this.
You're playing Minecraft in the cave looking for diamonds. That's funny. I'm in the same cave looking for miners.
It's literally that.
Please don't ever do the same thing you did to me. Don't make empty promises to me. Don't give me hope for something I clearly couldn't have. Response, understood. I really am sorry for what I've done. I assure everyone I will change for the better. I'll gladly go to jail for the actions I have done. Forgiven or not, I will respect everyone's decision. The next day, on February 24th, 2021, Len totally would delete all community posts on his channel, turning off all his comments and deleting his associated gaming channel. our commentary channels such as Galaxy's OK, Norny, and the Hotbox were quick to cover the situation, with the Hotbox's video getting over 300,000 views.
Look, I know cancel culture is a storm in 2021, but this is something more severe than that. This is about the existence of someone who threatens to endanger other minors in a very active community. Gotcha is huge on YouTube. That means a bigger pool of potential victims for...
This is why you can never forgive these people. Because when they have an audience of children, and this is like one of the sick urges they have, they will always reoffend. You constantly see it with sex offenders. They get arrested, they go to jail for like 6 months, they get out, and then they do it again and go back to jail, and they do it again and again and again until they're locked up forever. They can't help themselves. I really hope legal action was taken on this guy. I know someone in chat said age of consent in Portugal is 14, so, and also like, if the girl he was talking to was American, obviously going across countries is kind of a difficult thing to get legal action taken, but I really hope this guy got some kind of punishment. At the very least, a little slap on the wrist at the very least. Just something, please, something. How much you got to donate to make you play mouth watching on stream? Spooky walking sim. I do have that on my list of games to play at some point. You don't have to donate to me, though. I'll play it maybe at some point, but don't worry about donating. Never donate to me with the promise that you think I'll play a game, because I'll probably never follow through on it.
For Len, should he decide to come back under his channel name or under a different name.
Within a few days, Len totally had lost everything he'd built up for over the years, and it was absolutely his fault. The following days would see all of his connections severed, as all the gacha tubers who were close to him previously were quick to disavow Len's actions and separate themselves from him. The next few weeks or so consisted of reactions of absolute disgust towards his actions, and people tearing down his status inside the community. All in all, he lost around 30,000 subscribers. But anyone who believes...
Not nearly enough. Not nearly enough. Delete that loser's channel right now.
The situation would just end here was too naive. The next major update to the situation wouldn't come until nearly a month later, on March 20th, 2021, when a small YouTuber by the name of Oopsie made a video on the situation titled Len Totally, The Truth Unveiled. The video aims to give a supposed fair take on what happened, and does provide a far bigger insight into the situation, giving us plenty more screenshots showing the interactions between Len and the 14-year-old. Oopsie's screenshots show that the girl and Len Totally had their first interaction in late July of 2019, after meeting through a Discord server owned by a mutual friend. Oopsie says that from then on, they would become close friends, and with another friend they would have sleep calls together on Discord.
Offenders are widely expected to reoffend by courts. Yeah, that's the difficult thing for this, because like, I don't know what solution there is for someone like this other than permanent incarceration or worse. I don't know what solution there is to dealing with some kind of groomer. Because it seems like most of the time they do reoffend. I don't know if you can like therapy it out of them or something like that. I don't know if you can help them. I remember when I did the Half-Baked podcast with Mama Max before he had his whole thing come crashing down, I had said, like, what do you think, should be done in society to people like this? And he was like, the death penalty. That's the only solution. They're all so fucked up. And looking back, I mean, Max obviously was like a cringe, evidence falsifying vigilante, Hotline Miami cringe lord. But at the same time, I don't know. I haven't heard any other great solution for this kind of thing going on. Chemical castration. Yeah, that seems probably fair. So they can never have sex again.
Others stated that they would always stream in a server called Entwined. In November of 2019, the girl asked a friend of hers to send her a video of Len singing whilst playing the guitar, which she
take away their internet access forever and seclude them to a town that only has adults or something. Probably that wouldn't even work. Maybe it would. I mean, the thing is, there are actually little like pockets of communities that exist like that. Tyler Oliveira did a video where he went to this town. I think it was in Florida. It was like a trailer park where like sex offenders all live there, because I think the owner would like just accept them for whatever reason to collect rent. It was like an entire town of them. He went there with a camera, and obviously they wouldn't. Who would want to live there? Sex offenders. Sex offenders who don't want to, because obviously when you're applying to an apartment and you have to put if you're a felon on your apartment application, if you don't put it there, they might find out anyway. And when they find out what you did, they're not going to want you there, because if the other tenants in that apartment building find out that the people who own the place have a fucking there, obviously the parents there and even anybody else living there who isn't guilty like they are going to have a problem with that.
Sent over. On February 25th, 2020, the girl admitted that she had developed feelings for Len. Initially, he rejected her, saying, "Okay, I'm not sure how to say everything because I'm still in a hesitant state in the entirety of us being together and the fact that you're younger. That promise, my relationships with like and all that shiz, I don't really want to decide until I think I'm ready for relationships again. So, the reason that I love you, I still find this cringy, so, well, you're the caring / sensitive, and that as a whole is adorable for me. And of course I love that about you. That already screams how loyal you are in a relationship. Also, your thoughtfulness and the open honesty got me good. There are times you're pretty honest about yourself, and it usually caught me off guard, because some are pretty unnecessary. But hey, it's cute either way. There are times where I sometimes feel like I'm distracted by you most of the time, because whenever I call, I can't help but feel comfortable, which leads me to too much.
Like, he knew it was a problem the whole time, dude. He knew it was a problem the whole time. He said she was younger and he had reservations, and then he did it anyway. He knew it was wrong. He just couldn't help himself.
Procrastination. Your presence is just that infectious, so if we call I can't study, I'd rather just listen to whatever you're watching, whatever you're saying, or I guess
Critical
whatever
gooning
we are
mass has
doing.
been reached
To sum it
by
all
Len
up, I
totally.
love the way you are. I'm in dilemma. I'm attracted mainly in your personality. You make me too comfortable. This is interesting because it completely contradicts the sentiment in Len's community post. He had wrote himself as a sort of unwilling participant back there, but here he lists off multiple reasons why he likes her, and this is in February of 2020. In late March, the girl messaged another friend stating that she had been ERPing with different people since she was
If Neuralink got good enough, would you be for forced behavior modification via implant? Generally, I'd say yes, as they can go on living without harming anyone, but then where's the line drawn? Yeah, I mean, with Neuralink in general, I'm pretty scared of that stuff being implemented into society at all, mandatory or not. Because the problem is, like, let's say we get some kind of, person in power who just decides that their political opposition is and they Neuralink them to be brain dead. You know what I mean? Like, there can be a lot of issues with that. I don't know if that's a great solution. Maybe in an ideal world, if we could just surgically remove the part of their brain, if that was possible, that would be great. But I don't know. It seems like a very slippery slope.
12, and additionally send this screenshot here, where Len says, embracing each other, slowly sliding my hand, holding places not often touched. This, as far as we know, is the first sexually charged message that Len sent to the girl, along with these ones. Oh dear, well, I mean, if you want to. Well, what can you offer? My body XD, though sadly not yet. Chokes, this is dangerous. What's wrong? Not in it for the risk? I thought you wanted to kiss me and more. I don't know, I might not be mentally prepared. I have my limits. Well, we'll see what those are. Oh dear, how? A few days later, Len started ERPing with the girl. Unless you want to go further, I'm not complaining. Why don't you sit on my lap as you draw, so I can hold you tight as you do? Did you actually like that experience? Holds your thighs for support and gets faster. Progressively moves rougher and rougher.
Alright, I get the idea behind the gooning DMs.
To an argument with the girl after she insulted him in a Discord VC on the Entwine server. 2 reasons why. I don't want to call with you. It's getting so frequent that you see me trying to fight back. But of course I'm not good at it. But when it actually works, I turn into the enemy in the entire call. It makes me feel like I should just leave. Is that all? I feel like I forgot most of the reasons. Just tell me when you remember. Fighting back is something I shouldn't do. First, I'll apologize for my behavior towards you and others around you. I act different when you're around others because it's me being obsessive, and it's really not how I actually act. It's just I get like this when you're around and it's not your fault. Told you.
0 days since the last grooming allegation. I mean, to be clear, this is an old allegation. This happened back in 2019 is when the crime was committed, I believe. 2020 is when it came out. So this is covering an older story, to be clear.
Friends with benefits. Way better than having commitment. Use me for training, at least for now. Hey, we're both test dummies to each other. Use me as your stress reliever. What is this, scum's wish? Hey, at least my friends with benefits with the person I actually like and not get a replacement.
Friends with benefits with a 14-year-old. How low can you go?
Oh god, welp. I'll try to rewatch your vids then. By November 19th, the girl and Len had broken up with each other after she found out that he still had feelings for his ex-girlfriend. Len wanted to end the relationship on November 1st.
Imagine being this guy's ex-girlfriend and finding out he's messaging a 14-year-old he met from his Gotcha Life YouTube channel. What a dark place to be in. I would be questioning basically everything if that happened.
But the girl obviously rejected that. However, the video states that she kept sending him nudes until as far as December 2020, so I can only guess the friends with benefits idea was still open to Len. It was only after getting out of the relationship that the girl realized what had happened. Whilst the screenshots make Len totally look far more terrible than we had already known, Oopsie's videos frames him in such a weird and awkward way, trying to imply that the girl should also take some responsibility.
Really? So the person who exposed him in the best way was implicitly trying to defend him.
As shown in the pictures earlier, the victim was the one who decided to change the relationship into a sexual one.
It's shown the victim tried to change the relationship into a sexual one. Isn't that kind of an oxymoron? The victim You call them the victim, and then you literally blame them in the next word. It's a child, man. It's a freaking child.
Offering pictures of themselves with no gouging or prodding at all from Len's side.
Yeah, but he's just supposed to say no and stop interacting if that happens. He's supposed to not have sexual interactions with this person. That's the point. She's 14. She can't consent. She can't be blamed. She's a child.
Len
What is wrong with these fucking people? Why do they just constantly go out of their way to defend it?
had only joked about the topic with the intent to drop it, whereas the
He joked about it with the intent to drop it? Is that why he continued messaging her for months?
victim persisted up until she offered herself and pics later in the conversation.
You can't even say that. You say the victim. She's a victim. It doesn't matter. This entire conversation is nothing. This girl is like in 8th grade or a freshman in high school at the very oldest. A 20-year-old should not be talking to her.
Whilst the girl's retelling of the situation was dishonest in some parts, that doesn't take away from any of Len's responsibility in the situation. If a minor offers an adult's sexual pictures, that is the adult's responsibility to set boundaries and reject them. Adults who don't do that are clearly fucked in the head and should not be allowed around kids. No amount of moralizing about what she did will support an argument where you're essentially saying the child was asking for it.
The victim was well aware of the misdeed she was offering and was even warned by her friends as shown and explained earlier.
Yeah, but she's a kid. She can't understand, like, how serious this is. If she understood, she wouldn't have been messaging him in the first place, but she's a child. It's your responsibility as an adult to not engage with a child that way. How many times do I have to say it? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you, oopsie? I think you did make an oopsie. Is this person, like, dating him or something? Are they his fucking underage sister? Doesn't understand, like, that what he did was wrong? Why are you trying to defend this guy?
While the victim is underage and cannot give legal consent, this is a teenager who is aware of sexual content, was warned not to do it and told otherwise, and persisted.
I like how they have lawyer footage during it, as if lawyers would ever argue this. Your Honor, the victim was well aware of the fact that they were 14 and he was 20, and they continued engaging anyway. As if a lawyer would ever make this argument. If a lawyer did that, I hope their fucking law license would be taken away permanently. Your Honor, the victim was aware that sex existed, therefore they are responsible for what happened here, not the adult. These are the consequences of the Industrial Revolution that Uncle Ted was warning us about. I mean, there were before the Industrial Revolution.
On their offer of sexual acts despite it all. In legal terms, she cannot be faulted here.
It's as if this video's creators understand that kids and adults shouldn't be doing sexual stuff with each other, but completely misses why kids and adults shouldn't be doing sexual stuff with each other. The result is that it just feels like a sweeping up for Len. It twists the situation into a both sides are wrong argument, and justifies that by equating a toxic relationship to requesting nudes and role-playing with a minor. The girl wasn't malicious towards him by lying about her age, or blackmailing him, or inflicting serious harm upon him, so why even go down this route? The video ends off by firmly stating the girl did not experience any trauma as a result of her relationship with Len, and says that Len wasn't actually abusive. They state that she doesn't have depression because she was talking about her experience with Len with her friends, and she would have hidden it if she was traumatized. Instead, this girl was flaunting her actions to her friends previously, and she just wanted attention from Len totally. This is again just another misunderstanding of how these things work, and again, it's treating her like an adult in a situation where she has done nothing that would warrant that treatment.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Even if she had done something that warranted her treatment as an adult, it doesn't matter. She's not an adult. Like, how can you simultaneously call them a victim and say that he did something wrong while also placing blame on the victim when they were 14? It doesn't make sense. It's not even like just victim blaming. It's like victim destroying.
Of course she would flaunt that she's in a relationship with Len, because that's what all teens do with any relationship they're in. And in situations like this, they don't understand the severity of the situation until they're older. Whilst the video is incredibly stupid in its analysis, it was...
Disclaimer, this is my own freedom of speaking my opinion on the situation. I'm not into both sides. I will focus my opinion on the victim. What she did to him was quite speechless, and the fact she had the guts to lie even to her closest friends. And the fact she provoked him on doing such explicit stuff is something not a 14-year-old would do. But at this video, y'all can clearly see that she was very mature and had a mature mind on these things. She doesn't look traumatized at all anyways. She even got a boyfriend at the same time when she still had feelings for Len. Oh my God. The 14-year-old cheated on the... How terrible.
Was initially received well in the comments. Again, this is mostly thanks to the younger gacha audience who didn't understand the situation and only viewed it through the lens of who was being more mean. For a couple of days, it was as if the public opinion had suddenly been switched from Len totally being in the wrong to a both sides idea, whilst most of the actual adults in the situation were sitting there.
Yeah, she doesn't look traumatized. Guys, I asked the victim if they were traumatized. They said they weren't. They may be 14, but, you know, I DM'd them on Discord personally and asked if they were fucked up, and they were like, no, I liked it. Therefore, nothing bad happened.
And wondering what on earth happened. Meanwhile, Len totally had just been given a platform to come back from seemingly out of nowhere, and made a video response to his situation on March 22nd, 2021. Len's video received a lot of positive comments and likes, yet siphoned off a lot of the same logic that the Oopsie video operates on. In fact, they are—
These people know each other. They're friends somehow. She's dating him, or she's like an AI voice somehow. She's another victim somehow.
mere mirrors of each other.
There's no explanation for this. I don't really get it.
Thought process on why he accepted nudes from this girl when she offered them, Len seems to allude to it being all in the moment, having mixed feelings on it.
June 13, 2020, my birthday. On that day, I was very busy all morning until night came. As I recalled, she offered to give me those explicit images. In my perspective, it really gave me so much mixed feelings since this person made so much gifts, helped me out, and such. I did not really think it through, so I just accepted it.
Oh, I didn't think it through, guys. Come on, you gotta give me a break. I didn't really think about it that hard, you know? Maybe if I had thought about it, you could hold me accountable, but like I wasn't thinking about it. I wasn't deliberate. You know, it was just like she messaged me and I slipped on a banana peel into the child. What is wrong with you? How do you think this would hold up whatsoever? Which of this guy's other friends convinced him that his arguments would hold up ever?
But then I slowly got interested about this. Over time, then I started to like it.
Overall, this video just takes Oopsie's distraction points of it being a toxic relationship or of her being a dick and makes it the central point of his entire response. Again, just like the Oopsie video, Len will constantly hammer down that he was wrong for what he did, but is unable to realize or develop upon why what he did was wrong.
Moving on, this is during or around the time that this is referred in the exposed video. There's a point where she mentioned these. This is really one of the biggest mistakes I've done because I agreed to continue. I guess I was swayed of how deep our relationship was, so I ended up going for it. It didn't really end well for us since this became into a very toxic relationship.
And considering that he states his parents believe this is a personal problem that shouldn't have been published, it's easy to see where he gets his ideas from.
I've already talked to my parents about this. They told me that this is supposed to be a personal problem. This should have been settled privately without...
But, like, you did it through your YouTube channel. First of all, I don't feel bad if a pedo gets exposed publicly when they didn't want to be. Like, fuck you. I don't really care. Like, it's not really my problem. And secondly, like, you personally did this using your public platform. You messaged somebody who watched your gacha videos. So fuck you.
Involving the entire gacha community as a whole. The only things that they have achieved from this is damaging the community itself.
Over the next month or so, Len's video...
The only thing they've achieved by exposing me for being a creep is damaging the community itself. No, they damaged your reputation, which is your fault in the first place because you messaged this child. My parents said it should have been a private matter. Well, they're your parents. They're going to feel bad for you. Who knows if you even told them the truth about it. I don't care what your weird defending parents think about what you did or if you think they're right. Fuck you.
Video was surprisingly well received, and got around 20,000 likes with positive feedback in the comments. It wasn't until May 19th, 2021, when gacha YouTuber Kuri made a video responding to Len Totali's response. Whilst the video generally goes over many of the same arguments pointed out in this video just in further detail, it involved Len's former friends Rosie Closey and Gacha Vito. This was incredibly significant to the audience because these were Len's friends and massive YouTubers who were no longer limiting themselves to supportive community posts.
We know that this is a topic that many of you probably want to be over with already, and trust us, we would like to see everything resolved. But as some of the eldest in the gacha community, we felt it was important for us to address the issues within Len Totali's response and the reaction it has caused.
Well, it's good that they're at least dealing with it and they're trying to tell their audience about how bad he is. The few responsible adults in the gacha community. That is very nice to see. Bro pulled out the Predator PowerPoint. Yeah, he did.
2 days later, Len totally made another response via his community tab, and it's probably his worst one yet. Inside the statement, he leaked that he also apparently contacted the victim's parents, and the situation was now being dealt with privately, whilst his so-called exposers were not interested in a private conversation. Len then talks about his...
Yeah, why would they be? Guys, I groomed a kid and I talked to her parents about it and they didn't want to talk to me. It's like, come on, guys, don't leave me on red. Just answer my DM. What do you expect, bro? What do you expect a 14-year-old's parents to say when they find out that a 20-year-old has been grooming her online? You think they're going to be like, oh, let's have a chat. Hop on Skype.
Video and accusations of victim blaming, stating, "Let me remind you, there was no victim in the first place. I did not groom that girl, I did not manipulate her. She really was my best friend. The mistake here is that I let anything slide in our relationship without thinking of the consequences. I did not deny that I did nasty things, that's a very big issue on my part. I treated her as an equal. I mean, that's how I think best friends work, but that's literally the problem here, ignoring the age gap and ending up thinking that she is a romantic partner. If you review..."
The only thing this is missing is a Google Doc at this point. Well, I'd like to see a Google Doc, maybe a few... maybe a few like Hassan or XQC reactions would be good. Maybe like Twitlonger, maybe like a notes app, like inverted colors, like black screen with white text. That would be cool to see for sure.
View my response video, consider how many times I wanted to get away from that person. Len also leaks that the girl also lives in the Philippines, which is the same country as him, and one that at the time had an age of consent of only 12. This paragraph where he says that this fact
12?
convinced him really throws a lot of people off, because it's implying that if this girl was as young as 12, he would still go into a sexual relationship with her.
What a self-report. Guys, the age of consent where I live is 12, so like, I thought it was fine.
It signified to everyone that Len's moral compass is completely beyond repair and dangerous. Len also stated that he created an alternate account to observe or spy on the girl, and stated that she was now trying to pretend to be innocent by playing...
Everything he did was legal. I doubt that the CP exchanging was illegal, because even in countries where the age of consent is that low, usually filming stuff like that and getting it as an adult is still illegal. I'm not really sure how they enforce that in the Philippines, but yeah.
The sympathy card and claiming to be traumatized and depressed. Again, literally no conception of any of what's going on or anything that's wrong with his current ideals. Admitting to straight up stalking the girl privately through a different account is just insane behavior. On May 25th, 6 days after Curry's video, Len Totali's channel would vanish from searches, and as no one could find it, everyone believed that he had deleted his channel. However, this misconception would only last a day or so, as gacha commentator Floaterlendy posted a video showing that he was just hiding his channel and had deleted his response.
He was probably hoping to hide it and that the backlash would come back. Or sorry, the backlash would die down, he'd be able to come back. Or he was hoping that he could just rebrand or something later on. The thing is, these guys, when they get caught and they get public backlash, if they realize that the people around them won't let them to continue doing what they want to do, usually what they'll do is they'll leave for a little bit and then they'll come back on a new channel and just start it all over again and eventually commit the same crime.
After that, Len Totally would go completely silent as his career continued to slowly burn to a crisp. Everyone hoped that they'd see the last of Len Totally, but they were wrong. On September 13th, 2021, Len Totally would return after 4 months of inactivity by rebranding his channel to Zin, which is a short...
What'd I say? What did I say? How good am I, chat? I predicted it. I'm a genius. I knew what the would do.
Of his first channel named Zinner. The following day, he would start uploading animations to his channel as if nothing ever happened. Despite being completely obliterated by the gacha community, Len's response and rebrand seemed to have worked somewhat, and he continued to upload for the next 8 months with a surprisingly consistent wave of support. Sure, it wasn't the higher echelons he'd been hitting before, but the fact that his animations regularly hit around 90,000 views was proof that some of his young fans still stuck around. Maybe just another testament that no matter what you do, you can escape if you just keep uploading and blotting out all the controversy. In February 2022, Len Totally rebranded again, this time to Zinister. He would inexplicably quit for 2 months after that, and by the time he came back, his momentum was dead. His return in May 2022 was nowhere near as successful as his first.
Hope his channel gets deleted. I hope much worse happens. I feel like his YouTube career being in the toilet should be the least of his concerns considering what he did and how twisted he is.
With these gacha videos of Minecraft animations only getting around 20,000 views per video. His last upload would be on May 30th, 2022. So why would he stop uploading?
Yeah, Zinister, he is kind of Zen-maxing. I didn't even catch that. I was too focused on how sick in the head he is. He is Zen-maxing. All is forgiven. Popping Upper Decky, you're fine, bro. You have to understand that while he may have messaged a 14-year-old, he did pop an upper decky right after, and it was a cinnamon flavor.
Well, on June 4th, we got our answer with a video from one of the original people who was part of the Oopsie channel. That person was literally Johan, a Gacha Life YouTuber with around 90,000 subscribers, who revealed that he and a friend by the name of Poison Syrup were actually behind the Oopsie channel and that awful video.
What?
We would like to confess that Poison and I made the exposed video about Len through Oopsie. The information that was shown in the video is still valid, but some of the claims at the end were wrong. We realized that it was insensitive for us to dismiss the victim's claims of
Why did they dismiss it? Were they underage themselves when this happened? Like, how do you get into this level of brain rot?
depression and trauma. No one has the place to say that. No one can truly know what a person is going through. Moreover, we had a screenshot where the victim confessed that there were times when they said no and were uncomfortable, yet Len persisted in the context of sending explicit content.
Though Johan takes back a lot of the arguments that he made in that video, one part that remains barely untouched is that he directly lied about his involvement in this video at first. In fact, he only appeared in the comments of the video as someone who could confirm the screenshots and their authenticity. This would have probably written him off as an unreliable narrator, considering he wasn't even honest about his involvement. So it was a saving grace for his credibility that the information he shows in this video is stunning. Johan states that another girl, a 17-year-old, had come to him and stated that Len had been grooming her when he was 22, with them beginning their relationship in late February of 2022. This fits nicely as an explanation as to why Len went AWOL for a few months. Their DMs state, "That looks hella attractive, not gonna lie. I got a cute attractive girlfriend. I can die happy now. You still there? Hey baby, I'm here.
Ugh.
Hey, net died XD. Hehe, that's reassuring."
The way these gooners type is so dark, man. What's wrong with them? At least type it slightly more coherently and not such a cringe Tumblr furry way. When I have to listen to someone read it, it doesn't hurt me physically.
I love you so much. I love you so much as well. I need material right now. Much like what was going on with the first girl, Len's relationship here has undefined boundaries, and he completely failed his promise to learn. The two were in contact since late 2021, and had been flirting with each other according to the girl. The girl also stated that they only got into an official relationship on her 17th birthday, and in the place where she lives, the age of consent is 17. That suggests that Len absolutely wanted to date her when she was younger. He just waited for her to turn older so he could avoid any repercussions.
He was playing the long game. He was edging. He was edging his grooming allegations.
Which is textbook grooming. Another thing is that, as seen from this DM, she wasn't particularly experienced in relationships, as she states that Len showed her the second explicit video she's ever seen in her life. Not to say that you need to watch explicit videos as some sort of qualification, but it does emphasize the difference in maturity between these two, especially when she's sending nudes of herself to him. Even if 17's just close enough, it's pretty disgusting that a 22-year-old man is in a relationship with her.
Yeah, and also, like, if he's already been, once again, if he's already been accused in the past, how retarded does he have to be to do it again? He just can't help himself. It's so easy to not talk to kids. Like, you can just not do it. It's pretty simple.
And it makes it worse with Len's history. Just goes to show that if you let groomers back online on a platform where they can harm minors, they can and they will absolutely act on their urges. Speaking of platforms, the girl also revealed that Len had been working on a new gacha channel in secret called Antagonist, where he uploaded very similar content to what he'd been posting on his main channel. After Johan's video, it was soon deleted. Johan also revealed that he and others had been in contact with Len Totally from June of the year before, and that he received this information about 2 weeks prior to the video and decided to confront Len privately. Len chose silence as his option and avoided questions, leading to Johan giving Len an ultimatum of 1 week to take responsibility for his actions. Len obviously didn't listen, and you can guess what happened. Despite it being 4 years after Len Totally groomed a 14-year-old, it's clear that the community still remembers him. On June 8th, 2023, gacha YouTuber BronyBoy4563 posted a video showing that Len Totally had unprivated his channel and rebranded it to Sinister/Len Totally.
Yep, they always come back. They always come crawling back. This guy should have his shit deleted. You've lost the privilege of making cringe animations. You're no longer allowed to make money from cringe animations. It's over for you. Stop. Just stop, bro. And he clearly didn't even learn or change. I wouldn't even I don't think anyone should forgive him for, you know, being 20 messaging a 14-year-old, but he was like, oh, it was a one-off thing. Not even true. You did it like the next day. You kept doing it, you fucking freak.
The archives. You might think from the word archives that he was probably done with the channel by then, but on July 21st of this year, he started posting YouTube shorts to his main channel, only to be bullied out of continuing by the comments. One look at his YouTube stats only proves that his channel is now a failure and is totally dead due to his completely burnt reputation. It's ironic that he got his start from following the updates of Gacha Life 2, yet by the time it had released, he was nowhere to be seen. Yet he's essentially left in a state of limbo. Despite having received many illegal images of minors as an adult, it's unlikely that authorities will ever get to him. As we mentioned before, the Philippines, where he lives, had his age of consent at 12 during Len's actions, and only bumped it up to 16 in 2022. So, despite a dead channel and a fading memory of his existence, why is Len totally so well remembered as the example of a inside the gacha community? Well, it's because when Len entered the scene, he crafted a community by himself. He co-founded the Gacha Stars, made huge collaborations and connections, was pretty talented for the time, and made his friends into popular creators themselves. He was the catalyst, the one who brought the gacha community closer than it had ever been, and upon his exposure and expulsion, the community only drifted further apart from each other. In fact, some of Len's former associates have gotten themselves into controversy for more weird behaviour, and it does make you think about that group of gacha YouTubers at the top. Why exactly were Seatri's reports about Len being rejected? Was there just no evidence at the time, or was it something more sinister? We may never know. Len Totali's messages may not be anywhere as near as taboo as some of the content in these Gacha Heat videos, but that emphasizes just how dangerous he was. Even whilst being outed for his utter and detailed degeneracy, some of his viewers may have seen his actions as nothing compared to what is out there.
Anybody who makes content that is intended for like it's using characters or properties that are recognizable to children, and they're using that to like make it sexual and put it on YouTube, immediately that person needs to raise like a million red flags like right away. It's so strange. And this guy wasn't even making sexual content. He wasn't making Gacha Heat content. He was just making normal Gacha stuff, and he was grooming kids anyway. So it makes you think, what about the people who make like sexual content out of fucking Poppy's Playtime or something like that?
Reality is that he is just as bad, if not worse. Until next time, stay safe and stay toasty.
It's a pretty disturbing story there, Toastify. Unfortunately, I mean, this is not going to be the last of these cases. Very unfortunately. I did try looking up his channel and I couldn't even find it. Did he delete his channel since this video? I can't even find the original channel. I see a lot of videos about it, but I went through the channels tab and I couldn't even find it. It's with an X. I'm totally X. Fuck, what? Fucking, what is with an X? Will Destiny X tape be out on election night? It might be. I don't get why there are so many of these creeps. I mean, the thing is, and I will reiterate this again, as common as they seem, this is still a very small amount of the general population. Even among YouTubers, the average YouTuber is not a creep. I don't even think it's higher than in the general population of people. But, you know, when you hear about somebody being it's going to really disturb you, obviously. And you're going to remember it, and it's going to be like a shocker because, you know, somebody will be willing to do something like that. Len Totally Archives? Did he rename it to an archive channel? Comments are turned off. I wonder why. No, comments are turned off on the entire channel. Damn. Well, get fucked, Len Totally. Hope your life gets ruined, buddy. More than nerdy has been.
There are two docs that compiled all the evidence of what Cinny did. The first one has 111 pages.
It's 111! Put this
Sponsored by Squarespace. Take a look at this. This is Belladar's concept art, and it shows something that we have not yet seen in-game. It shows stairs that lead from the Priory of the Sacred Flame toward an entrance in Belladar. That's obviously something we haven't seen in-game, but it would not be the first time that we've entered a giant light crystal. Here is Oshu Gun. It's another massive crystal embedded into the ground. With that in mind, let's take a journey inside that crystal to see what we find. Deep below, pale orcs harness the void to control earth elementals like this one, and they actually resemble the void-dominated aberrant deepwalkers that we see in Kaz Algar. Put them side by side, it's no coincidence. Go further in, and the cave opens into Naru architecture. Oshugun is not just a crystal mountain, it is tied to the light, and at its heart we find Kuur, a Naru on the verge of flipping into its void state. And to make sense of this, well, Oshugun was not always a ruin. It was in fact once called the Genadar, a dimension-hopping Naru vessel that crash-landed on Draenor. And if you ever wondered why the fleeing Draenei, who left Argus, well, why they ended up in Draenor and met the orcs, it's because they went there on this vessel, which crash-landed. And you've perhaps already noticed a similarity. I'll say their names again. Genadar, Vindikar, Exodar. These are all light vessels, they're all of the same kind, and now we've got Beledar. It sounds very similar, it looks similar, and it's a massive crystal oscillating between light and void, not unlike Kuur, who we saw at the heart of Oshugun. And around Beledar we see runes that are so similar to those of Oshugun in appearance, in style, that it simply cannot be a coincidence. There is obviously a connection, our brains tell us that, our eyes tell us that, but the Titan Keepers just made that a bit more interesting. Their report at first appears to shatter what we may think, but all of this has happened in the same expansion. It's not Blizzard retconning themselves after 2 weeks. So today, I'm going to make sense of all of it and bring it together, and that's something we're only able to do thanks to today's sponsor. It won't just help you achieve your goals, you'll also have fun. Squarespace has an easy-to-use site builder and award-winning templates, but here are the 3 things that you probably don't know, like everything else that they do. How you can build your site, zero pressure for free, and their new site building tools. Now, those site building tools are big. They're called Blueprint and Fluid Engine, and they're game changers. Blueprint walks you through building your own custom Squarespace template. Squarespace are full of professional designers, so with Blueprint, they guide you through using fonts and colors that all look gorgeous with each other, all while working perfectly across mobile, tablet, and phone. Then Fluid Engine gives you even more customization to make it just what you want, but it still is easy. It gives you a grid of attachment points, it lets you tweak and customize your build, all while making sure, again, it's responsive across devices. And you can just get started building all of that for free today. It's honestly fun. Try making a portfolio for yourself, maybe host your photos. If you're applying to a job, well, if you have a killer personal site, that will make you look like a well put together serious candidate. It's worth doing. So if you go to squarespace.com/BellyTheirGaming or click that link, you can just get building today. Have fun, build a site, learn a new skill, and then you can send that site live with code BellyTheirGaming for 10% off your first purchase of a site or domain. In our last video in this lore series, we followed Brinth and Dagran as they basically rebuilt the Titan discs that we've been collecting. And for a quick recap on that, these discs hold records from the Keeper Arcadis, and those detail the Manifold. It's this network of Titan installations, places like Ulduar, that are designed to shape Azeroth into an actual Titan. And the whole thing may even be top secret, may be only known to Arcadis. And in case you're wondering, we currently can't just go and ask Arcadis, that's because we defeated him in Uldaman in 2005. However, recently, apparently Matthias Shaw has been around the area and says that Arcadis may merely be disabled. But until we wake him up, all we can do is look through his messages. And going through those, we learned that the Keepers fired the Great Forges to heal the world, in a process they call acclamation. The Forge of Wills would bombard the world soul with arcane energy, the Forge of Origination would shape the planet's form, and finally the Titans built the Coreway to examine Azeroth real close. And when they took a look in the Coreway, well, that's where Beledar enters the picture. Looking at Beledar, the Keepers eventually conclude that it was a calcified chunk of the World Soul's energy. In one projection, we see Beledar surrounded by smaller crystals that look like azurite, but in the overall cluster, Beledar is absolutely distinct. Shortly after, Brinth and Dagran speculate that Beledar could be one of those crystals. The thing, though, is Brinth isn't really worth listening to here. Not that she's bad, it's just that the Earthens simply don't know. Their edicts literally prevented them from investigating anything, they just maintained the Coreway. As far as we know, no one looked upon it until the Arathi arrived, and even that tells us something. Arcadis says that it's crystallized world soul, but the Arathi were guided there by a vision from the light. They even worship it, right? It's a part of their religious practice. And between concept art, its physical form, and the runes around it, everything pointed toward it being another narrow-dimensional ship, not a big chunk of crystallized world soul energy, yet the Keepers think and say that it's that. So what gives? What's broken? What's wrong? On the surface, this all may seem very complex, but if we pay attention to what the Arathi have been telling us about how they think things work, and if we've been reading the various journals that we find around Hallowfall, it actually becomes rather straightforward. This is Lady Liadrin. She's the leader of Silvermoon's Blood Knights. They're a group who draw their power from the Sunwell. The Sunwell, by the way, is a font of arcane and light energy. It is two powers mixed together to create something even more powerful. She is in Hallowfall, and she knows that to understand Beladar, she needs to understand the thing that sent the Arathi on their expedition. And that thing is called the Sacred Flame. So let me explain this whole situation. Nearly 3,000 years ago, humanity fought an existential war against the Amani trolls, and they won. They forged the empire of Arathor, and within that empire was Mereldar, a priestess in the war. She was visited by 5 Naru in a vision, and she was taught the virtues of holiness, protection, justice, retribution, and compassion. Paladin stuff. Sometime later, those most devout to her followed a vision across the sea to the other side of Azeroth. They went far enough to be beyond our current map, beyond whatever normally prevents expeditions from returning. They hit land and eventually founded the Arathi Empire. That is where they discovered the Sacred Flame. And this Sacred Flame would send visions to their emperors. Visions that those emperors would follow. Visions that would be useful, forestalling fate, ensuring destiny, all to solidify their position. This empire expanded, and very much it expanded via steel and blood, from all that we can pick up in-game. Time passed, of course, and the current Emperor Thoradin IX received a vision. And in this vision, the flame showed him a final clash between light and dark. He also saw Beladar, and he soon sent an expedition to claim it. The members of that expedition are the Arathi that we meet in-game. And when adventuring in Hallowfall, we overhear a conversation between Liadrin, a novice blood knight named Salandria, and Reginald Hornfire, an Arathi lamplighter. And in this conversation, Hornfire explains that Beladar is a powerful source of the light, but not a source of the Sacred Flame. He says that the Sacred Flame is elemental, but not from the Firelands or from anywhere specific. And then he drops a bomb. He says that the Sacred Flame is both holy and arcane. He says holy, he says arcane, and that clicks for Salandria. The Holy Flame is just like the Sunwell, holy and arcane. And the similarities do of course stack up. If you take a look into the history of the Sunwell, you learn that it was seeded using a vial of water from the Well of Eternity. Now the Well of Eternity was originally a big wound in Azeroth left from events a long time ago. Azeroth's natural energies were in there, as were the arcane energy that the Titan's machines bombarded her with. For the longest time, the Sunwell had nothing to do with the Holy Light, and Liadrin's Blood Knights were only able to do paladin things because they basically shackled up a Naru and kinda stole its light. Where things changed, though, is at the end of the Burning Crusade expansion, where the Sunwell became infused with the light, meaning that it was arcane, it was also Azeroth, and it was light. Just like, of course, the Sacred Flame, where we learn that it's arcane, we learn that it's light, and also we learn via Hornfire it is elemental in nature, and elemental, of course, means Azeroth. For me, there are two major implications here. Number one, the Sunwell is extremely important. A direct parallel has been drawn between it and the Sacred Flame. That, of course, matters because the Sunwell is going to be a key part of the next expansion. The other thing it tells me, though, is the Sacred Flame wants to claim Beladar. Beladar, something that is partially of the light. Yet the Keepers say it's of the World Soul. What gives? Well, turns out even that is a bit of an overcomplication, and there is other Arathi information that helps to explain. Do you remember Palo Alto's Codex of Dimensional Structure? It's a book that we find in Hallowfall, and originally it seemed like it was Blizzard's way of saying, hey guys, cool it with the weird cosmic theories. And in many ways it still feels like that. When you read it, the text comes off as overtly academic and complicated. but at its heart is a core point, and it's a core point that actually helps explain and in a way almost soften parts of the Warcraft lore to make it seem less like this color wants to attack that color. So, in the book, Palo Alto theorized that singular energy types like void or fel are inherently unstable. He suggests that most things in life are stable combinations. Specifically, he says this: the Firelands contains as much magma as it does fire. And his point in saying that is, it's the combination of fire and earth that is stable, thus helping the Firelands to exist. And he goes on to say, that's why the holy radiance of the sacred flame acts as an eternal beacon. According to him, the sacred flame is as powerful and long-lasting as it is because of its stable combination of elemental, of light, and arcane. And I suppose with Beledar, it could be a similar situation. Crystals are indeed stable forms. We know it's related to the light, but from Anduin, we also know it's related to Azeroth and the Radiant Song. The Void Shift is also a new thing. It only started after Sargeras stabbed the world. Now we think when Sargeras stabbed the world, that helped to unleash the Black Blood. And of course, when Beledar turns dark, shadow elementals began to attack from the Undersea. Not shadow spawn, the opposite of a priest's light spawn, but shadow elementals. And as we learned in Dragonflight, the elementals very much are the actual children of Azeroth. And if we put all of these things together, we can begin to make sense of things. Chronicle Volume 1 states that the universe beginning clash of light and void saw, quote, shards of light scatter across the cosmos, suffusing worlds with life. Beledar absolutely could be one of those. Now, the Keepers think that it's crystallized world soul, but they could have just mislabeled it. All we know is they looked through the coreway and they saw Beledar. When you actually listen to what Arcadis says, he says, we came to realize. That is not word of God fact, that is just what Arcadis thinks it is. And we should remember that these shards of light from the very beginning of the cosmos were in fact way before the time of the Titan Keepers. So the idea that one of those chunks ended up being embedded in a primordial Azeroth, that absolutely fits and makes sense. And because of its very nature and its proximity to the World Soul, well, the connections, such as its connection with Azeroth's Radiant Song, those make sense. Now, we also see it resembles a dimensional ship, with runes similar to Oshugun. How do we make sense of that? It makes sense to me that those primordial shards of light are those dimensional ships, or are the things that would be turned into those dimensional ships. Now, as I see it, looking around all of the different parties such as the Titans and us and the Arathi, I don't think anyone's 100% correct. I think we're pretty much all 80% there, but we can soon figure out that final 20%. And that is what brings me to our next leads, the Order of the Night and the Priory of the Sacred Flame. Because if the Order of the Night are our enemies, then why do we enter the cathedral and fight a whole bunch of light-aligned Arathi? Scattered throughout Hellfall, we find lore books and artifacts that reveal a range of interpretations on what we should do about Beledar. The first and most obvious to talk about is Elric Leet, who is the founder of the Order of the Night, an Arathi cult devoted to Beledar's dark state. And he was very much hopeless. He wrote in his diary, "All I see is darkness around me, around Beledar. So much of it seems infinite. It is time to embrace the only truth. The light of the star is just an anomaly within its vast ocean of darkness." Beledar got to him and his followers on an existential level, and even though they're dead, obviously Beledar still does transition to its dark side. Now, there are also those who are fighting to spread Beledar's light. A fallen paladin, in his final moments, wrote a eulogy declaring his mission to bring Beledar's light to the dark creeks and chasms of Hallowfall. Another also hopeful account from a scout's journal says this: "This hallowed ground, tainted with darkness, must be charted anew to spread Beledar's light to every corner and past the dark ocean." Of course, Beledar borders a literal ocean, and that actually matters. We've been warned by agents, perhaps of the Void, or maybe just of their own, like this kraken masquerading as a peculiar fish, that if we ever bring Beledar's light to the depths of Hallowfall's ocean, it will be our end. We do not understand why. Now, that light may not necessarily be a good thing. The Priory of the Sacred Flame makes that abundantly clear. Initially, we're not allowed inside, and that seemed odd. These were just other Arathi. Surely they're our allies. The Priory prepares the Arathi dead before burning, yet the Prioress barred the Arathi from seeing the bodies of their loved ones. And when we finally force our way into the place, we find the Prioress using Baladar's energy to light forge the dead. Yes, to basically turn them into undead thralls. Inside, we find a journal from Murpray, and here's what it says. Insights into the Emperor's vision have proved elusive, but the secrets of the Sacred Flame will bring victory both in Hallowfall and within the Empire. Now, that victory apparently now involves light forging the undead. Now, that is not the light as wielded by Uther or Tyrion or perhaps a paladin in-game. No, that is the light as wielded by, say, Zira. It's expansionary, it's domineering, it reminds us of the stories of Urel's turn towards darkness. The Priory then are a reminder that the light is not always a benevolent force, and this light radiates from Baladar. They're worshipping the crystal. This is a crystal that resembles ones we've seen before, ones with Naru inside, and of course, a recent Naru we saw, Zira, proved not to be wholly good. And while we're wondering what it is and what's inside it, we even have concept art suggesting that it does have an inside. Whatever it is, it drove the Priory not just to fulfill their mission, but to defeat their enemies, even those within, which does suggest that they're becoming more hardcore. And now that we understand that Baladar in its origin is most likely one of those Chronicle Part 1 crystals that is understood through Arcadis looking through the Coreway to be a thing related to the World Soul, and we know that it's related to the World Soul because of the Radiant Song, but the Arathi, because of the Sacred Flame, are trying to seek it out as a powerful something of the light, all while we think that there is something very potent, perhaps even very dangerous inside.
potential. And if you have 2 deaths across your entire run, I think that this just allows teams that play a lot more clean and safe strategies. If they have 0 deaths, that can actually overcome other teams that might have more flashy or faster strategies, just because that Challenger's Peril can be very brutal.
Yeah, those changes of Challenger's Peril, right, like you're saying, they're going to play a big role here in a lot of the affixes. But of course, some of these dungeons, even the ones that folks might consider to kind of be free dungeons normally, with the certain key levels, with the affixes, it adds that extra spice that I think keeps them interesting, or also adds some additional challenge. In addition to our actually, like, you know, difficult dungeons like Grim Batal that everybody's kind of been looking at, worrying about, and, you know, trying to come up with strategies for, right? Still, we're keeping things balanced, and the affixes are definitely going to add that extra amount of gameplay and things to keep an eye out for or take advantage of with some of those Kiss Curse mechanics. So thank you both. That was an awesome explanation. And of course, while we have the dungeons, we also have another important part of this, which is the teams. And our Group A teams are going to be fighting it out this weekend. Like we said, we have a mix of teams you might recognize and some that are brand new to the MDI. So Makes, would you like to introduce a few of these to everybody that's watching right now?
I would love nothing more than that. We're going to zone in on our Group A teams for now. Of course, Group B next weekend. Mark your calendars already. But as we already said, Echo's not here. There are some other bigger teams that haven't made it this time around. However, we got some recurring and some fresh blood into this tournament, and I do want to shout out 2 teams that you can find in that first row, both Mistcount and Polish Mountain, coming on through from the Polish region. For the most part, we've seen what Mistcount can do. They've been absolutely acing it in previous tournaments, despite the one occasional living up to their team name. They've been absolutely great to see, and they definitely have what it takes to take some of these maps home. And then Polish Mountain doing really well in those time trials. I had a quick chat with them. They said their team name actually comes from the Polska Góra meme, so all that's left for me to say is to wish both of our Polish contenders in this cup Polska Góra as well.
Yeah, and then of course we do have Direwolves, a returning team as well from Australia, and we do have Perplexed, our #1 time trial seed, coming into this Group A as the favorites. But Perplex, of course, one of the veteran teams of being around for so long, we've asked them some questions beforehand, and Perplex in particular said that they sometimes struggle a little bit when it comes to their practice time. Sometimes when we say, oh, Perplex, you know, they're sometimes quote-unquote choking, but Perplex says that it's really just their practice time, that sometimes they're overcooking strategies in certain dungeons for too long, and that is what is costing them. So we'll see if Perplex manage to figure out their practice time this time around, or if they overcook some strategies again.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're going to do. Perplex hopefully is baking those strategies just right and coming up with a delicious meal to serve up for all of us here. But many of these teams have a lot to prove, whether new or old, and it's always exciting to see new folks getting into the mix and giving it a shot here in the MDI. Now, we'll take a look at how these teams are going to be matched up together. Perplex and Casp's Angels will be kicking us off, but Zyro, looking at the brackets today that we're going to go through, how are you feeling with these teams?
These teams are interesting. I feel like, you know, we alluded to some of the more higher-end teams, but there's a lot of new blood in this bracket here that could definitely potentially upset some of our higher-end teams. I'm looking at Perplex in particular. They're a team that has been extremely consistent in group stage play, but they've really lacked in global finals play. I'd like to see what they look like coming into the expansion. You know, we've talked about all this new stuff, all these new affixes, new dungeon pool. The first MDI of an expansion is really the most open competition we would ever have. There's new comp stuff, there's new dungeons, there's a lot of strategy that's open for development, so we could really easily see some upsets in the first round here.
Yeah, I think one of those things too, it's like, since we had that new patch 11.0.5, a lot of the compositional stuff is going to be a little bit upended. We saw a lot of DK being played during time trials. I wonder how much enhancement shaman we're potentially going to be seeing today. Are we going to even see something maybe like a survival hunter? I think that could potentially be on the table. That got like a 10% damage buff on AoE, which was a spec that was already pretty good. But I think that we should be looking for like the second and the fourth match today. Those are really going to be the two most important matches, because like Nagura was talking about earlier, the top 3 teams from this weekend are making it into that global finals. And so making sure that I think that those two matchups are just going to be the most pivotal ones to showcase like how good the top 3 are going to be.
Yeah, that's the important thing as well, right? In the past, if you just made it through to the final day, you were in, you were qualified. But because we added China back into the mix, and 2 of the teams are going to come from China, it's only top 3 that make it through. So the lower semifinals match is a win and you're in match. Lose that, you don't qualify for global finals. It's really important. So that's going to be a really important match for the final day on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, those top 3, right? Like you said, normally we'd get to Sunday and you'd kind of sit back and be like, yes, all right, everybody's going to make it. But of course, we want to see who's still going to come out of this as, the winner of the finals for this group. But this time there is that added pressure, right? And because it is this first season, we have a lot of new things in the mix from some of these classes, like the Frost DK or other things that are getting to shine that maybe in previous seasons didn't get to as much, to even things like the adjusted key levels, right? So everybody that's watching, things will look a little bit lower, but that's because, again, like we've been talking about the last few seasons, those key levels were adjusted and the difficulties are down about 10-ish, right? So there's going to be a lot to keep an eye on, from comps to these new groups to the dungeons that we have in the mix, and I'm looking forward to it because I think it's going to be an exciting one to see, even with some of the recent rebalancing, what classes get to shine. But chat, now we're going to go ahead and jump into our predictions. So our first matchup here, you'll see in just a second, Perplexed and Casp's Angels. We want to know what you think about these two and who's going to win. And we ourselves are going to introduce the teams to both of you, but get your suggestions in and we will share ours shortly. First up, we've got Perplexed versus Casp's Angels, like we were mentioning, and we have a couple players we'd like to feature and talk about. So Zyro, would you like to let us know a little bit about the player to watch, Divine Field?
Yeah, Divine Field. Perplexed Tank, one of the few players who's really played like every single MDI for the past 6 years, dating back to the 2019 Mythic Dungeon Invitational is what it was called back then, actually. We've changed it to International since then. Winning that with Shell's Angels. That's a callback. This guy is one of the beasts of the scene, though. One of the best tanks, one of the most sturdy tanks. And back when we had those affixes like Bolstering and Sanguine that were huge tank affixes, he was one of the best at making sure his team lost as little time as possible. Back when those were a big deal for tanks to deal with. But he's just always been incredibly good. The guy is insanely good. I mean, if we actually showed all of the previous rosters we were on here, we'd have to show like 6 different... Well, actually, no, it'd only be 3 teams because he's been with Perplexed for the past like 5 years. The guy's just a consummate professional, one of the best tanks in the business, and hopefully we can see Perplexed make a deep run this time around.
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, showing again that where your rank is doesn't always reflect exactly what you're doing as a player, right?
2600 IO.
Dude. Bro's just doing weekly 10s and he's just like, yeah, I'm going to do the MDI.
Yeah, he's like, yeah,
That's
I'm
my
on the
goat.
MDI, whatever.
That's my goat right there.
Look, I love it, and I think Divine Field is definitely one to watch, and all of you tanks out there, keep an eye out, because I'm sure you'll see some great play and some great strats. And of course, Casp's Angel, our underdog team coming in here, they are newcomers. They were a little bit on the lower end of the time trials, but they have a lot to prove, and I put my faith in them at least, although I think maybe with the rest of the predictions, we'll see how it all shook out on our end. So if we can, let's go ahead and show our predictions and see how they align here with chat. I think I'm like the only one that believed in Casp's Angels. I believe in you. You're all great.
No, that's a good
believe
thing.
in them to still lose.
I appreciate it.
I believe in them to get one, and that's an achievement, Oh. I mean, this seems like it's going to be a pretty difficult matchup for them, right? I mean, Makes, do you think that there's a world in which Casp's Angel can pull this off against a powerhouse over here like Perplexed?
So I will say, in the past, big fan of Perplexed, but in the past, Perplexed has sometimes been hit or miss. There have been tournaments, notably where they showed up, and then they didn't show up. So we saw a different version of Perplexed. There is a chance where that happens. After all, Casp's Angels are all IRL friends, so they have a whole power of something going that I personally never experienced, so we'll see.
Makes over here like, I got no friends, so I don't know.
So, I think it's a fact
Must
that
be
degenerates
nice.
make the best
right?
make the best MDI teams though. So like, what do you need friends for whenever you can win the MDI?
Yeah. Friendship doesn't matter as much.
Friendship? What?
No,
Come
I
on,
love
Tels.
it. I love it. It goes to show, right, that like the MDI is something that's open to everybody. It's not just for like professional esports teams. And when it comes down to it, we all play this game. And sometimes you have friends to play it. Sometimes like you're like Makes and you just don't have any. Makes, we're your friends. Don't even. You're great. But we're gonna go ahead and
making
take
it
a
worse.
We're going to go ahead and take a look at the map draft now. The teams are able to ban out maps, and we can see here that City of Echoes and Necrotic Wake have been banned out. I mean, this, I think, probably an interesting pick here for the two of them. But, I mean, Tettles, do you have any thoughts on these bans?
I think Arakara. I'm surprised at the Arakara ban. I think that the City of Threads no ban makes sense going through because that was one of the time trial maps, and so I think that like every team is going to be pretty experienced with that. Necrotic Wake from Perplex. I feel like that's probably the most volatile dungeon of the season. It was very volatile whenever we saw it back in Shadowlands. And so I think that, Perplex looking to ban that again. I think that both of these bans maybe make a little bit of sense. If I was cast, I would have probably been looking to ban City of Threads. Just at how fast, since it was a time trial map, I feel like for Perplex, they're going to be very experienced, and they put up the best time on that map by minutes. I want to say it was something that was incredibly quick in that dungeon, and so I think that cast maybe should have banned that. But overall, I don't think that there's anything that we can glean too much from that, except for the fact that Necrotic Wake is very volatile again.
Yeah. I mean, Grim Patrol is one that, like we pointed out, has been kind of mentioned as one of the more difficult ones, but with it being at that 10, and then with these other affixes, with some of the considerations for the teams, I mean, like we kind of pointed out, just because dungeons are perhaps a bit more complex inherently doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to want to pick other things to try and buy yourself the best advantage, or to maybe even rule out something that will be of advantage to another team. Please, go ahead, yeah.
I have a question for the panel. What do you guys think is going to happen with the dragon bombing run in Grim Batol? Do you guys expect there to be some weird tech where they, group up all the mobs and blow them up with the dragons, or do you expect it to be, pretty standard?
Do you think the tank could just run ahead and pull everything together, and then, two people could just use all of their ones on everything being pulled together?
I mean, maybe. You could also, double hover across the gap in Wernstone or something?
I think the biggest problem with that strategy, because I think it would be interesting to see, but the setup time to gather up all of the mobs to bomb them down with the dragons is probably more than what you gain. Probably.
Do you think they just don't use the dragons at all?
Oh wow!
Maybe
wow,
not.
that would be
Maybe
great.
not.
Well, what about your healer? What about your healer using the dragon?
I don't know. I think that's one of the questions that we'll have to answer when we get into the map. I mean, there's so much left on the table in terms of strategy in these keys. Obviously, we saw City of Threads being done in, think about 12 minutes on level 10. You would have to assume that on level 9, you could probably get to, maybe sub 10. There's a lot of, sort of forced mob killing, plus there's, 40 seconds of RP on the second boss. I don't know how much faster you can go with one of those 4 tyrannical affixes gone. It's going to be interesting to see, though, for sure.
I think a big kind of point in basically all of the keys in the seasons is that all of these mobs have a lot of casts that need to be interrupted, and while you are probably running vengeance in most of these keys, that is something that needs to be controlled when we're talking about things like pulling everything together in Grim Batol. Who's going to take care of the bazillion interrupts that evidently will need to be used until the damage does come in? So I'm really curious on what teams have figured out to control that and how the coordination will work out on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so much with any of these mob groups, right? Whether you're dealing with poison damage, whether it's all of the bolts, whether it's any of the just wildly complex different things that kind of pop up. I think interrupt management is going to be a huge thing, as well as figuring out, how we're pacing cleanses, purges, everything else, the soothes, So it's seeing how the teams are going to try and handle this, especially with big pulls. If people go ham in the end of Grim Batol and they're just pulling extra dragons and all kinds of stuff, figuring out how they're going to handle that, as well as many of the other dungeons that have these complexities, I think will be really interesting to see, especially with that speedrunning element in mind. But I mean, I'm curious because, we talked about interrupts kind of defining things. Nagura, do you feel like there's anything that really is defining overall of the Mythic Plus dungeons that we have in the mix this season?
No, I think mainly the major change that we have, but not to mention, of course, the affixes and all of that that's changed as well. I do think one of the other major changes is the fact that the inner cooldown of spells isn't as high anymore whenever you disrupt AoE groups, right? And I think that's going to have a major impact on top of the fact that there's going to be a lot more mobs with a lot more important casts, right? So in the past, in the MDIs, we've seen them pull half the dungeon together and just have this like interrupt rotation, AoE interrupts, or disrupts rather, I should say. And I'm not sure if they can still do this. I think they can, but it's going to be a lot more difficult, and they're going to have to be a lot more like individual proper interrupts that have to be assigned rather than just AoE disrupts like we've seen before. So we'll see how the teams handle that.
Yeah, I mean, Zarnik, do you agree? Do you feel like, you know, we're looking ahead at the first dungeon, which will be this Grim Batol here, right? What do you think these teams are going to have to be kind of looking at as they figure out how to handle this? You know, we're talking about maybe the dragons, maybe not, maybe they do. Is there anything else that kind of stands out to you about that dungeon?
I think on a plus 10 key level, there shouldn't be too much that they're worried about in terms of like too many things going off. The really major interrupt issues are going to be mass tremors in the first section. And if I'm not mistaken, there's only like 4 or 5 of those that you have to worry about if you do like a giant mass pull right at the start of the key, which if I'm assuming they're going to be running a shaman of some sort, maybe 2, just so they'll have access to 2 12-second kicks.
Venge, maybe?
Vengeance Demon Hunter, I think, is actually going to see a lot of play. Even though AoE stops aren't as strong as they were before, and they only interrupt the cast, they don't lock it out anymore, I still think having access to so many of those AoE stops is still really useful while you're waiting for interrupts to come back off cooldown. It's going to be interesting to see, like we were talking about. Yeah, AoE stops are heavily nerfed, but they're still really powerful for the style of pulls that we are used to seeing in the MDI, where you're pulling 15-20 mobs on top of each other, because you're not going to have enough interrupts to deal with those. You're going to have to let some things off, and it's kind of part of the play is just figuring out how to live through that. And if you can delay even like 5 seconds, that might be enough to kill off one of those mobs, which means you'll have an interrupt ready for another cast. It's going to be interesting to see what the teams come up with to deal with these pulls.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pacing it out, and like you said, I think figuring out what you're going to pick and choose, right? What can we let get by? What can we take care of with CC later? What can we kind of clean up in some way if we have to prioritize the interrupts elsewhere? So interesting here with this group for sure. And I mean, we touched a little bit on comps, right? And how this season it's a little more fluid because we're starting things out. It's the first one, and we've had some big adjustments. So I mean, Tuttles, with some of the comps that have been tossed around, do you think that there's any that we're really likely to see? We have some classes that are getting to shine that maybe haven't as much, but any that you think are likely, or any that would be rogue elements?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the specs that I like the Vengeance Demon Hunter. I feel like that one's pretty good. In theory, maybe Paladin or Warrior could see play from like the tank role, but I think that Venge is just, you know, that's the MDI tank. Like if you're designing a tank for an MDI, yeah, it's like a Vengeance Demon Hunter. For healers, I think we've seen a couple of different healers. It was like that Resto Druid. Resto Druid DPS is really high, and Mark of the Wild is pretty valuable, but I think that Disc Priest also could really shine in some elements. I mean, just the damage that the Disc Priest does. The Power Infusion is also fairly solid. And then from like the DPS perspective, I think like Death Knights and Enhancement Shamans are probably the main carries. I'm kind of interested in seeing exactly what these teams are going to cook up DPS comp-wise, but I'm looking at like these DKs and these Enhancement Shamans and just how much overall those specs can farm, and I think that those are like, oh yeah, these are the specs that I want for this MDI.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because we're getting into it here, but you're right, there's a lot that are really suited to the speedrunning, and classes that you don't even see in live that might be a little bit different here in something like this speedrun competition, and we're getting right into it. Perplexed and Casp's Angels. Nagura, take us in.
Wow, so we already see some very different comps coming into this MDI. Very interesting, as we also see different strategies as well. Caps Angels using that Shroud to go past a bunch of trashy at the very start, while Perplex is just gathering up everything. And yeah, look at that. The Resto Druid and Perplex versus the Resto Shaman and Caps Angels. We have a Prod Warrior and a Vengeance Demon Hunter coming in, and we have that Red Paladin on Caps Angels' side.
Like we were talking about, massive pull here. Have to keep an eye on not only the tank damage from these Overseers. You can see they're actually hard focusing those Overseers down to make sure Divine Field doesn't take too much extra damage here. But everything just melts in the cooldowns from the team. Wolf Disco, Swagstep, both going up to 10 million DPS. Reawaked on the side of Casp Angels, also hitting the 10 million DPS mark. But the pull's still alive for Casp Angels. Perplexed, already through the pull, already onto the bombing run. So not going to be skipping the dragons this time around, going to be using those abilities to burn down this trash before the first boss, and let's see if we can figure out where they're going to focus. I'm suspecting that most of their one presses, the big bomb that you only get 5 uses of, are going to be focused onto the probably 5 stacks of mobs, so that pack in front of the boss, pack right next to it. They're probably going to just be pulling the 3 packs together as one pull, maybe even just straight into the boss.
Yeah, that is possible. I mean, one of the things that I was wondering about as well is like the trash in front of the boss. It is a big pack. You usually bomb it down, but in the MDI you can pull.
Who is the holiday killer? That is the mystery to be solved in the Batman movie, The Long Halloween. I love Batman. I mean, who doesn't love Batman? But even though I love Batman, I have never read or seen the movie adaptation of the famous Batman story, The Long Halloween. Now, I have tried to solve a lot of mysteries here on this channel, and that made me think, hey, since it's Halloween week, maybe I can try to solve this mystery before the world's greatest detective. Maybe I am the world's greatest detective. Or maybe I'm the world's worst detective. If you're new to the channel, this is how this is going to work. I will be watching the 2021 Batman The Long Halloween movies. There's 2, part 1 and part 2. And while I'm watching these movies, I will take breaks throughout to come into the studio and break down my thoughts, suspects, theories, and clues. And every time I pop in here, I'm going to lock in a new guess for who I think the holiday killer is. That way, when we get to the reveal at the end of this video, we can look back and see exactly how far or how close I was to solving the mystery. So with all of that out of the way, let's jump into watching Batman The Long Halloween Part 1. Alright, so I just finished watching the first 30 minutes of Batman The Long Halloween Part 1. And I figured now would be a good time to hit pause on the movie and come in here and break down what we've learned so far. Now, the whole thing kicks off when a guy gets shot in a bathtub. And then the person who shot him, we don't see who it is, but they used a gun with like a condom on the end of it, like as a silencer. And then they like sat a jack-o'-lantern on the ground beside the gun and the body in the bathtub. Now, I'm pretty sure this is our holiday killer that we are going to be trying to solve, but at the moment, we don't really know
anything about them. Before we start breaking down all the suspects and theories, I want to point out that this definitely feels like an Agatha Christie novel. Like the idea of a person who commits murders only on holidays is very similar to like the ABC murders, which I think makes this a pretty unique Batman story. However, I do want to voice my concern. Usually, when it comes to Batman, if there is someone running around called the Holiday Killer, it's usually just some villain called the Holiday Killer. Like, I'm a bit worried that there's not like a big reveal here, that it's not a mystery, that's just gonna get to the end and it's like, oh, it's a new villain called the Holiday Killer. Like, you know, you're not trying to unmask Joker. Like, it's just Joker or Scarecrow or whoever it is. Like, we know, you know what I mean? However, we are going to push forward as if there is someone to be revealed at the end of this mystery. The person who was shot and killed on Halloween was a guy named Johnny Vitti. Vitti is a part of the Carmine Falcone crime family. He was Falcone's nephew. Now, Captain Jim Gordon, we usually know him as Commissioner Gordon, Batman, and the district attorney, Harvey Dent, they're all working on this case together, right? Now, the prime suspect in Dent's eyes is that this is Falcone himself. Turns out, Johnny Vitti, the guy who got shot, was about to turn on the family and snitch to the DA and, you know, pretty much turn on the Falcone family. So Dent is like, hey, this is pretty obvious. Falcone found out his nephew was about to turn on the family, so we killed him. However, we then get a scene with the Falcone family. And it seems like most of the Falcone family actually believes that the person who killed Vitti is a rival mafia boss named Salvatore Maroni. It's important for us to note that in this scene, Falcone never says anything about him being the one to kill Vitti himself, or that he wasn't the one that killed Vitti himself. In fact, he's feeling very passive about the whole thing. Like, he doesn't seem in a hurry to retaliate if it was this other mafia boss. Now, that could very well be a clue to mean that Falcone did in fact kill his nephew himself, and that's why he doesn't seem like in a rush for retaliation. And maybe he's just keeping it to himself. He doesn't want to tell the rest of the family because he doesn't want them to know that his nephew was about to turn snitch. So, right off the bat, no pun intended, just kidding, extra pun intended, we already have some pretty major suspects. Falcone, a rival mafia boss, Maroni, and, well, that's about it right now. And I believe that Falcone is our first major red herring in this mystery. He is the prime suspect in the eyes of the district attorney, and he is the prime suspect in the eyes of us, the audience. If you don't know what a red herring is a suspect that is used to distract us from who actually did it. So while we're looking at Falcone and thinking, oh, I think he did it, the real killer is here in the background. Misdirection, as they call it. So I know what you're thinking, Chase, there has to be more than just two suspects, right? Right, and we're about to get into those. Let's talk about Harvey Dent, the district attorney that I keep mentioning. Now, Batman fans know that this is Harvey Dent, the district attorney, who will then become Two-Face, one of Batman's rogues. But in this story, he is not Two-Face yet. He's just the district attorney. He's a good guy. The issue is even though he is a good guy right now, he is very obviously struggling with his morals. And, side note, during this movie, in the first 30 minutes, they have made a ton of Two-Face puns. It's like they want you, it's like, obviously we know that Harvey Dent becomes Two-Face. And the writers know that we know that Harvey Dent becomes Two-Face. But they really want us to know that they know that we know, you know? Like, Dent will say something like, I'm of two minds of it. I digress. My point that I'm trying to make is that Dent is very obviously struggling to be good. We have this scene where Catwoman has taken Batman and Harvey Dent to a Falcone warehouse where there is a ton of money stashed away. And Batman and Harvey Dent know that they need to get rid of all of this cash. The problem is they know that the mayor and some of the cops are corrupt, and so they don't know if they can trust them to handle it properly. So Catwoman is like, hey, just burn it to the ground. Now, Dent seems torn by this decision. He doesn't know if he wants to do justice like that. Does he want to be a good guy who has to do bad things? You know, he doesn't want to act like a criminal in order to stop a criminal. And so Dent and Batman throw it up to chance. They flip a coin. Dent tosses a coin, it lands on heads, they burn the money and the warehouse to the ground. We then, shortly after, find out that Dent used a trick coin. Both sides of the coin was heads, which shows us that he wasn't actually of two minds on whether he wanted to burn the money or not. He very obviously wanted to burn down the money, but he wanted it to look like he was torn by it. So, the obvious theory here is that Harvey Dent, the district attorney who is tired of doing things the right way, is trying to clean up the city by any means possible. Even if that means killing members of the Falcone family himself. Now, I think that this is a very good theory, especially because we know that Harvey Dent goes on to become a major Batman villain, you know, played by Tommy Lee Jones. But my issue with this theory is, why would Dent kill his star witness the day before he's about to turn? If he wants to bring down the Falcone family, he could have done it using that witness. Killing the witness only seems to make things more difficult. Which leads me to my next suspect that we coincidentally just brought up, Catwoman. Now, Catwoman is helping Batman a lot so far in this movie. And it's kind of insinuated so far, I don't know for certain, but I think in this version, Batman and Catwoman are like seeing each other, and so is Bruce Wayne and Selina Kyle. Surely you know this, but if you do not know, Bruce Wayne is Batman's real name. Selina Kyle is Catwoman's real name. Surely you're watching this video. That being said, even though Catwoman seems to be a little bit more of an anti-hero in this version, one of the good guys almost, it definitely seems like Catwoman has a bone to pick with the Falcone family. Now, maybe she has a self-serving reason to be helping Batman try to bring down Falcone, or maybe Catwoman is just in love with Batman, and that's why she's trying to help. The theory here is, if it is Catwoman, then Catwoman is becoming the holiday killer in order to kill Falcone's nephew, Vidi. I just don't understand why Catwoman would need to come up with a new persona in order to pull this off. It seems like Catwoman could just kill herself. Unless, of course, she doesn't want Batman to know that she's the one doing it. So maybe that could be it. I have two more small suspects and then my major suspect. At the end of Halloween night, after Batman and Dent have burnt down the warehouse with all the money, Dent goes back home to his girlfriend or wife, I don't know, his romantic partner. And she seems like super depressed, very upset, very sad. And she's acting pretty weird. They're having a conversation. She says something along the lines of, "Please don't leave me." Not in the sense of like, don't break up with me. In the sense of like, don't go back to work right now kind of thing. And she just spends all of Halloween night just hanging out in her backyard of the house. And right when the two of them are about to go into the house blows up. Now, my theory is somehow she is involved in some way. We get several scenes of her acting sad or mysterious, and we've only seen 30 minutes of the movie. So the fact that it comes up that often means we should probably be keeping an eye on her. My current theory is maybe Falcone is blackmailing her into helping him, and maybe like she's the one that blew up her house, and that's why she was like pleading with her boyfriend or husband, Harvey, to be like, don't leave me. Like, I need you here to protect me because I'm being blackmailed. Now, my other small suspect, or should I say suspects, is that we time jump ahead to Thanksgiving. And Batman has this giant fight scene with this like gang in Chinatown. And he's like fighting them, and he says that some of these members of this gang were seen outside of Dent's house on Halloween night when it blew up. So it seems like we now have a third crime family gang that is a part of all of this. So that gang is now a suspect. So that whole gang is a suspect. Now for my final and biggest suspect of this section, Alberto. Alberto is a part of the Falcone crime family. He seems to be like Falcone's like personal assistant or like advisor or something. Almost like an accountant. He's small and he's nerdy and he's constantly doing crossword puzzles that he calls logic puzzles. And like Falcone and all the other members of the family, they're kind of like picking on him and making fun of him for this. So, here is my theory. Why would this movie be showing us a character that seems to have no significant value, who is constantly doing puzzles in a movie where we're trying to solve a mystery? I think they want to make sure that we see Alberto and his puzzles because he is a major part of this story. Every time we have seen Falcone so far in this movie, Alberto is right there in the background, just doing his puzzles, and is always getting pointed out. Maybe Alberto found out that Johnny Viti was about to turn snitch and decided to take care of the problem himself. Or maybe he killed Viti because he's sick and tired of the Falcone family constantly harassing him and berating him. So he's like getting revenge on them. Regardless, I think that Alberto is a very important character in this movie because why else would the movie be like, yo, check out this nerd doing puzzles. What a loser. Anyway, we have a very serious mystery to solve and whoever is doing it is very good at puzzles. I wonder who it could be. So that is who I'm going to lock in for my first guess on who I think the holiday killer is. Alberto, the Puzzle King. Now, when I stopped the movie, it was officially Thanksgiving, which means that I imagine the holiday killer is about to strike again, and we will be getting some more clues and hopefully suspects for us to work through in the next part. So, you know, see you in a second. Okay, so we are officially on the next holiday, Thanksgiving, and we have got some answers to some questions. And then we also have some more questions. So, the guy that Batman was chasing down right before we paused the movie last time is a guy named Mickey Chin. Now, Batman is pretty sure that Mickey is who Falcone hired to blow up Dent's house. That would turn out to be true. However, Mickey failed. Well, I mean, he didn't fail to blow up the house, but I think his objective was to kill Harvey Dent, you know. And so he blew up the house just fine. It's just Dent wasn't in the house. We then see a moment where Falcone has sent Mrs. Dent, turns out it is his wife, Falcone has sent flowers to her in the hospital room. Now this seems to really upset Mrs. Dent and Harvey, well, it really sets Harvey off. And he's in the hospital after almost getting blown up, so. Now, the insinuation at this moment is maybe Harvey's wife had something to do with the blowing up of the house, and now Dent is suspicious of his wife because Falcone has sent her flowers. So maybe he's like, are you in on this? But then we find out that Falcone did not send those flowers to Harvey's wife. Alberto did. Oh, and by the way, I thought Alberto was like the accountant for the family. No, he is Falcone's son. You see, Alberto seems very upset that Dent is still alive even though his cousin, Viti, is dead. Because he blames Dent for his cousin's death. And Alberto has an argument with his dad where he's like, you know, why is Dent still alive? And his dad's like, don't worry, I'm handling it. And he's like, how, with Mickey Chin? And his dad's all like, who do you think hired him? So now we know for sure that the person who hired Mickey Chin to kill Dent was in fact Falcone. But I should add that once he finds out that his son had sent flowers to Mrs. Dent in the hospital room, he like flies off the handle. He like is screaming and yelling at his son and like choking him. And he starts like belittling him. He's like, if you think you're the one that's gonna take over this family business, you're wrong. You're pathetically delusional because you're weak. This is a really devastating scene for Alberto. It was rough. Anyway, right after that scene, it is Thanksgiving dinner time all across Gotham City. The Falcone family is eating around the table. Alberto, not present at the dinner. I would imagine because of the choking and harassment that happened in the kitchen earlier. Mickey Chin and his whole like crime family are gathered around eating on Thanksgiving. And that's when the holiday killer walks up, same gun with the baby bottle nipple on it. It was not what I thought it was. But yeah, it's a silencer that the holiday killer uses on their guns. So, holiday killer wipes out the whole gang. Mickey Chin, the whole family. Now, I feel like obviously the killer is Alberto. He's not at his family's Thanksgiving dinner right now. He just got belittled by his father, Falcone, the father of the crime family. And now, all of a sudden, the men that his father hired to kill Dent for killing their family member are wiped out? Now, I could be wrong about this because I have a ton of other suspects to talk about. Batman runs into Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, in the sewer of Gotham. Now, not much happens here, but like we officially know that Solomon Grundy is like a part of this now. We also see Batman and Gordon go to Arkham Asylum. They're there to see Calendar Man. On Christmas Eve, that's right, we do another time jump from Thanksgiving, now it's the next holiday, Christmas Eve. And the reason that Batman and Gordon are there to see Calendar Man is because right now we are at 2 deaths on 2 different holidays. Rumors are spreading around about the holiday killer, the killer who kills on holidays. And now, Christmas being the very next day, they've got to do something. So, logically, they decide to go visit the supervillain that is obsessed with calendars. You know, obviously. Calendar Man actually insinuates that Harvey Dent is a suspect. Now, this is something that Mickey Chin also insinuated earlier before, he got killed. And it seems like Batman and Gordon are both hesitant to admit it, but Harvey Dent does seem to be a pretty big suspect. And then Calendar Man is talking and he says something about a joke. That sends Batman flying through Arkham Asylum to where he gets to the Joker's cell, and Joker has escaped. In his bed, the Joker's bed, all that's there is a newspaper that has Harvey Dent's face on the front. And so, I'm assuming that's where he's headed. Now, what makes this so fascinating is because now the Joker is a player in this game. This is getting insanely complex. It was already pretty complex because we're dealing with these different mafia bosses and the family members, and it's starting to get confusing, and now we're also throwing in the Joker. Well, Joker goes to Harvey Dent's house and starts to attack him. And Joker says the reason that he is there is because he's sending Dent a message. And then Joker pulls out a gun that has the little baby bottle silencer on the end of it. That's the holiday killer's MO. And Harvey's like, "Where did you get that?" And Joker's like, "Why? Missing one?" So now, the Joker is implying that Harvey Dent is the holiday killer. Then we see Joker attack the Maroney crime family, and then he goes and attacks the Falcones. And it really gives off the impression that the Joker is also trying to figure out who the holiday killer is. So that would logically lead me to the thought that, okay, if the Joker is trying to figure out who the holiday killer is, then that must mean that the Joker is not the holiday killer. Now, I paused the movie right after we see the holiday killer commit their Christmas kill. Joker runs out of this building and he's being chased by Falcone's best bodyguard. And after Joker disappears, the bodyguard standing outside, holiday killer walks up, bang bang. The holiday killer leaves the gun with the baby bottle silencer next to a snow globe and the body. The only difference on the scene of the crime this time is that because the Joker was there, there's a ton of Joker cards laying around underneath the body and stuff. So what does this mean? We have several more iconic Batman villains on the table now. Joker, Calendar Man, Solomon Grundy. We even get some shots of the Penguin and Scarecrow. And I think we see a couple others in Arkham as well. Now, it seems like Batman's prime suspects in this mystery so far is Falcone and, reluctantly, Harvey Dent. But to be honest, whoever the holiday killer is, I'm very confused by their motives. At first, they killed someone who was about to snitch on Falcone. Then, the gang that failed to kill Harvey Dent for Falcone gets killed. So, up to that point, it would make sense for the holiday killer to be Falcone, or at least someone close to him. But then, Falcone's bodyguard, and most likely close family member, gets killed. Why? Well, let's look at Batman's two major suspects. Falcone himself, right? It would make sense for him to kill a guy who was about to rat. It would also make sense for him to kill the people that failed to do what he hired them to do. But why would he kill his closest bodyguard / family member? Like, this seemed to be like his guy. And then Batman's other major suspect is Harvey Dent. Now, why would Harvey Dent kill the guy who was about to rat on the Falcone family? That being said, when it comes to the gang that gets killed by the holiday killer, I can completely understand why he would want to kill the people that blew up his house. But then why would he kill Falcone's bodyguard, right? Is it just because he's close to Falcone? Now, there's a lot of conflicting theories and reasonings there, but let's talk about my major suspect, Alberto. Obviously, it would make sense if Alberto took out the guy about to rat, but the issue with that is, if Alberto himself killed his cousin who was about to rat, why would he be so upset with the gang members that failed to get justice for his cousin, right? Because he was upset that Mickey Chin and that gang didn't kill Harvey Dent because he thought that Harvey Dent was the reason that his cousin got killed. But if he is the one who killed his cousin, there would be no need for that animosity. And also, why would he then kill his dad's bodyguard? My only theory when it comes to that is that when Alberto was getting strangled and yelled at by his father, we see a shot of the bodyguard just kind of chilling, reading the newspaper while that's happening. So maybe he was like getting some revenge, you know what I mean? If the theory is Alberto is getting revenge on the crime family for how they treat him, that would make sense. I don't know, that theory doesn't feel quite as strong as it did last section, but we're still cooking. And now we also have the Joker to worry about. Now, I'm pretty sure he's just trying to figure out who the holiday killer is. And so that would mean that he's probably not the holiday killer, which leaves us with Catwoman, who we really didn't see much of in this chunk of the movie. We got this one little shot of Selena Kyle, her alter ego, with Alfred making Thanksgiving. And then the only other suspect left is Harvey Dent's wife. There's definitely something going on there, but I just can't pinpoint what. Her and Harvey's conversations are all very vague. I can't tell if she's being blackmailed or maybe she is a crime boss herself. I don't know. Even though I'm not super confident in my Alberto guess, I think I am going to lock him in again. So my second locked in pick for The Long Halloween Part 1 is Alberto. I feel like an idiot, dude. Okay, so I just finished The Long Halloween Part 1, and before we move on to Part 2, the second movie where we will finish the mystery, what happens at the end of Part 1, pretty detrimental. So I felt really confident saying that Alberto was the holiday killer. And as the movie was coming to an end, I was feeling so confident that Alberto was the holiday killer. Like, we have this moment where his dad is giving a speech at like the New Year's Eve party on a yacht. And his dad's like, I want to thank someone very important to my family. The son that I never had. And his son, Alberto, is like, oh my God, finally, my dad is giving me the respect that I deserve. And so he takes a step forward and his dad is talking about Bruce Wayne. Now, obviously, we know Bruce Wayne is Batman, so there's like, well, yeah, what a kick-ass guy. But all Alberto knows about Bruce Wayne is like this party billionaire philanthropist, asshole. So he's like, my dad would rather have him as a son than me? I bet Bruce doesn't even know how to do logic puzzles. So at that point, Alberto, furious, and I'm watching the movie and I'm like, I nailed it, dude. Are you kidding me? And if you watch my channel, you know that I do not get these mysteries right often. So I was really getting excited. And then Batman starts putting some stuff together and he realizes, oh my God, it's Alberto. And I was like, oh no, because this is only part one. We have a whole other hour and a half movie to watch. Batman corners Alberto on like the corner of this boat. And he gives this whole speech about how Alberto is the holiday killer. And Batman says, almost verbatim, exactly what I've been saying about Alberto. And then Alberto gets shot by the holiday killer. And right before he gets shot, he's given a monologue. And he's talking about how he isn't the killer. And he doesn't even want to be a part of this crime family. And he just wants to have kids with boom, bang, shot. Holiday killer assassinates him. And what hurts even more than being wrong about Alberto is that Batman is talking to Gordon and Harvey Dent. And he says, Alberto was the simplest solution, but a wrong one. And I was like, hey, I'm over here thinking I'm a genius and that I solved this mystery before the second movie. And Batman calls it the simplest solution. I fell for the big red herring of the mystery. I thought I was being more clever than the movie, and I fell for exactly what they wanted me to fall for. This is not my first rodeo. I'm better than this. I should not be falling for major red herrings, but I underestimated the mystery. Maybe I am the world's worst detective. Well, we know that it's not Alberto now, so who are other suspects? Right before Alberto gets shot by the holiday killer, he's saying something about just wanting to have kids with, and then he gets shot, interrupted. Kids with who is the big question here, because that's obviously a big deal, because the answer of that question got cut off by the holiday killer. The only other person in this movie that we have heard talk about kids is Harvey Dent and his wife. Harvey keeps saying stuff like, well, we can have a baby. And his wife is like, I can't because I don't want to. And I don't want to because I can't. And so that leads me to believe, okay, if the only two times we've heard about kids is like this weird vague sentence from Mrs. Dent and then Alberto, I'm like, okay, are those two connected? Like, you know, Alberto gives this big speech about this woman that he fell in love with. Maybe that was Mrs. Dent. And so, you know, I guess she's like killing people because of it or something. I don't know, dude. And then there is always Harvey Dent as a major suspect. He is going through the process of becoming Two-Face, I'm pretty sure. He's really struggling with his mental health. And like we get this like line of dialogue about how he failed like a gun evaluation or whatever, so he's not allowed to have a gun. And that's the thing about Harvey Dent and his wife's storyline in this movie so far, is it's all so vague. We just get like little bits of information that aren't even information. Like I feel like we're purposely being kept in the dark a lot when it comes to those two characters. We do know that pretty much everyone in this movie thinks that Harvey Dent is the holiday killer, but we, the audience, know that this man, Harvey Dent, goes on to become Two-Face. And they are really playing that up. Like, they'll hide part of his face and then expose it and it's completely fine. And it's like, oh, we expected him not to have that half of his face. And him and his wife just seem to be having like marital problems. But it's really just so cryptic, and I would be really surprised if Harvey Dent ends up being the holiday killer. Mostly because so many people suspect that it's him, including Batman. Meanwhile, Joker is trying to kill the holiday killer because Joker sees him as competition. And I think he's fascinated with the puzzle of who the holiday killer really is. So again, pretty sure it's not Joker. Also, we get the chance to see the holiday killer a little bit, like running around, and it's a huge guy. Like it's a big guy in a big coat with a hat that kind of covers his face. And it looks a lot like Harvey Dent, but to be fair, every guy in this movie looks identical. Bruce Wayne and Harvey Dent look identical in this movie. They also like sound very similar. The only difference is Bruce has like permanent eyeliner. We get an end credit scene in this movie and we meet Falcone's newest associate, Poison Ivy. We also see that Batman and Catwoman break up, so I think that means that Catwoman could be back on the table as a suspect. I really have no idea what's going on. I thought that this was going to be a really easy mystery that I could do quickly for Halloween. And like when I first, like the first 30 minutes of this movie, I was like, this is almost laughable how easy this mystery is going to be. It's obviously Alberto. You know what's embarrassing? I was worried that I was gonna get a lot of comments not believing that I didn't know who the killer was because I guessed Alberto so quickly. That is how confident I was that Alberto was the killer. I thought people were gonna think I was too good at solving the mystery. Do you know how embarrassing this is? So I need to lock someone in for this. And I've really torn because I don't know who to lock in. On one hand, vibes-wise and suspicion-wise, I feel like Mrs. Dent is the way to go. However, we've seen the Holiday Killer at this point, and he's a jacked dude. But I don't think it's Harvey Dent. I don't know any other big dudes that it could be, so I'm going to have to lock in Mrs. Dent. So, let's start watching The Long Halloween Part 2 so I can try to redeem myself. All right, losers, I really dropped the ball in Part 1, but we're gonna redeem ourselves in Part 2. Because now I know what it feels like to be embarrassed by Batman. When Alberto got shot and Batman said that it was the simplest answer, that really hurt. That is detrimental to my ego. I might move to Gotham City and become a supervillain now. Okay, anyway, we jump back into the story and it is Valentine's Day. Some Maroney gangsters get shot up. We jump forward again to St. Patrick's Day. We get another kill from the Holiday Killer. And the whole time that this is happening, Batman is out of commission because he is under Poison Ivy's influence. And she's like using her charm to make him sign over all of his Wayne Company stuff to Falcone. And that just goes to show you that even Batman has a weakness. And it's bad bitches. Anyway, fast forward to Mother's Day, and the Holiday Killer has killed again. This time the person who was killed is the gun dealer who was selling guns to the Holiday Killer. So it seems like Holiday is trying to cover any tracks of people who might know their real identity. So that's pretty much what's been happening so far in Part 2. But now Batman is back in action. Scarecrow has escaped from Arkham Asylum. Ooh, and we've got this Romeo and Juliet plotline going on between Falcone's daughter and Maroney's son. You know, so they're in love and they're trying to stop the gang war so that they can be together. Which leads us to the big event that happens right before I pause the movie to come in here and check in, which is it's Father's Day and the head of the Maroney family, Maroney, gets killed by the Holiday Killer right in front of his son on Father's Day of all days. So what is our suspect list looking like? We have our usual suspects on the list, but we have some newcomers. A lot of people seem to believe that Harvey Dent is Holiday. Even before Maroney dies, he insinuates that Dent is Holiday. Or if he isn't Holiday, he's Batman. And I think since so many different characters in these movies have pointed out that Dent is Holiday, or could be Holiday, then we pretty much should throw him off the suspect list. Then we have Dent's wife. I still think that there's something shady going on with her. However, I've learned my lesson from the whole Alberto fiasco from Part 1. Obviously, this movie knows how to do a proper red herring. I didn't think that they could, and that's how I fell for the Alberto one so hard. And I don't want to get burned again. Dent's wife is super suspicious this entire time, and I think it's, you know, on purpose to make me fall for it. Well, not just me. They didn't make the movie with just me in mind. I meant the royal me. Us. The audience. Next on the suspect list is Falcone himself. I really do not understand why he would want to kill his friends and his own son. I could be wrong, of course. He's a pretty gnarly guy, but I just don't see that happening. However, we need to at least keep him on our suspect list because Holiday just killed the head of the Maroney family. And we had gotten this weird scene where Falcone hired this goon to do something. We just see him hand a bunch of cash to this goon. And it's kind of insinuated that this goon might be Holiday. Since we're talking about Falcone, this is a good segue to talk about a new suspect, Falcone's daughter. Now she shows up on Father's Day, that's a holiday, and she wants to be involved in the business. He tells her no. Now, like I mentioned before, it seems like it's really framed like the only reason she wants to be so involved in the family business is because she's trying to end the war with the Maroney family because she is in love with the son of Maroney. However, here's my theory. Falcone's daughter is the same build and size as the Holiday Killer. And she shows up right after Maroney gets killed. So maybe she is the Holiday Killer because she wants to show her father that she's capable, or she wants to be involved in the family business and he's not letting her. So she's like, fine, I'll do it myself. Now this is where we're going to get a little deeper. So the whole movies, plural, the whole theme of these movies are that the men work too much and neglect their wives and families. This goes from every character in this movie, from Harvey Dent to Gordon, and even Bruce Wayne himself. We see him have a bit of a family dynamic with Selina Kyle and Catwoman, and he is neglecting her to be Batman. We see Falcone neglecting his son. We also see him now neglecting his daughter. And all of the people who pursue a proper family relationship get tossed, like Falcone's son. He doesn't want to be a part of the crime. He wants to have kids with, boom, dead. His whole big monologue is about how he fell in love with a woman, but his dad disapproved and scared her off. So if the theme of family and people neglecting their family, in particular men neglecting their families, then that means that there needs to be some sort of payoff to this theme. I think that the potential payoff could be it's one of the family members who is the Holiday Killer. Now there are two obvious suspects here. That would be Mrs. Dent or Falcone's daughter. These are two of the women who are being neglected in the pursuit of business or work. And we also get this strange moment after Scarecrow escapes from Arkham Asylum where Batman asks, "Who helped you escape?" And he says, "Mother." And it's Mother's Day when this happens. We also later find out that Falcone's daughter is the one who set up Scarecrow's escape on her father's orders. So that is a big clue that she could be Holiday. We also hear in the background of like a news broadcast that's happening on a TV that two people escaped from Arkham Asylum that night. We only know of Scarecrow. So that leads us to our last few suspects. The classic Batman rogues who are involved in this story. So far we have seen Joker, Catwoman, Scarecrow, Calendar Man, the secret escaped villain that we don't know the identity of yet, and Poison Ivy. Now I'm going to make a pretty big assumption here that might come back to bite me. I do not think that the Holiday Killer is an established Batman villain. I think that this is someone who's going to come as a surprise to even Batman. And once again, my main suspect that really comes to mind is Mrs. Dent. She keeps speaking vaguely about not being able to have a family. And she's not able to because she doesn't want to, whatever that means. But in a movie where we have already established that family is a very strong theme, this has to mean something. My theory is that maybe she is a victim of a Gotham villain attack in the past. Like maybe she was hit with the Joker poison gas or something. And maybe that has affected her health. I mean, she definitely seems depressed. She could be traumatized or have PTSD. And my only theory is maybe that's why she has become the Holiday Killer, because she is trying to get revenge on the people who traumatized her? Maybe? I don't know. Guys, this is all I've got. I think that the movie's new big red herring is Falcone's daughter, mostly because they drew her to be the same size and build as the Holiday Killer, so maybe that's who they're trying to draw suspicion to. So that does open up a little bit of a window that Mrs. Dent might not be the big red herring. So I am going to lock in Mrs. Dent. Let's keep watching. Okay, so much is happening. It is the 4th of July and the holiday killer has struck again. So it's the 4th of July, Harvey Dent, his wife, Jim Gordon, his wife and kids, they're all out at the boardwalk for the 4th of July event. And at one point, Falcone walks by that group and he speaks to Mrs. Dent. Now that causes Harvey to fly off the rails. He's like, "Don't touch her." Now this is important because it really seems like Falcone and Mrs. Dent know each other, which, along with a few other little moments that happen, leads me to believe that Mrs. Dent is actually the woman that Alberto Falcone was in love with, that his father didn't approve of and scared away. Now Chase, what are those other little moments that you just mentioned that makes you believe that? I'm glad you asked. At one point, Harvey and his wife are having an argument, and Harvey says something along the lines of, "Well, you can't go back to him now." Now, that is a weird thing to just kind of blurt out of nowhere. My theory is that the person that she cannot go back to is Alberto, and the reason that she cannot go back to him is because he is now dead. Also, on the boardwalk on the 4th of July, we see the goon that we saw Falcone hire to do something last time. Well, that goon shows up and just starts shooting at Harvey Dent. But then it turns out when Harvey confronts him later, he's like, "Hey, if I wanted you dead, you'd be dead." So that means that he wasn't trying to kill Harvey. So if the goon was not trying to kill Harvey, why was the goon just firing off bullets at his direction? Well, who was standing beside Harvey? Mrs. Dent. And we saw Falcone hiring this goon, and we see now that Falcone obviously knows Mrs. Dent, so I'm thinking that it means that Falcone has hired the goon to kill Mrs. Dent. Why does he want her dead? I don't know. We gotta figure that out. While this is going on, Harvey is becoming Two-Face. He is really going bonkers. And at the same time that he is going crazy, the whole city is pretty positive that he is the holiday killer. Now, I think that the holiday killer is actually framing Harvey. And it's gotten to the point that because Harvey is actually going crazy, he is starting to think that maybe he's the holiday killer. The kill that happens on the 4th of July is the goon that was shooting at Harvey and his wife. And Harvey passes out and actually wakes up beside the goon's dead body along with the holiday baby bottle silencer gun and, you know, the whole MO. Basically what I'm trying to say is it really looks like Harvey killed this goon. Add on the fact that Batman finds 2 more of those holiday baby bottle silenced guns in Harvey's basement. Everyone's pretty certain that Dent is Holiday. I would like the record to show that I do not think that Harvey Dent is the holiday killer. Now, right before I paused the movie to come and check in with you guys, Dent has acid thrown on his face, which means that he has officially become Two-Face now. And what's even worse for Harvey is that when Maroni, the son, not the father, because the father has been killed by the holiday killer. Come on, guys. I know there's a lot of family and gangster affiliation names that we have to follow, but you can do this. Which reminds me, how's this working out? So far, I usually do the conspiracy board. I did a projector one time. How's this working out? This is my first time trying it. Anyway, when Maroni, the son, not the father or the Holy Spirit, throws the acid at Dent's face, he accuses him of being the holiday killer. So now even like the news and like everyone in the city is like, yeah, no, Harvey Dent is the holiday killer. The acid does not kill Harvey Dent. He escapes his hospital room. Batman and everyone else in the town thinks that Harvey Dent is the holiday killer, which means to us, the ones trying to solve this mystery for real, we know that there's no way that he could be the holiday killer, so we need to dig deeper. So what about Mrs. Dent? She is obviously connected to Falcone in some way. And let's not forget that the basement where holiday guns were found is also her basement. And so far, she has acted extremely suspicious this entire mystery, and Falcone tried to have her killed. But is that too obvious? Am I falling for another major red herring just like I did in part 1? So we need to look at other suspects. We did find out who the other escaped villain is from Arkham Asylum. It's the Mad Hatter. He is working with Scarecrow to do a job for Falcone. And, you know, I really don't see what those two have to do with anything else in this movie. So I don't think that the Mad Hatter or Scarecrow for that matter is Holiday. So I guess toss those off the board. We do have another character that has similar parallels to Mrs. Dent, and that is Captain Jim Gordon's wife. Her husband is always working and missing out on key family events. Maybe she's had enough and is like taking out mafia members herself so that her husband can stay home for a night. That doesn't seem very likely, I'll go ahead and say, but it's a possibility. So the question that I'm asking myself now is, do I double down on Mrs. Dent? Or do I try to focus in on a different suspect and try to save myself the embarrassment that I had when I was so sure that it was Alberto? The issue is I cannot think of a single other character in this movie that it could possibly be. It can't be Harvey Dent. Most of the other characters in this movie are dead at this point, and I don't think it is a Batman famous villain like Mad Hatter, Scarecrow, or Joker. So I'm going to have to lock in Mrs. Dent once again. Okay, so I have officially stopped the movie with about 20 minutes left. So this is definitely our last chance to lock in the correct guess if we want to solve this mystery. This is our last chance to become the world's greatest detective. I'm gonna throw out some quick plot points to catch us up to speed, and then we're gonna go right back into suspects and theories. On Falcone's birthday, his sister gets killed by the Holiday Killer. Everyone else in the city is pretty sure that the Holiday Killer is Harvey Dent, who is now Two-Face. But then we see Maroni, the son, not the father, get killed on Labor Day right when Harvey Dent is standing there with Batman. Now that should prove that Harvey Dent is officially not the Holiday Killer. However, Batman has a theory that Harvey hired someone else to look like the Holiday Killer while he was standing there so that way he would have an alibi. I disagree, but you know, he's Batman. Who am I to disagree with him? Then it's Halloween again. Harvey Dent, aka Two-Face, has broken every single villain out of Arkham Asylum, except for Calendar Man. We'll get to that in a second. We see Scarecrow, Poison Ivy, the Penguin, Mad Hatter, Solomon Grundy, Joker, Two-Face. All of them are wreaking havoc in Gotham. And they're going after Falcone. Now, right before I had hit pause to come in here and check in, they had just killed Falcone's daughter. Now, we are all caught up plot-wise. Let's get into what we're really here for, the theories and suspects. I am almost 1002% positive that Harvey Dent, aka Two-Face, is not the Holiday Killer. There is a moment where Batman tells Harvey that he found Holiday guns, you know, the ones that have the little baby bottle silencers, in his basement, and Harvey seems genuinely surprised by that information. Which leads me back to the main suspect that I have had for a while now, which is his wife, Mrs. Dent. We have talked about how I think she connects to Alberto Falcone, and this seems to be even more confirmed after Batman has a conversation with Falcone. Falcone tells Batman that there's a rule in his business. Leave the wives out of it. But Dent doesn't play by those rules. Now, do you remember a while back when I talked about a major theme of these movies being men neglecting their wives and families for business? This is telling us that we are 100% right about that theme. When he says leave the wives out of it, he is insinuating that when they do crimes or killing or feuding, they leave the wives out of it. But I think that it's actually deeper than that. They leave their wives out of everything. The business, their lives, all of it. Dent was neglecting his wife. Gordon is neglecting his family. Batman is neglecting Catwoman. Catwoman is not his wife, but romantic partner. Then we find out that Catwoman is pretty sure that Falcone is her real father and that she has no idea who her mother is. Which means in that scenario, Falcone has neglected a woman who had his child and thus has neglected the child. So when you put this giant theme of neglecting the women in these businessmen's lives in exchange for work or the greater good, whatever, Gordon and Dent are pursuing saving the city. Batman is pursuing saving the city. Falcone is not trying to save the city, but it's more of a work trying to save his money, I guess. But whatever it is, there has to be a payoff to this theme, which means that it makes sense that it has to be one of the women in the film that is the holiday killer. And the only person that makes sense is Mrs. Dent. Now, I know what you're thinking, Chase. We have seen the holiday killer several times now. And he is a giant dude. Mrs. Dent is not shredded like that. And that is a very good point that I don't have an argument or any sort of evidence to fight against. You're 100% right. There is one last thing that we need to talk about before we watch the last 20 minutes of this movie and find out who the holiday killer is. We get a moment where Batman goes and visits Calendar Man once again in Arkham Asylum. Now this is before the giant breakout that happens where all of the criminals leave except for Calendar Man. Calendar Man tells Batman, "Let me walk out of here and the killings will stop." Calendar Man is implying that he knows the identity of Holiday and that he is the only one who can stop them. Now why is that? And why have we gotten a focus on this particular villain, Calendar Man, more than really any of the others that we've run into in this movie, or movies? And why is Calendar Man the only one that they do not let escape from Arkham when everyone else does? This is a major thread of the story that I really have no clue anything about. I feel like it is a missing piece that could help me crack this case. And yet, I cannot think of anything. Because, hear me out, someone who only commits crimes on certain holidays, that sounds exactly like Calendar Man. So that is obviously why Batman and Gordon and the others have gone to visit Calendar Man to see what he knows. Because that is his MO. But if he is not involved whatsoever, how come he knows who it is? It must have something to do with the dates, right? Because that's what he specializes in. So if he has nothing to do with the holiday killer, and yet he knows who the holiday killer is, he must have been able to figure it out due to the calendar. Who commits crimes on holidays? And the only answer I could think of was someone who doesn't already have plans. That's right, baby. I'm doubling down. Mrs. Dent never has plans on any holidays because her husband is too busy working. And since everyone else is so busy working on these holidays except for her, it gives her the prime opportunity to commit these murders. Dude! I nailed it! Do you know how good it feels to solve one of these things? Okay, so my theory about how Harvey Dent's wife was with Alberto Falcone, back in the day until his dad got involved and ended it. That was true. We nailed it. And Mrs. Dent, her first name is Gilda, by the way. Gilda is the holiday killer. She was getting revenge on the Falcone family for ending her relationship and taking away her baby. So, if we look back at this video, I was locking in Alberto for the entire first part. But after he died, I locked in Gilda. And I had Gilda locked in for the entire second movie. So, I think that definitely means that this mystery is put in the solved category. And if you take the two movies, they're an hour and a half each, you put them together, that is 3 hours of total mystery. Alberto died at the halfway point, so I solved Batman The Long Halloween in exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes. Now, don't get me wrong, I do have a few questions, like why whenever we saw Holiday running around, he looked like a jacked dude. And Gilda is like a small lady. So I guess she was wearing like a full body costume or something, and it like makes her taller and wider. Also, I have no clue why Calendar Man was involved at all. Like that whole riddle thing that I did in the last part, I just kind of made that up because I was grasping for straws. And to be completely transparent, I thought I was going to get the mystery wrong. I did not think it was going to be Gilda. And so I was like, well, maybe this is like a Hail Mary pass for Calendar Man. And to follow along that train of thought for a second, the only reason that I suspected Gilda at all in the first place was for like two very distinct reasons. If you don't already know, when I'm solving these shows and films, the mysteries in them, I'm not going about it in like police deduction or like actual like crime solving. I'm using my knowledge of story structure and storytelling. And once I noticed the theme about the leaving the women out of it and the whole families being neglected and torn apart, I figured that the reveal would have to tie into that theme in some way, which led me to one of the female family members, which there was only like 2 of. The second reason that I suspected Gilda is because we meet her almost immediately and she absolutely has a mystery that needs to be solved about her. She makes it very clear that there are unanswered questions about her as a person and her as a character. So once we got a good bit into the story, I realized that there was only 2 different ways for her story arc to conclude. One of which is that she is the holiday killer, but the other is her getting killed and being the final nail in the coffin that makes Harvey Dent Two-Face. Her death finalizing Harvey's descent into madness. And when Harvey becomes Two-Face and Gilda has nothing to do with it, I kinda had my answer. Alright, dope. Thanks for watching.
Where is the Red Hood video? Where's my goddamn Red
So as I'm sure all of you know, the fighting game community is filled with some of the most autistic people on the planet. If you gave the average fighting game player an autism test, I guarantee you a majority would turn out positive. And you know what? Good on them, okay? I'm not an autism hater. We personally love Darius in this household. All right, we are Darius's #1 fans, so shout out to all the Spurgs.
He's super tall, bro, and like it's super intimidating when he has so many bodyguards around him. And he came in, I was so nervous, but when he stuck his hand out and smiled, I felt safe. Just the way he asserted himself, the way he talked, the way he taught me his way of life, the way he was fearless. I understand why there's a lot of men that want to listen to him. He's not Jesus Christ though, so he's not going to be perfect. I know that this guy's an influential man, and when I see this man, I know that God's using him, regardless of how he feels it.
But honestly, it is pretty wholesome to see a group of people that otherwise would maybe be alone or be social rejects, you know, when they find a community where they can hang out and be bros, even if some of them really need a little bit of deodorant. I mean, you know, we all know the Smash player stereotype, but that's okay, you know? That's what the internet's all about. You come together, you're smelly, you find other people that smell, and you guys get along and you get to be a nice little community. But there is a slight downside when the majority of your community is made up of shut-ins or people that don't touch a lot of grass, and sometimes that can lead to some rage or fury because, you know, you're just too invested in fighting games. That's all you've got, so you're gonna throw a tantrum if you lose.
No, I just got biting my face. Oh my god! Holy shit! A marvel! Holy shit!
In other words, there really can only be a select few people at the top. Not everyone is going to be great, and when you get to the lower parts of the fighting game community, you will often come across some players with a very high level of saltiness, also known as Johns. These aren't just people that are a little too invested or get a little too heated in the moment. These are people who are sore losers, they are bad sports, and they make up any excuse possible as to why they lost other than them being a bad player. And the absolute king of being a bad sport, in my humble opinion, is low tier God. Low tier God or Dale is probably the saltiest, funniest, most interesting, and also biggest shit talker in the fighting game community.
Shut your get ass up.
Of all time. And he's literally so funny. I could make a multiple hour-long video if I really wanted to with just clips of him. You wouldn't even need to see my added commentary. Just clips of him and his absolute insanity at video games. He is a literal supervillain, and his favorite pastime is actually going into detail about how he's going to hunt you down, and then when he finds you, what he's going to do to you. That is like a classic low tier God staple. He actually has an entire covenant dedicated to it.
How about I take my motherfucking goddamn covenant, chase you down in the middle of the motherfucking snow, you're running. You see a bunch of us in black cloaks running towards you, see me in a gold cloak. Big, tall, muscular, evil ass motherfucker running at you. First I start off like this, because I don't need my full speed to catch you. Then I see you start to speed up. Then I start speeding. Then I just go, and I just sit my whole covenant, and they're just chasing you, running at you like wolves in black capes. They tackle you.
Low tier God is like the best case example of of how stream mods in like their chat who like, you know, delete messages and try to protect the streamer from people being mean or like delete illegal stuff, right? It's the best example of how stream mods are the modern day equivalent of like some kind of guard protecting a medieval king, because some of the ways that this guy interacts with his chat are so unintentionally fucking funny. Like you would not believe it.
Mods. Crush the skull, thank you.
But I guess you do now because I just showed it to you.
Low tier God also has a bit of a dark side to him. He has some very thrilling childhood stories about supposedly getting molested by his teacher, which honestly could be part of his origin story if what he's saying was a real story and not him just trying to flex. Like this could potentially be why he decided to start his villain arc if this caused some serious problems with him psychologically.
You know, we had our little teacher or whatever like that, and it was her daughter. But of course her daughter was a full-fledged teenager. So every day, this girl would take me in the back of the little nursery room, whatever the fuck room it was, where all the little kids' beds and shit was like that. And she would just start playing with my dick and making me touch all over her boobs and all that kind of shit.
Dude is unintentionally as funny as hell, but probably is dealing with those childhood demons very heavy. And I would generally agree with that. I think he might be dealing with some serious demons. We might need to get him some help, guys, all right? Donate to the Low Tier God Protection Fund, also known as giving me money in a super chat when I stream. Please. Not only that, but he also has some very insightful thoughts about the transgender community, and he decided to advise one particular member of it on a stream, and I think he gave some very thoughtful commentary.
That's exactly why I got this dude blacklisted. He ain't trans, he didn't fucking get his dick slit, he ain't got the balls for that. If you're a real transsexual, cross-dresser, whatever the fuck you want to call it, get your dick slipped. Stop being scary. How you gonna go 50%? If you really about that life, get your dick split like a fucking hot dog, let them tuck it in, make a pussy and a clitoris out of your dick. Scary ass motherfucker. While you sitting here playing Street Fighter, bitch. Playing that shit 24/7. Really be about that life and really get your dick split and turned into a vagina. How the fuck you gonna go halfway? If you really gonna do it, actually get your dick turned into a fucking vagina.
Is this nigga
I don't
serious?
respect niggas to do that. How you gonna want to be a woman, right, but still keep your dick? Nah, you don't get to do that. If you really want to be a chick, get your dick turned into a fucking augmented vag.
Now, the wisdom that Dale imparts on his viewers doesn't stop at the LGBTQ community. Oh no. He has a very wise technique when it comes to urination that honestly, I think we should all be following. I feel like I've been living my life as a lie. I don't really know why I ever thought that there was something before I learned of this information.
I'm a strong believer that toilets are not meant to be pissed in, only urinals. Piss splashes all over the seat. It's disgusting. It's unsanitary for a dude to piss in a toilet. So preferably, I use a bottle. Whenever I have a bottle laying around, that's what I use.
He's so proud of his piss bottle that he actually went on to make an entire song about it, which is awesome.
They try to send for me, take my piss gallon seat. I don't use a toilet day. I piss in my gallon like every day. I don't use toilets, I just have my piss up in that toilet. I don't piss in a fucking commode.
Even the way he types, it's like he's some kind of god talking to his peasants. I can barely get through reading anything he's ever typed without laughing. All you drones commenting, talking about how I'm crying, obviously aren't logical thinkers and clearly are on the lower totem pole of human intelligence, to where you can't decipher a good message when you hear one. I'll be banning you all off my channel as soon as I'm done sculpting my godlike physique. Yes, dude, he's so cool. He actually called me out on stream too, personally.
But
He got
I mean,
me.
to be a guy like this and drop videos on people that are popular when you're a straight up NPC is crazy.
What do you mean? Okay, NPC.
This
I
is
take
the type of
offense to
person
that.
who uses comedic relief to hide the fact that he's ugly.
It's
This is what some
over.
guys do. Some guys they like to use comedy and geeketry to hide the fact that they're swagless and ugly. I understand. I get it.
Okay, I have swag. That's not true. I have swag. I have the flannel. I have the suit. Silent shirt. I probably have something else that's swag somewhere. You're telling me that this stuffed animal that a company offered to make for me, of me, is not swag? You're telling me this isn't swag? Okay, where's your fucking makeshift plushie, low tier god, you fucking poser? Okay, do you have one of these, buddy? I don't think so. I don't see it. Guess you're just not famous enough like me. Guess you just don't make enough money, okay? Listen, bro, tell me what your dream car is. I'll buy it and I'll crash it. And it'll be hilarious. It'll be fire.
I get the lore. Like, I'm just gonna shrug, rock out. I'm just gonna shrug, rock out.
Truly, no one is safe from low tier god, the god of lightning. He does not take any prisoners whatsoever, and personally, I just haven't been the same since this clip. You know, I just wanted his approval. I just wanted him to like me. I even sent him a picture of my own bottle, and he didn't even respond. So yeah, it's looking rough out here, guys. Now, Dale got his first claim to fame when he uploaded a call-out video in 2013 called A Message for Boogie and All of His Wonderful Fans. And even back then, he had that kind of special little something in him that's hard to describe, that sort of pizzazz, that sort of X factor, okay? Like Mozart with music or Kobe with basketball. Dale just had that little twinkle in his eye that let you know that there was really something else going on when it came to his shit talking that made it really fucking good. Even the way he pronounces like buh and boogie, or the way he pronounces in fat. It's just too perfect. There's no one quite like him. It's like he trained his entire life on Xbox Live voice chat for this moment where he could show his skills to the World Wide Web by telling Boogie that he should end his life.
This is a fucking video to some fat fuck on YouTube named Boogie 2988. Now, I'm tired of this fat fuck popping up in all my fucking search engines when I'm looking for a fucking workout video. I don't give a fuck about the aftermath from any of you Boogie fans that feel sorry for this greasy fuck. You fat fucking disgusting ass smelling blob.
And keep in mind here, this is back in 2013, and in 2013, Boogie was seen very differently to how he's seen now. Like, if Low Tier God had posted this video now, it would be like, okay, whatever. But because he did it back then when Boogie was still like the Mr. Rogers of YouTube, this is before he had the whole faking cancer saga or the whole crypto pump and dump thing he did on his fans.
Okay, well, let's not talk about any of it.
No, my dad fucking masturbated in front of me.
I mean, he was seen as a super wholesome figure that loved everyone. Everyone loved him. Like, he could do no wrong,
basically. He was universally loved, and he had a much, much larger fan base than Low Tier God. So what's funny about this video in particular is that although people really like it now, at the time it had so many dislikes because people were like, why are you being mean to Boogie? But now everyone's like, Base, you were being mean to Boogie. That's what I want to see. So after this video got a little bit of attention, Dale was still posting online. He would make fighting game videos. He would stream about fighting games, but he would quickly get a reputation for the insane amount of raging and shit talking he would do online, as I've probably already demonstrated to a decent ability, but some of these other clips are still insane. Like, you can think that one clip is crazy. You can think you've seen it all, but I personally have not gotten tired of seeing low tier God freak out yet. I just haven't. His anger, and more importantly, his excuses for why he lost, really no end.
What's up with the DPs in neutral that ain't fucking EX?
And I'll lose again to fucking A-Trigger.
This robbed me through V-Trigger!
Then lost. Not only does a have V-Trigger, the fucking literally beat me due to lag. Are you not watching this?
I could have easily won, but the fact that I said he was gonna do electroshock and he did it, I just had to give the nigga the W. Just take it, you sorry ass predictable bitch. God damn.
That's the really funny thing about him, though. Like, he does talk all this shit. He definitely has a PhD in insulting and bullying people, but he is actually really bad at the fighting games he plays, and that's part of why he freaks out so much. Not only has he lost to a 14-year-old boy, he also lost to somebody who was playing the game with their mouth.
Embarrassing.
And as you can imagine, he wasn't super pleased about that. To pass the baton of greatness, he wasn't exactly excited. Now, one of the most infamous things that got Dale to really blow up was his beef with another Street Fighter player named Viscant. Basically what happened is Dale played him online and got absolutely bodied. So naturally, Dale took to Twitter to shit talk him. Viscant didn't really like that too much, and a few months later at a local tournament, he would call him out while he was there. And the clip is legendary.
Wherever you are, you're a bitch.
Bitch! Bitch! Come here, bitch! Okay. Look at this.
From there, the two would have what a lot of gamers would refer to as a grudge match, meaning that this was a very personal thing. They hopped on their gaming systems, okay? They played first to 10, and Dale got absolutely pwned, absolutely bodied.
I'm getting too high. And that's it. That's it. And Jay is popping off. He is popping off right now. He is popping off. The shirt's tucked in.
Handshake.
The shirt's tucked in. Why would we shake hands?
We do not shake hands in grudge matches.
Viscant would even beat him in the shit-talking department, while Dale could only get the biggest cope ever, whining about how this is just a video game and how he didn't care and it's whatever.
There's gonna come a point when you forget about what happened, and you're gonna want to come back at me, and you're gonna want to wash the taste of my dick out of your mouth.
Dude, this is a video game beef. There's no personal beef. I just want to let you know that.
It's kind of funny because his insults are so good, but at the same time, he has like the mental maturity of like a middle schooler. He's like, oh, I don't even care. I don't even care. It's just a video game. I don't even care. It was never a big deal to me at all. Oh, he's cheating. Clearly he's cheating. And even if he's not cheating, I wouldn't even care if he was better than me because I like got bigger things to worry about. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. This is probably the most embarrassing possible thing that could ever happen to a fighting game streamer. Like, ever. But to his credit, Low Tier God didn't quit. He did keep chugging. And it did at least serve a sort of ancillary purpose and getting him a good amount of viewers on his channel and on Twitch, because they were like, who is this guy who's like screaming and raging like he seems funny? This popularity would keep growing until he got to 10K subs, at which point he uploaded one of his classic iterations about how he is mentally untouchable.
Motivated, determined, resilient, confident, mentally untouchable.
Now, we have a little black spook roach that goes by the name of typical black coon-ass name. What's this dude's name? I don't know why his parents named him something so stupid. This motherfucker's an infidel. Hold on.
Now, with all that out of the way, probably the most infamous thing that Low Tier God is known for, and also the entire reason you're even clicking on this video, is his own meme that spread around 2021. You know the one. If you don't, you're about to be blessed with it. It's basically the classic clip of him saying that you should love yourself right now because we're all gonna make it.
Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now.
It's good to see that he's, spreading awareness for mental health. I think it's a very serious issue, so I do appreciate him doing that. Obviously, this video spread like wildfire, and it boosted his subs and viewers a massive amount. Even though some people are saying that he had bots following him, which is possible, but I haven't really seen any evidence of that. A lot of you have probably seen just the sheer amount of edits made of him in different scenarios, telling people to buy a rope. It was pretty crazy, and honestly, when I saw that meme blowing up, I thought it was funny. It did restore my faith a little bit in the internet. I was like, all right, that's good to see.
see. I like that. That's wholesome Chungus. It was almost like a mainstream level meme. And from that point on, obviously Low Tier God saw like, well, this meme's blowing up so much, I should play into this a little bit to get some more attention. So he did just that. And it was pretty funny seeing him be at least like semi-self-aware for a few moments where he was like, all right, I'm getting attention on the internet. I can play into this a little bit and help myself, right?
Guys, love yourself. That's all I gotta say. If you look in the mirror and hate yourself, love yourself. Yes, you should love yourself now. Yes, you should. Because I do.
This popularity boost would even somehow get him to be able to go to the Streamer Awards, which is like, really? Do they even know who this guy is? Pokimane on stage with Low Tier God. Like, I don't know who is responsible for this. I don't know if it was Cutie Cinderella or someone else that runs the Streamer Awards. But I mean, imagining Frogan and Low Tier God in the same room is just, it's a beautiful thing in my mind, okay? The crowd even boos him when he gets up there and he gets ass mad on stage about it, which is just perfect. You know, probably how it needed to be. I feel like it would have been too fucked up if like the whole crowd was cheering for him, as funny as I think he is. So you know what, as much as I don't really like the Streamer Awards, I will give this one a chef's kiss, okay? Ooh, it's fantastico, mama's recipe.
Presenting the award for Best Fighting Game, brought to you by Junk Food Arcades, is Low Tier God.
Why do I hear boos? I hear a lot of boos.
But unfortunately, it wouldn't be one of my videos without some allegations. I can't fucking avoid it, okay? I want to do a funny video today. Low Tier God's a funny guy. I was like, okay, he told someone to buy a rope. That's fucking epic. But apparently there has to be something else, because right now he's gotten into some hot water for a sort of a domestic situation, The least interesting of these are allegations that he could have potentially groomed a girl when she was 17. There is a decent amount of sort of circumstantial evidence that this is the case. It seems like he probably did start dating her when she was 17, or at least he knew her when she was 17, but it's hard to exactly tell what's going on here. Honestly, I would just like to go a single fucking video where there isn't some kind of allegations of some like gooning, like just one. Like, I'm begging you guys. Now, when confronted with any of this stuff, Low Tier God basically went into the, you know, mature, adult, sort of responsible kind of way to handle things. And the way he handled that was by saying, ban everyone now.
New fucking year, same shit. We banning everybody tonight. I don't know.
Now, the other claim, which there's a lot of research into, is for the idea that he is a deadbeat father who has a daughter that he's been paying child support for but wants nothing to do with. Someone on Twitter, X, made a thread showing some legal documents. And they're also able to show that he apparently had a domestic violence restraining order filed against him in 2005, as well as a felony charge for stolen property. Now, Low Tier God would then respond to this by saying if they did show up, he would have a gun ready, which is fitting. I guess, it makes sense that he would say that, you know. That's in character.
Not agree that you were a product of casual sex, my nigga. And I would have had the tool tucked just in case. Is there an issue? Wait, hold on, you're pulling a gun on me? Absolutely, bruh. Get the fuck off my doorstep. I did not agree to have you.
So all these allegations dropped, and people have been absolutely ripping into Dale. Like, they're not only talking about this stuff, but also the sort of trolls that want to see him rage are absolutely trolling the fuck out of him, to the point where allegedly someone got into his bank account, found his credit score, and showed that he could be $121,000 in debt, which is just absolutely brutal. Like, that is crazy. Even a lot of his longtime viewers who are seeing this stuff happening are sending him videos to open on stream that are supposedly his daughter that he's accidentally played on live and then freaked the fuck out over.
Why did you send a picture of a kid? Ban this out the cord.
And as of a few days ago, apparently his own baby mama that he had his child with, she decided to do a YouTube interview and spoke about the situation, essentially just saying not to post pictures of their daughter and for the trolls to only target Dale. She was like, don't mess with my daughter, but hey, when it comes to Dale, fuck that bro, fuck that guy. He ain't even good at Street Fighter.
I don't know how to answer that. It was just different. You know, things were a little bit more kind of light throughout when we were getting to know each other, but once I was pregnant and I told him, it got serious.
And it's kind of interesting to see this happening because Low Tier God was actually kind of on a redemption arc in the past few years, despite the fact that he doxed June the King after June just made a video about him and like harassed and stalked him for weeks, despite the fact that he's clearly an oversensitive crybaby. Just based on the fact that he's so funny, people were willing to kind of forgive that, or at least, you know, they didn't know about it for a decent period of time. He had that big KYS meme blow up that really helped him, and he was really on like a big streak recently, but unfortunately, you know, with this stuff in his past, it's just not shaken out too well for him. So, you know, ultimately we'll have to see how it goes. I still think Low Tier God is one of the funniest e-celeb guys out there. Some of the clips of him going into extremely specific detail about the things he'll do to his viewers' corpses is, I think he's serious is the problem, but it's still funny. But I think he might be serious about his fantasies.
You busted the best nuts of your life because you didn't realize that the Saturn stick could do that. You're just twitching, fucked up, right?
But the problem is, if you look into who he is as a person, he's not a very good guy, you know? Which, if you don't really care about that, I guess you can watch him anyway because he is funny. But if you do care, obviously you're not going to really like him too much. Throughout his entire career and his personal life, it seems like his sort of mission objective has been just to never take personal accountability for anything he's done. And I don't mean this in like the internet, like accountability sense of like, he needs to be held accountable. I mean it in like the sense of being a deadbeat dad, you know? Probably shouldn't be that, I think. It's probably a bad thing, probably. But you know what? He's still streaming to this day, so whatever happens, at least we'll keep getting some funny, epic clips of him, and I will get to make videos about it. Bye. Like, this kid is just filming his entire life. He's filming situations that should be, you know, kind of teaching him not to be this way. And he's just filming it all for YouTube. Everything is content to him. He is a iPad kid clout demon, okay? All right, chat. With that being said, it's time to get into the Jack Doherty stuff, all right? So obviously he's in the news right now. He's in the news right now, but there's a little more to the story beneath the surface that I feel like most people aren't acknowledging. You know, you're not going to get this from a critical video, okay? You're not going to get this from one of his videos. You only get this from one of my videos or streams, which eventually I might turn this information into a video. But for now, I'm going to show you guys, you know, I had some time this afternoon after my stuff, and I thought I'll put a little more effort into this stream by copying and pasting some links on.
I like that we're getting our notes from this guy, by the way, in terms of who we need to ban. Didn't this guy literally used to have like a straight up Nazi program?
He's such a victim, dude. Could it be that people don't like me because I am an unlikable person?
They don't sleep good at night knowing that I'm downloading every Facebook comment that you've made, Dan. All of your
Hey folks, Jackto here.
Why is this game like an open world game, dude? I don't understand what's going on.
Dude.
Why is Fob in here?
Wait. I have a poster of Bussin Limberlake. Bussin Lumber Lake instead of Justin Timberlake. Dude, it's Bussin.
It's Bussin, dude. I can hear you tip-a-tapping, dude.
Oh, look. It's Stiffback Steve.
Why are you going there, dude? Why
You just
are you
come
going
from the
there?
library, Steve.
Stop it. Why are you saying that?
You
I got a
exercising
Hawaiian
that brain
shirt.
muscle in your skull.
Stop it. What is this? Why are you throwing fire at me?
You're socially awkward, Steve.
What are you doing?
What?
What? I don't like this.
Are you intimidated by Fustet's first impression of Steve?
Dude, she's hot.
Is she?
That's why I don't know how to
Stop
talk
looking
to
at
speak
me.
to women, dude.
I'm ready for action. I am the cryptid hunter, right? So.
Ooh. Hey, oi, mate. Come
Yeah,
here.
what? What?
Here you go. Look at that.
Ooh, nice. Good spot.
Yeah.
Good spot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hunting shotgun. It's a simple 12-gauge pump-action shotgun used for bird hunting. Can I
Bird
take all
hunting.
of them?
You got ammo. Oh, you dual wielded. You got ammo to the left. All right, sorry.
Wait, why is there a cup of coffee in here?
I can't count.
I'm taking... Oh my god!
What?
No, no, please, take more, Buckshot.
Take off? There you go.
Right, I'm just going to log on to Discord real quick and find the latest... What's it called? Case. Right, so MC64 is $20,000. Bounties? Sure, let's just click one of those two. That's another 15. We'll select the bounty 2.
Oh my god.
Right. Where have you gone?
I'm just struggling over here, dude. I'm trying to drop some guns.
Come on. I'm going to try and drop some knowledge. Get over here quick.
wait. Still don't stress me.
Oh my god, look at this, quick. Oh my god, you're missing it. There's like a whole video. Oh, you've missed it.
Are you stressing me?
Oh, wow, that's so cool.
Why are you saying that?
Oh my goodness, look at this.
I'm just taking one. Oh, I have pistols here for you. Where are you? Oh. I'm hiding behind the screens.
You look so ready, Steve. Right, come on, let's go. Payment is 12,000. Wait, I don't think this is 12,000. What happened to the 20,000 that we were... Okay, maybe that's bounties. Hold on. Wait, hold please. There we go.
Holding.
Right, here we go. That's more like it. Missing campers. So we got missing campers, 4 missing. There's camp in the middle. So this isn't our first rodeo, okay? We know what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, but we've been hunting Bigfoot before, haven't we?
Yep. Antlers protruding from his head.
Can you talk a little bit louder so I hear you from back here? I'm just getting ammo.
No. I can't scream.
No?
Mimicking different animals. Creature seems to be bipedal. 8 feet tall. Campers have gone missing. It's stalking them. Okay, so I think that's... Where have you gone?
Just getting ammo. Where are you? Oh my god, we actually brought everything, but we have everything with us, right?
Yeah, look our little setup that we've got. Oh, we got to get all our stuff again. Oh, please tell me no. Oh, we got to get all our stuff again.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. Right, keep that. Let's just go around picking one of each up, I guess. Shotgun, pistol.
Right.
He's mimicking.
Oh, that's what... Super special.
Right. He's mimicking.
Oh, that's what he...
shouldn't get capital punishment. And that's one of the things that I think, like, in terms of like that I have always found fascinating about you, and that there was actually a great video by Timba Toast on how you vacillate between different political ideas as a way of like maintaining a certain brand.
What is the brand?
Well, I don't not exactly sure what you think the brand is, but
here's the challenge. Here's the challenge. You know, if I post a joke on X that is like over the top, for instance, I tweeted Kamala Harris is like Hitler and Stalin times 200, and she's gonna start 800 wars. That was actually written about in various liberal outlets as if it was a fact statement. And so I'm sitting here being like, can they not tell? Well, there's Poe's law. I get it. Sometimes they don't. But the issue at hand right now is just semantics. So instead of saying like, well,
dude, we're in the communication business. Like, our words are important. Now, listen,
I'm about to pull out it was a joke defense. Very, very ineffective, I think.
Certainly understand people misinterpreting a tweet. Believe me, I've been there.
I will just say this for the sake of clarity. Right now, regardless of my opinions on law, should the law be that someone will receive the death penalty, then they should receive it. I oppose it.
But it doesn't necessarily, the treason, the punishment for treason is not necessarily the death penalty any more than it is with murder.
All right, so let's just try and...
Why would you ever say, if you're against death penalty...
This is, once again, misconception I'm trying to get past, so let me explain.
Okay.
In the circumstance where someone has committed a death-worthy trespass, I oppose the death penalty. I would advocate against it. We recently had a big case where there were 2 instances where people were put to death. One guy, the family even said it shouldn't happen. They had cut a deal with the prosecutor. It still happened. And that was, I believe it was, who was that? That was Missouri. And a lot of the people who watch my show were quite outraged that a family would say no. But the issue at hand is I don't assert myself over the rest of the country in law, which means if the mechanism of the courts is as such, that's what should happen. I will fight against it. That's the semantic misunderstanding.
Oh,
So
all right.
let's just put it like this.
Because you were so offended. I mean, the reason why I thought I was here was because you were so offended that I said you were against the death penalty.
You said I was for it.
And I got confused when you said someone should get the death penalty
Under a mechanism
for
of
treason.
law that I oppose.
Well, you never said those words.
But that was the whole conversation.
No, actually, it wasn't.
Literally was.
We could play it.
But I mean, look, how about we just, instead of going back and forth and saying it was this show where these things were said,
I don't think he understands what opposing a law means. Like, you can't say you oppose the death penalty, but if that's currently the law, then you're on board with it. Like, then it should happen. That means you're not in opposition to the death penalty. I oppose capital punishment, which is why I will always say I oppose capital punishment. I'll even offer coverage to instances where capital punishment is occurring. Like specifically the case in Missouri or the one in Texas where like people with a lot of evidence as to their innocence are still executed by the state. Like that is what opposition to the death penalty or opposition to capital punishment looks like. You know, the one in Texas was stayed. Well, the other one wasn't, but regardless, even if someone is guilty, I still oppose capital punishment for the record. Like, regardless of whether there is enough information, enough evidence readily available of their innocence. I just genuinely oppose the death penalty in general. I don't think it's appropriate.
we lay it out on the table. There it is.
Okay, there.
Death penalty should be opposed.
We agree on that.
The government is a failed arbiter of who should live or die. This mechanism doesn't work at an institutional level.
I don't know that anybody is.
It makes it seem like he's opposing the death penalty now, specifically for treason, because he may or may not have, accidentally committed treason in terms of being directly financed and changing. Being directly financed by a foreign adversary government
is a arbiter of who should live or die. But yes,
excuse me. There is some context that is more challenging, such as if a man pointed a weapon at your children, would you decide that he should die?
I mean, if someone pointed a weapon at my children, I would attempt to do whatever I needed to do to stop them. But that's different
Up to and
than
including lethal force.
I mean, if that's what it took, of course.
So that is you making the decision that you will take action which may lead to the death of an individual.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would suffer the consequences, but I don't believe in general that that in capital punishment. I mean, that's not capital punishment. That's
I agree. I'm just saying
self-defense or
in certain circumstances, a person will decide someone may be about to die. And there's other issues, of course, like whether to render medical aid is a different circumstance. If someone is already dying, then there's if someone is in peril but you can't save them. But in terms of a human being making an active decision to end someone's life, there are many circumstances where someone will decide that they are the arbiter of that decision. Police officers do it every day. Soldiers do it every day. And often regular people. We have the Penny trial in New York right now where they've got the trial going on for the Daniel Penny in New York where he put that guy in the chokehold. And the guy died. He made that decision at that point.
He killed the guy.
He did. And he made that decision for whatever reason. I am going to apply this technique to this man, may result in death. So at a certain point, someone makes that choice. The question then is, do we agree that the choice was necessary or that they were backed into a corner? And that's a difficult decision. So I would just put it this way. I think in a perfect world...
This has nothing to do with capital punishment, though.
It's about whether someone chooses someone else should die.
Right, but that has nothing to do with capital punishment.
They share
capital punishment is
they
definitionally
someone choosing to die.
a punishment that is put out by the government as opposed to an individual's decision as to whether or not they're going to apply lethal force to somebody. It has nothing to do with it. You would never say
they're literally
that Penny provided capital punishment to that guy on the subway because
anyone's making that argument.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with capital punishment.
Just in the sense that someone's making a decision over someone's death. And the question being, in the case of self-defense, I agree there are circumstances. And in the case of capital punishment, I agree there are no circumstances.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a reality where the government has successfully subdued an individual who they are no longer a threat, and then they just decide 20 years later, now let's kill the person. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I do not believe that we should have capital punishment. I do not believe in the death penalty.
How do we stop it?
Well, I mean, there have been times in the past where we've come close, I think. Sadly, I think because of all of the ginned up stuff about crime in this country over the past couple of years.
Yes, talk about the crime hysteria. Crime hysteria. Crime panic, crime hysteria time. Let's do it.
I think we're moving in the wrong direction. I think the Democrats actually took it out of their platform this year that they're against the capital punishment. It is a problem. There is a cost associated with the attempts to scare people about crime in this country, and that's one of the costs, that we move further away from some type of positive public policy.
4% of death row inmates are likely innocent. And that means at an institutional level, people in this country accept 4 in 100 people.
Wait, what? Like, is he? I'm confused as to what Tim is arguing for here. I'm not going to lie, because it's like you're arguing against capital punishment, but then you're tying it back to like how it might be appropriate under certain circumstances because like self-defense exists. And it's like, if you think 4%, if you think the percentage of 4% in a legal structure where like innocent people are executed by the state is unconscionable, I don't even know what the percentage of like self-defense instances that actually end up shooting someone that had no business being shot at all, but simply because of castle doctrine, the person got away with it under our current legal system. That number has to be higher than 4%, like significantly higher than 4%. So innocent executions in the heat of the moment are significantly fucking higher. Like executing an innocent person because you were fearful of them is significantly higher. There's a shit ton of manslaughter cases specifically surrounding that. So you should be against that too, I guess, if that's your principle.
Will be murdered by the state, unjustly killed for a sense of security. I reject that outright.
Yeah, I mean, I think both in terms of efficacy, but even in terms of, I think if you feel that there is a situation wherein, without a threat to anybody, right? I mean, these people are all in jail, that there is a justification to kill someone in cold blood, then I think it just becomes a negotiation as to when it's not.
You know what really gets me too is what I hear from a lot of people is, what about when you've seen on video they're harming a child or they're doing something? And it's funny because in a circumstance where an individual literally witnesses a crime happening, it's easy to say, sure, we can, like if you're out in public and you see someone committing an egregious crime that is going to cause great bodily harm or death. But why does that justify an institutional, national level mechanism by which the government can decide that someone dies? I think it comes down to 12 people walk into a room, someone they've never met before points to a person they've never met, and they say, trust me, kill him. And these people are like, well, I guess. I think that's insanity.
No, I agree. Yeah. I mean, you brought up the Penny thing, and I think that's why it's even that much more egregious, in my opinion, his killing of that man, because I don't believe in that situation there was any type of threat that justified holding this guy in a chokehold for that many minutes at all, frankly, for that matter.
What do you think, the penalty should be? Like, do you think, they're charging him, I think, with negligent? Is it negligent homicide? I'm not sure.
At the very least, I would imagine manslaughter. But you know, generally, as a rule, I don't really parse out court cases. I mean, you know, if there's a charge, as a matter of public policy, there are instances where I think that people should be charged.
They're having a conversation around capital punishment in a way where Tim Pool is agreeing with him on principle, but also simultaneously still making it seem like he's disagreeing with him. And that's why it's confusing and it makes no sense. I'm going to skip this.
There are people, I mean, and it put then and again,
when do they move on to some other shit?
The guy is physically assaulted. Got we knew, yeah, in 2019. You know, stuff happened.
Because I suspect that like they will then move into like crime panic.
Happens in the subway all the time.
New York's been getting pretty wild. I suppose it's relative to the amount of crime, but
been getting wild in what way?
There were, I think, last year, like 25 people were pushed in front of trains.
I mean, I can tell you that crime in New York City is, I mean, down still around historic lows.
Yeah. New York City has one of the most robust, the most robust public transit structure in the United States of America. It's obviously still significantly lower than like our European counterparts or, you know, places like Japan, places like China. But the daily commuter traffic is massive, right? So 25 people being pushed in front of trains is a statistic that comes across as very like emotional and very, you know, it freaks out people. You're like, what the fuck? That's crazy. That's an unacceptable amount of murder. It's like, yeah, of course it is. A single murder is unacceptable. But you have to analyze that within the framework of millions of people commuting every single day. Okay? So when you look at the statistics like that, when you look at the actual statistics, it is such a tiny margin. It is such a tiny margin of people that completely dismantling the public transit structure in an effort to combat this would be absolutely ridiculous. So you still have to look at the actual rates of crime in general. You cannot. This is part of the problem with the media as well and the coverage of this kind of stuff, where the media loves feeding into the crime panic in general, and it personally creates this environment where a lot of people are making false assumptions about the reality. Is Unc gonna hang out for sushi? I told him jokingly, I was like, I jokingly asked him that like a week prior to this, and he's like, I'm not eating anything over there. That's what he said.
I'm old, so I remember New York in the late 80s. And I mean, it's like
3 years ago. Sorry, I was wrong. Yeah, it was in 2022. I think it was.
Oh, well, I mean, listen, during COVID, we had a once in a lifetime event, hopefully, knock on wood. And a lot of things got messed up, but crime is back down. You know, the only crime that has gone up, which is fascinating, and for all of the BS that we heard over the past couple of years about, you know, shoplifting and smash and grab and all that, do you know what the one major crime that is up? Which one? The most statistically? It's actually shoplifting. Shoplifting went up in 2023, and it is now because it went down during COVID. So as much as we heard, because and I know you've talked about this quite a bit, and I think it's been misrepresented in a lot of respects. That
no, I don't think Sam is right on this data, by the way, because overall shoplifting and theft went up in accordance to foot traffic going up. Like the rate was a little bit higher than what it, like if it was rate adjusted, it would maybe outperform, because when foot traffic goes up, when more people are shopping, there's going to be more people shoplifting, right? The The one data point that actually went up was homicides, and that was a brief blip.
All of the shoplifting was up and people are gone mayhem. It's crazy. It was actually below where it was in 2019. And it is now back up to where it was in 2019.
I think,
and because COVID was, screwed up with our society so much. But again, you ask me.
Another aspect of this also is a calculated decision made by the grocery stores themselves, like these chains. The calculated decision to make self-checkout readily accessible, readily available, in an effort to reduce the number of people working the cash registers, in an effort to reduce the number of people that are employed by the grocery store. They know that this will increase shrink. They know that this will cause people to steal stuff, okay? Because when he's saying shoplifting, he's not specifically just talking about like people going in and doing smash and grabs, right? What you see in the media. Because those smash and grabs, while they can be publicized heavily, are not going to make up for billions of dollars. Actually, the people that are stealing are people like you. It's the people that are complaining about shoplifting that every now and then yoink a fucking Snickers bar at the self-checkout and go, yeah, one for me, one for the store type shit, right? Like, that is what is contributing to the overall shrink. And companies know that. They know that if you have self-checkout, people are going to steal some shit. Except the cost for them to employ cashiers and with all their benefits and with all the workplace compensation and all of the other stuff that they have to offer people that they hire, the profit margins still remain high when they automate that process, even if people steal shit. Okay? Just so you understand. So this is something that every grocery store corporate executive knows. This is a reality that they know because they've made this calculation.
Like straight up.
And what's really interesting about it is that while I can comprehend this by thinking about this logically, and yet
like there's no
brilliant
stealing
minds
shit
in the
unless you're
media
just gonna
have
go in there
never really
and fucking
addressed that at all.
Steal shit. Like unmasked.
It's
like, there's no
really
hiding it.
interesting.
Like you can't just like there's cameras
is what
everywhere.
increases shrink.
And then like at the self-checkout, there's fucking the employees. There's always employees at the fucking
across the board. It's not just happening in like
at,
Oakland,
yeah,
or it's not just happening in
well, I'm not sure.
like
There's always employees at the
neighborhoods where
self-checkout.
grocery stores are closing. It's happening all across the board.
All right. Anyways,
and they know that it's happening all across the board, and they've built that additional shrink into their profit margins. They know that it's going to happen, but it's still significantly cheaper for them to cut their workforce and allow people to steal some,
Why are we going the wrong direction with capital punishment? I would say it is the absolute BS that has been shoveled. I don't watch your show enough to know, although I've seen people on here who, when Emma was on, who promote this idea that there was like this explosion of crime. And in fact, what ends up happening is that, yes, during COVID, there was a spike. And now we're back down. And the only thing that is back at 2019 levels is actually shoplifting, because it had gone down and it's gone back up because we're back to normal.
So I'm trying to pull up the Marshall Project. This is a good one.
What?
So we had these. This was the story that happened, and this is what's a cause for contention. The FBI released crime data showing that crime had gone down, and during the presidential debates, David Muir fact-checked Donald Trump, saying actually crime is down. However, recently the FBI released new crime data showing that actually it was up. It was up, I believe, 4.5.
Wait, what?
This will be the first time
I'm having some issues here. Okay. Oh, Sam's gonna cook him on this.
When? What year?
The year prior, 2021.
That it was up.
Yeah. So the latest data that we
dude, what are you talking about? Crime is down from 2023 to 2024. That's just the truth. David Muir is correct in correcting Donald Trump. You can't just like go back and be like, well, FBI found out that the crime was actually up. Yeah. Yeah, it was up in 2021. Okay. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like, there's a presidential election happening, which could have clued you in on what year it is, considering that that was in the process of a presidential debate.
But we knew. No, it was actually 2022. We knew. We knew. Yeah, it was 2020.
I'm sorry, the increase from 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, during COVID. In the wake of COVID, 2022 was up because the data reporting was not complete. But if you look at 2023 data, which is now they have got enough of the police departments online that 94 point, I don't know, something of the country is covered, you will find that crime is down in 2023.
So do you think, I think one of the issues
we had a rise because of COVID, and now it's dropping back down. But again, let's also be clear on this. If you compare 1990 crime with today, it's basically like this. It's just straight down on that.
You want to know something interesting? You know what one of the biggest factors in the decline in murder is? Cell phones. So back in the day, in the 90s, if somebody got stabbed, somebody had to run to a payphone to try and call 911, and that created a massive gap between first response and medical treatment. And so around the time cell phones came out, you see a massive drop in murder charges and homicides. People immediately started thinking like, wow, crime is down.
I'm just
it's like, well,
realizing
no, look at the crime data. It is down, it is going down,
know.
but it's not the same. There's a decline in crime and a sharp decline in murder because now people were instantly calling 911 and first responders were
I
arriving.
like the guy, but
so that's
okay. But also the other part was, that's interesting. Crime has been going down. I mean, you know, there's a lot of theories about it. I happen to think it's a function of lead, to be honest with you. Lead and gasoline and lead regulation is another example of strong government regulation bringing about benefits that we couldn't even imagine.
I agree. What do you think? I don't understand the mechanism by which lead made crime happen. I saw the reports, though, where
I mean, lead is a neurotoxin, and if you have brain damage, you're more likely to be.
That is the sad state of affairs, is that, like, yes, a big chunk of our Gen Xers are just straightforwardly brain damaged. It's kind of a wild reality to reckon with, but yeah, a lot of our boomers, but specifically Gen X, is the lead generation, is the lead poison generation. And yeah, it is perhaps one of the major reasons as to why they are so incredibly violent. Yeah. This is probably one of the most resilient theories I've ever seen on the matter, in terms of like why there was such historic highs in crime, and how we have basically reached historic lows in crime. Like, the lead theory is like I don't think it's like a crazy conspiracy, is what I'm saying. I don't, you know.
Maybe violent or antisocial.
That's crazy. Like in the 70s, when we had leaded gasoline and it's just pumping out of all these cars, people are effectively having some kind of effect on their brain that
it aggregates. And so if you are living in areas that had a lot of lead paint, hadn't been remediated, and on top of that, you're getting gasoline that's in the air, or I should say lead that is, in the air because of gas, that accumulates in your brain, and it creates neurotoxin. That's why we have that problem in Flint, Michigan,
right,
with the lead poisoning. We have a lot of children, who have special needs, and there is data. I mean, this is, it's very difficult to assess this stuff, but there's data that shows that about 20 years after lead gasoline is outlawed, or lead in gasoline is outlawed, you see a precipitous drop in crime that's happened both internationally and in this country.
What do you think about phthalates? Are you familiar?
No.
So plastic chemicals leaching into our food.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Even these cans. So I'm gonna give a shout out to Liquid Death. They'll get mad at me, I guess. So Liquid Death is water in cans, and it says death to plastic. But every single aluminum can is lined with plastic, so it's all leaching into our even these spindrifts. They say they're endocrine disruptors, so they're affecting people's hormone regulation, hormone balance. This could lead to depending on the study, hormone imbalance could lead to like emotional disturbances or dissociative.
This part I don't understand because I love drinking just cans. I love slamming Diet Cokes all day, every day. And I also happen to pay close attention to my testosterone levels. Like I have a pretty healthy, relatively balanced diet on top of that. And I just don't know. Like, I feel like if there was someone who would get hit with the microplastics, make you gay shit, which is what like his underlying theory is here, like I'd be the number one person who is homified, you know? Because I'm not even at this point. I'm mostly macroplastic. I've moved beyond microplastic.
Or like identity issues.
This is one of the reasons why, I mean, since we are a couple of days away from an election,
I'm such a soda
why
boy.
I think it's so important to make sure that Donald Trump is not in a position to appoint any more Supreme Court justices. I mean, the damage has been done, but you know, it could be rectified, because one of the things that the Supreme Court has done in its assault on what is known as the Chevron doctrine, and deference, is it will over time inhibit the ability of something like the EPA or the USDA or the FDA from assessing in real time that there is a problem with certain products that is poisoning our environment or poisoning our people, and it will inhibit their ability to address it, because we don't know in the future, and certainly if you know what chemicals, you know, we discovered this over time, right? We didn't know this when plastics are fantastic, and then we start to realize there's these PFAS, there's these things that you mentioned. Maybe in the context of fracking, there are certain things leaching into water, but you probably know that you can't just there's no, I test water and then all the bad stuff comes back on the test sheet. You must look for specific things. Well, what this Supreme Court has done is inhibited, and this actually is even a problem for investors like the SEC and other agencies. They have inhibited the ability of these agencies to do their work as scientists, as financial regulators, find problems that exist that were not contemplated by Congress and act upon them. Because Congress doesn't have the ability, you know, to act on every single or anticipate every single substance that may be a problem for people, or
high fructose corn syrup.
I mean, that's also a problem. That was under the Nixon administration. They decided they wanted to increase the amount of money that expendable money that people had. So they decided to subsidize corn and you know, make all the food cheaper. But
isn't it weird how the high fructose corn syrup things happens? They subsidize corn, so then these researchers are like, corn's so cheap now because it's being paid for by the government, by taxpayers, that we can produce. It's actually difficult to make high fructose corn syrup. It's more expensive than sugar, but the government subsidy has resulted in
100%. It's also the filler in all our foods.
Yeah. I was reading something recently that said that the high colon cancer rate among young people is due to emulsifiers. They're using
This looks like Temple receiving an entry-level college class. Yeah. It is not as contentious as I thought it was going to be. I mean, I still appreciate it. Like, I think it's good for Tim Pool's audience to have like a better. Wait for it. Okay. All I'm saying is it's good for Tim Pool's audience to get an introduction to someone like Samuel Cedar in a non-adversarial setting like this, because they'll learn some shit, hopefully.
Gellan gum and guar gum and these things in dairy products. So, or not even just dairy products, but like to make it seem like it's fatty. And so you're actually just eating this like gum stuff that gunks up your insides. I don't know how you appropriately regulate or deal with things like that, because it's like you're saying, we don't know what it's going to do until we have all this data and research for a long period of time.
I mean, we could regulate against it. Like, I wasn't quite a
Tim is like, look at us. Isn't this world crazy? Yeah, he is doing that.
fan of Michael Bloomberg, but one of the things he did was, I think it was during the Bloomberg administration, there were like polysaturated fats, I think it was, that were outlawed in New York City. I think that's become the norm around the country. Even you couldn't buy a 40-ounce soda.
That was kind of weird.
Not really, because it's the same principle, right? I mean, the fact is that like, and the pushback from conservatives in this was so ridiculous, because like, look, I can't go buy a pony version of like a beer. Like, I don't want a 12-ounce beer.
It's not illegal.
I want but I can't. It's not available to me. I mean, the size distribution, what difference does it make? Like, at the end of the day.
Right, well, that's true, because people just bought 2 sodas.
It is.
Speak for yourself, brother. You better not be advocating to make my beer gay. I want multiple beers. I need to slam them back.
Yeah, I mean, if you buy 2 sodas, at least you're trying to basically, you're not. You're not outlawing sodas or whatnot, but you're trying to encourage less cost, essentially, for society, right? Because more people get diabetes, that ends up costing society more. I mean, so there's a lot of value to regulation. Look, we saw this in the context of light bulbs. The light technology we have in here, right? All these LEDs. It's a lot cooler in here than it would be if we had the old-timey lights.
Oh, they'd burn out too.
The LEDs don't. They're cheaper. It took a couple of years before you got the technology was better. But maybe you remember this, but the outrage by conservatives over the light bulbs, and we hear Trump talk about this too with the toilets and whatnot. Incidentally, I'm very sorry. You have a very fancy toilet. And you have a very fancy toilet.
Oh my God, he dumped in there. He dumped it. Yo, that's crazy. He did not just dump. He did not dump in Tim Pool. That is an act of resistance right there.
Just.
Well, it wouldn't flush.
You got to, because it's a fancy toilet. It's trying to save water. We try, man. So
no, I appreciate that.
You end up having to press it several times, and then
it didn't work for me.
Should we just get the regular one? The regular?
I don't know what you should do, but maybe I would call the authorities, because
Well, I mean, but that's kind of an issue.
That's insane. That is an insane thing to say. He's like, you should call the authorities because I left a big one in there.
You're right. We have
That's some shit I would say. It's funny hearing Sam Cedar say that.
This like high-end eco toilet. It will.
Well, it's a bidet, and it's fantastic. I really enjoyed that part of it. It's just,
yeah, bidets are the
but
best.
it won't flush.
It didn't flush.
Yeah, people keep asking, like, I don't understand. I'm like, you got to press it like 3 times because it has like a sensor.
I pressed it like 5.
So I mean, this kind of feels like an example. So we agree. We want to reduce excess waste. We want to reduce overuse. Waste in general. Like, we don't want to produce waste. We want to not waste things like fresh water. But now we have a toilet that requires 5 flushes because we tried doing the right thing.
Well, I mean, look, you just bought the wrong toilet. I mean,
one downstairs didn't have the problem.
I have low flow. You can find low flow, manual toilets. I mean, that's a high end toilet.
This conversation is getting derailed.
But, I mean, the bottom line is all of these. There are definitely regulations. Nobody's forcing you to buy that toilet, but there are definitely regulations that we find over time are not as effective as we thought. But the bottom line is all of this deregulation that we're seeing is a function of largely of, well, certainly of conservatives, but largely a function of the Republican Party. And now we see, for me, Kamala Harris would not be the first person that I would vote for. But in terms of the Supreme Court, that alone is enough for me.
How do we balance?
And federal courts, I would say, too, broadly. I mean,
how do we balance this? Right. So there's a push and pull between private and public. There are, I've never been a laissez-faire libertarian guy. I've never heard a good argument from a libertarian about how you protect water. I've often brought up the Clean Water Restoration Act. Are you familiar?
A little bit.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. It's just I think it was the 70s. I'm not sure if it was the Cuyahoga River.
It was the Cuyahoga River in Ohio that was on fire, and that's where we got the EPA from.
Right. And people were like, why is this? And what ends up happening is all of these corporations say, don't look at me. I only did a little bit. And it's like, well, yeah, but literally everybody doing a little bit is an avalanche.
Yes, of course.
And I've never heard a good answer for how you deal with something like that. Just claiming someone owns the river changes nothing.
No, of course it doesn't. I mean, I've had many, many debates. People can.
So what we've learned so far is that Tim Pool is, one, a steady opponent, a steady opponent of capital punishment, and two, is an environmentalist. 39 minutes in, and the entire conversation has been Tim Pool agreeing with Sam that capital punishment is unconscionable, and that, two, we really have to do climate change initiatives. We really should not have gutted the EPA. It seems like Tim Pool is voting for maybe not even Kamala Harris out of the anger that he has towards Kamala Harris's lackluster approach to climate change initiatives. Is that what's going on? Am I hearing this correctly? This seems very different than the Trump will win every state by a landslide Tim Pool from 2020. Tim Pool is a PSL pilled, it seems.
Can look on my channel for my debates with libertarians, and at one point it all just turns into ridiculous mush with libertarians. And look, there's the idea that you are either pro-regulation or anti-regulation. To be anti-regulation is, in my estimation, absurd. But that doesn't mean that you don't look at each regulation and make an assessment as to whether it's functioning or not. There's a lot of local regulations that I think are unhelpful at times. I'm sure on a federal level there are some regulations that are unhelpful. But the bottom line is, fundamentally,
this kind of stuff annoys me though, because it's like guys like this who are otherwise like amoral, who are otherwise like valueless, can so quickly behave like a chameleon in any sort of conversation, you know, and they can suit, they can basically change their entire worldview just for the sake of that conversation, and then just go back to the regular bullshit. And I don't know. I find it a little bit aggravating. I find it a little bit annoying. There are a lot of people who are there are a lot of people I see, like Tim Pool is a propagandist for sure. Obviously he's a right-wing guy, but there's even people in like the debate space, for example, that will, that are very clearly not motivated by empathy and don't have, a world view that revolves around like doing no harm or minimizing harm, anything like that. And they can just like, in these, depending on who their opponent is, they can turn around and just, argue on the exact opposite sides of a position. They're like debate mercenaries, basically. And I don't think their audiences punish them enough for it anyway. Like, I don't think people will punish. That's why D is on his pro-Palestine arc right now and debating Zionists and blaming you for affecting the movement for worse. I like that his entire worldview is just motivated by whatever, like being at odds with me, no matter what it is. Yeah, he's the true advocate for the Palestinian cause after advocating to genocide them and continuing to defend that genocide for a year of said genocide. And now he's going to be the true champion of the pro-Palestinian cause. And be like, Hassan is the bad guy. I don't believe that he is actually flipped. This chatter keeps saying he is. Or this chatter keeps saying he has flipped. But good luck. You know? Like I said, if you came out pro-Israel on October 7th, he would have been pro-Palestine, probably. But that is precisely what I'm talking about. That is actually what I'm talking about, which is that like a lot of these people just have like an enemy that they've designated. Like with Destiny, it's obvious. With Destiny is obvious. It's like he has tailored a lot of his content and a lot of his ideology around like being in opposition to me. So anything that drives a wedge, he will try to utilize, which is very strange. But one thing that is clear is that yes, he has no consistent set of principles or values. But he is rhetorically skilled enough to be able to, I guess, dupe people, especially in like short bursts. When something is like clipped in a TikTok debate format or whatever, he can get people to be like, yeah, this is this guy seems to be on my team or whatever. And most people don't interrogate or examine the full scope of their knowledge or their opinions or their advocacy. But and that's pretty much it. Is it successful? Are you noticing more hate or not? Not really. I don't think it's that strange because he's definitely getting bred of that tactic. I know, but I think ultimately it doesn't really matter. Let's continue.
Do you allow the government to have this ability to regulate? The idea that we have, that it inhibits the free market in some way, I think the idea of a free market is absurd, doesn't exist. But beyond that, we're always regulating the market. It's just a question for whose benefit are we regulating it? That's the bottom line.
I think free markets can only exist temporarily until someone amasses power and then displaces the market and becomes the power structure.
There is no, like, what is a free market?
It would be like 10 people who live 10 miles from each other, they trade periodically. But once you get to a point where anyone controls one resource, you start to get power displacement, and then you'll end up with power centralizing.
Yes. Well, the first thing that you're talking about, hasn't existed in
forever.
Yeah, forever. I mean, really.
But
if he's saying anything pro-Palestine, it's because the tides have turned so much further than they ever were, and it's more beneficial from a standpoint to ride both sides now. Yeah, that's probably what it is. But good luck to him. I hope that he finds peace one day and stops relentlessly trying to smear me with his maybe 3,000 cultish freaks that are in here probably every single day, more than they even watch him. The reality of the matter is it'll never happen because he makes money off of that.
But it's like, I talk about this with left libertarianism because a lot of people on the right say it doesn't exist. And I'm like, it absolutely does. It's hippies living on a farm. You know what I mean? That's left libertarianism. They're just hippies on a farm. There's no need for great power structures or police because 10 people living on a farm get along just fine.
Yeah,
but scaling things up is where...
but and maybe they're completely self-sufficient, but they got there in some fashion, and it wasn't they drove on roads that were built
Right.
by a society. So.
It is funny because I always hear libertarians say that it's a meme who's going to build the roads, and I never actually get a response.
Well,
like
you could find private companies that are going to build roads, but they're
as they do.
Yes, but they're not going to build.
The trap card. Never tell a deregulation, anarcho-capitalist, libertarian slanted guy how roads are built. Okay? Never tell them that. You'll destroy their worldview. Okay? It's pretty funny that this ideology has existed for so long, and yet they have seemingly not come across like a coherent way to get around the initial infrastructure expenditure necessary. Like they say toll roads and whatnot, but there's still a massive amount of expenditure that you need to put down before you get to that process. And it's like virtually impossible. It is virtually impossible to do that with simple tolls. So it's pretty funny. Sam is taking calls from any libertarian who will speak with him to debate on the subject, and they've all been destroyed so badly that none even bother to call anymore. Yeah, I will never understand like how this genuine issue is presented to libertarians on a regular basis, and they never have an answer for it. Like I've yet to hear a coherent counter argument to a concept as simple as fucking roads. Like there are varying degrees of anarchist thought on this matter. You have minarchists who believe in like small government because you still need to have a court structure, right, to enforce contracts. That's another fun argument that I'm sure Sam engages with all the time. But it's just, yeah, you bring up the court system, you bring up the enforcement of the court system, and all of a sudden, bedlam. No coherent, reasonable counter argument to either of these things where you're like, okay, so you want a minimal government, you want a court structure, who's going to do the contract enforcement? Zapatistas have roads, CNT had roads, the anarchists in Manchuria had roads, though. Yeah, that's different. We're talking about anarcho-capitalists. It is like one is the abolition of hierarchy and the democratization of all matter, all aspects of governance. The other is only unjustifiable hierarchies where might is right and money plays a significantly larger role, where there is no, there is no structure at all. There's no enforcement at all.
Build it to everywhere, like out here, I mean,
had to build this road.
Well, you built the road, not the paved one.
The no, the one that goes onto the property, we had to build.
You're not
yes,
fooling
of course,
libertarians by bringing up the bitch-ass roads. Libertarians, which tend to be smarter people, you somehow think that the thing that's gonna stump us and be like, damn, fuck this libertarian shit, is the motherfucking roads. This is level 1 shit. You not fooling now libertarian by bringing up them bitch-ass roads.
So what's the, like, who builds it? What are you going to do? You're just going to pave it yourself, like Tim Pool said? Because roads are, at the end of the day, a circuit. They have to connect. Railroads are private corporations for what it's worth. Yeah. And that process has been fantastic. Also, once again, tremendous amount of government expenditure on that as well. Heavily regulated, would be significantly more efficient if nationalized. Still requires, there is no massive infrastructure project. There is no massive infrastructure project like that was not built with government interference. Okay? Roads are built by the government and then given to private contractors. Railroads, still similar structure.
Fuck them hoe ass roads, man.
The paved one gives you the opportunity to, that's the way you get to the airport.
Yeah. So I guess the point about regulation is I certainly agree. It's like Republicans across the board are almost always talking about deregulation. But
yeah, it's absurd.
But I don't see Democrats talking about cleaning regulation either. Right? There's a give and take.
What?
Let me give you a better example.
What does cleaning regulation mean?
Getting rid of the bad ones.
Oh, my God. I mean, I would say so to an excessive standpoint. I mean, this is, and I'm not speaking positively of this, but, that guy Cass Sunstein underneath under the Obama administration, it was absurd. The idea, look, I don't think you ever have to worry about the Democrats putting.
I agree with you almost 100% on everything. But just as a devil's advocate, how does this line of thinking apply to NASA versus SpaceX in terms of success and efficiency of systems? I'd assume it's not a public versus private perfect example, but yeah, curious of your thoughts. Yeah, that's actually a wonderful question. SpaceX is NASA. You're doing the railroad argument again. It's the government building it and then offering, like government building the underlying infrastructure and then handing the keys to a private corporation and then still continuously funding that private corporation. That is, SpaceX is funded by the government. It's comprised almost entirely of former JPL NASA engineers. The major issue with, the major argument against this in terms of like aerospace manufacturing and technological achievements that occur in the field of aerospace is that when it's funded by the government gets to say, because it might be, politically sound, we're spending too much money on this shit. Okay? When it's at least a private contractor, they can give the same amount of money, if not more money. Okay? But it's hidden as it's written off as an expenditure that isn't cut because we have no mechanism of saying we got to lower the amount of subsidies that we're offering to private corporations because the private-public partnership is the method in the United States of America. That is the saddest aspect of this. These massive technological improvements that have been life-changing have almost always come from the public sector because massive technological leaps require an endless amount of failure. Private corporations have short-term profit motives. Therefore, they do not have a lot of room for failure. They do not have a lot of room to just like burn endless amounts of money in an effort to get to a certain point necessary. The internet would have never been created under a private structure. It just simply would not happen. And the same is true for novel chemical compound discovery, for example. Like virtually every single novel chemical compound discovery happens in public research. Okay? Other countries that have more robust public research facilities and spend less money actually are per capita creating creating more novel chemical compounds than the United States of America. There's a reason for that. It's because failure is not viewed in the same way in the public sector as it is in the private one. Failure is a necessary part of scientific discovery. There are many examples of this in every field. What the fuck is a novel chemical compound? Medicine? Yes.
Too much regulation on things because to a certain extent there's still elements within that party, and hopefully it's getting drummed out.
Well, guns is a good issue on overregulation.
Neoliberalism. Guns are
overregulated in ways that don't quite make sense, right? So that's an example of, for instance, semantic definitions of high capacity and standard capacity, what those even mean. But more importantly, the specific example would be in Maryland, they've banned the M1A, but the SCAR 20S is legal, despite the fact, and there's no legal, like there's no reason for it other than Democrats just decided we will start regulating these things because it sounds good on paper.
Well, I think that probably the reason is that we have a court that decided.
Reporting from Tim's chat, libertarians literally have answers to every single thing you said. You just don't listen. I mean, I have listened. Toll roads is not an accurate, adequate counter. And court enforcement still needs to be maintained by a state. So if you leave that up to private corporations, the results are not going to be good. A lot of libertarians who work regular 9-to-5 jobs, who fantasize about one day becoming like crypto billionaires or whatever, don't recognize that if you're a serf under this current structure, more deregulation is not going to magically make you a slave owner, a slave master. It's going to make you a slave. But a lot of people think falsely that, like, yeah, I'm actually in a shitty situation right now, but in a structure where there's more exploitation and less safeguards, I'll actually thrive. It's like, no, you won't. The very same people that dominate your lives will be able to dominate them even more. It's going to be the board of executives at Coca-Cola that make these decisions, as they do currently within the confines of a state structure.
In 2008, after almost 200 years in this country of not perceiving an individual right to carry a gun, but only in the context of
the idea that libertarianism involves CP or getting rid of driver's licenses, the age of consent, are just stereotypes. It's interesting that they're just stereotypes, even though it seems to be the only things that they advocate for in their own conferences. Like, Tim Pool is not a libertarian. Is Rothbard not a libertarian? Libertarianism simply means you have the freedom to do whatever you want as long as your actions don't harm others. Okay. Deregulation does not mean no regulation. Limited government does not mean no government. I feel like you're at odds with some of your fellow libertarians, at least the most public-facing ones, whether they are in academia or ones that are publicly advocating for these positions. Every single libertarian is like, this other guy isn't a real libertarian. He's fake and gay. Yeah.
Being a well-regulated militia, that because the court has lurched so far to the right over the past 2 decades, particularly most recently, that I think the idea is that you chip away at this from a legal perspective to try and build a legal precedent by doing, whatever. I mean, I'm not familiar with that specific regulation, but I would imagine that's the idea. We're going to get as much regulation as we can in this. I don't know.
Side note, please go back to your previous lighting setup. It was better somehow. I disagree. And I think chat will disagree with you as well. I think chat likes this new lighting setup a lot more. It makes the camera quality a lot better. Like the camera literally looks better. It's lit better.
Like, what's the damage done by that? Maybe from the perspective.
Made people felons who have like an archaic. It's unfair to call it archaic, I guess, but like the M1 Garand is like a Vietnam weapon, and the M1A is a more modern version. But it's like a wood stock, and it's got like it's a 308. The Scar 20S is a modern AR-15 style variant, which is substantially more efficient.
Well, I am definitely in favor of outlawing, all of them, if that makes it easier.
Every single one.
Well, I listen. I think that people. I have no problem with people using weapons that are specifically for hunting. That's I'm okay with that. But
see how I segued into guns now?
Well, I'm happy to. I mean, it's absurd. I think.
It's a bit of a forced segue.
But the Supreme Court has lurched to the right, and we have
agree.
two Supreme Court justices on the right who I think want to retire in Alito and in Clarence Thomas, and I would love Donald Trump not to have the opportunity to appoint their successors.
I don't want to go too. I want to stay on the guns for a bit, but the sign's pointing to a Trump victory. It doesn't mean he's going to win. I don't know if he's going to win.
Didn't you tell me we were driving up and somebody asked me if I'd been on your show before, and I said, yeah. I don't know what show it was because you got so many. But
it was actually this channel.
Okay.
That was like 7 years ago.
And nobody can find that interview, but I'm quite convinced that you also predicted a Trump victory then. And that must have been it was pre-COVID.
Well, this was like 2017, 2018.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe not, but I'm pretty sure it was.
I mean, I am unclear as to who's going to win this election. Nobody knows. I see positive signs for Harris, but I can't tell if that's me being aspirational or not. So
well, I would certainly say I learned my lesson with 2020, right? So I'm
damn. Wait, no way. Yo, he did not just say that. Bro said 50 states landslide. No, did he say 49 state? I don't want to get it wrong. Bro said 49 state landslide for Trump, dude. What was the one state that loses? What was the one godless commie freak state? Was it California? No, I don't even think it was California. I think it was like it was like Colorado or something, or Vermont that was going to stay Democrat.
I'm looking at, for instance, Moody's Analytics, and they always release this economic report where they're like, here's our projections.
I gotta
and
pee.
they tout how it's historically accurate. And then what I think I saw was there was an increase in support for Trump. And what I thought I was calling out accurately was an increase in opposition to Trump, but the opposition certainly was greater. But I think the biggest function of 2020 was Republicans just don't know how to win elections. That's why I think the last Republican to win a popular vote was it Reagan, I think?
Oh, well, Bush in his second election did, but he did that by basically coming out and bashing gay people and driving out
and war.
Well, no, I think that was actually despite the fact, I mean, in the wake of 9/11, there was a lot of intimidation by the Republicans, and they attacked a lot of Democrats for being, Max Cleland, who lost both his arms and his legs or an arm and two of his legs, I think it was. He was running for re-election in Georgia, and they called him Osama bin Laden.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, who knows? Hillary Clinton had a 95% chance of winning, and the 5% came in. So I don't. But let's go back to. I'm going to ask you about this about the Supreme Court because it sounds like you have a problem with how their right would shift. Is that right?
The first challenge is like right and left mean different things in different areas of governance and culture and things like this. So it's when we talk about right.
Well, I'm talking about in terms of the Supreme Court, in the context of what a Supreme Court does. I mean, they don't dictate culture so much as they dictate law.
No, what I mean is, like you say, rightward shift, and defining what right and left are in different contexts, I think, matters because if we say,
in the context of the Supreme Court, rightward shift would be one which
traditionalist, I would say, versus progressive. That's what I'm trying to draw the distinction on. Because like right economic is they're certainly not right economic to a certain degree.
The Supreme Court is not right wing in terms of economic.
The Supreme Court is not okay. Yeah, I mean he said the same thing, but wait, what? That's perhaps the most insane thing that Tim Pool has ever said on his broadcast, and there is a litany of insane things that he has said. He is known to say. The Supreme Court is directly at odds with the overwhelming majority of the public. They are so right-wing, they basically said that American corporations can hire child slaves, okay? And that no such financial restitution can occur, even if said child slaves grow up and then, launch a legal case against these corporations, as long as they are done by third-party contractors that hire out the help. Also, they just talked about the Chevron deference, and Tim agreed with Sam, I thought. They are anti-union, anti-labor rights. They're anti-cleaning. They're anti-enforcement. It's ridiculous.
Economics?
So right economics to imply more like laissez-faire capitalism versus...
oh my God, they're completely attacking the government's ability to...
Like the Supreme Court is so right-wing that liberal justices are also often very right-wing in the decision-making when it comes to economic issues.
Regulate. They're completely attacking the government and disempowering the government is basically saying, like, I mean, government is always.
That's not laissez-faire, right?
It is almost definitionally laissez-faire, yes.
Well, no, like allowing large corporations to have revolving door policies and protections for large corporations is not
revolving door policies. What is that? What do you mean?
Like when, like the CEO of Halliburton gets a job in government or something like this, right?
Well,
when there's an exchange between the government.
Laissez-faire is where you basically I mean.
Yeah, buyer
I think
beware,
it's a smokes. Right? No, that's caveat emptor.
I know. That's why I'm insulting it.
Laissez-faire is where essentially, and I think it's a little bit of a smokescreen. But laissez-faire specifically means you're the government completely.
It literally means hands free. Like what? What does Tim think? What does Tim think that means?
Backs off and does not intervene in
right.
what's going on.
And what I'm saying is I think many of these powerful elites that we would describe as right are in favor of protections for their buddies and their billionaires.
Well, the reality of neoliberalism as it coming out of Mont Pelerin and the society, it was ultimately about a protection racket.
Hands free means something else. Hands off. Let it be. That's what it is. Or let
for
do.
A specific industry or specific players within an industry.
But fair point. More right word than like relative to where we are. Yes, completely agree.
No, it's just it's almost definitionally right.
Right word shift. Yeah, I think I was pulling hairs. You know. Well, but anyway, so I agree to a certain extent. I'm fairly modern on a lot of issues. I think there's got to be some push and pull. I think I'd like to see a Democratic Party.
This is my number one theory. This is more than like my nuclear doctrine. Okay, you need to understand this. This is something that I genuinely believe. It's something that I talk about all the time. I've noticed the majority of conservatives are the way they are because they don't understand basic definitions. Yes. so much of the liberals do it too. Yes, liberals are also conservative. So there are, or I'll have a lot of conservative associations or conservative leanings on certain issues. But yes, specifically modern American conservatism unironically revolves around just not knowing basic facts about most issues. Okay? It is an ideology that is built around ignorance and having no adequate puzzle pieces to like logically comprehend what is happening, and instead making up your own mind about how things are the way they are or why things are the way they are. That's all this is. It's entirely vibes based. It has it lacks facts. And that most of the conservative arguments that are presented, regardless of how intellectualized they may seem, can be dismantled with some pretty basic entry-level facts. This is precisely the reason why when Ben Shapiro, who I would say is probably one of the best conservative speakers, like one of the most like intellectually presenting conservative speakers, was actively dismantled by 25 woke college students because they were, you know, they were very knowledgeable on some of these key facts. That's it. That's it. Like, I'm reminded of the conversation that Mason had with Ben, right? Our GOAT, our warrior, our Jubilee warrior, one-hand politics, where he basically was like, don't you think that the incredibly restrictive immigration process that makes it so that the average processing time for like legal pathways of migration into this country are 10 years or more makes it so that many people choose to cut the line or use illegal means to get in? But they weren't college students. Yeah, I know. I'm just sorry. Woke people, okay? Don't get caught up on that. Some of them were college students, others were not. But like that's it. And Ben had no answer for that. That is just like entry level reality shit, right? If you are even a little bit intellectually curious about the matter, you look into it and you're like, well, it does seem like the legal pathways of citizenship are just so unimaginably restrictive that this probably increases illegal pathways of migration for a lot of people that are seeking asylum or, you know, escaping dire circumstances back home. And if there was a legal pathway, that most people would just go through the legal means.
That provides sound regulation in key areas that matter, like we're talking about lead and water and things like this. And then I'd like to see actually any party, I don't care who does it, like it's a sound reason to be like, hey, don't dump lead and garbage in our water. But at the same time, it's also to say, hey, we should reassess what we blocked and why we blocked it. Then maybe there's some regulations.
What specifically are you talking about?
Like certain things to be deregulated.
Like what?
So the M1A, for instance, right? So I brought it to guns. My point is just in general.
What's the what?
It's a specific example of where Democrats have regulated firearms in a way that makes literally no sense.
Okay, it makes no
Doesn't do
sense.
anything.
What's the downside here?
Making people felons for owning something while
How
allowing.
many of those people have been made felons by owning a
10,000? I don't know more.
10,000 felons. There are 10,000 felons in. When was this in Maryland?
You mean convicted?
No, you said felon. I'm just asking.
Right. So again, an example. The pistol brace ruling, right? So when the courts ruled that pistol braces made a pistol a short-barreled rifle, I actually had to dismantle a bunch of my weapons and separate. And there was no law passed. There was no act of Congress.
That's some pussy shit, Tim. You should have been fucking defending your freedom from the ATF, brother.
Was ATF making an arbitrary decision that I was now committing felonies for simply having owned a legal product that I bought that was legal at the time. And Congress never passed this law. So now I risk prison over a nonsensical
Wait a second.
regulation.
You were talking about Democrats and
overregulating things.
Overregulating, but you just said that this was not a law that was passed. It was an assessment made by the courts.
No, it wasn't by the courts. It was the ATF, arbitrarily.
And have
this is the Chevron ruling, that the agencies have a right to self-regulate and make their determinations. So the ATF, this is partly why people on the right were celebrating this, because the ATF was arbitrarily deciding that it was now a crime without any act of Congress. So we had to actually, I had to go.
So aside from these instances with you don't like some of these gun regulations, what other regulations do you have a problem with?
I don't know. I mean, there are certain things that I want to be regulated more than I think.
I think this is a really funny conversation to be having with respect to the ATF, because like the pistol brace ban is not in effect. I think this is the one area that like Sam is not super knowledgeable on, which is why Tim can come across like he knows what the fuck he's talking about, because the court struck it down, claiming it to be arbitrary, and that yes, Sam has already conceded that there are oftentimes like arbitrary restrictions that are implemented by the regulatory agencies. And that is a problem. Like, I don't think that you need to be a gun pervert in general, but you know, this is the one area where like even the most basic Republican can just kind of cook up liberals and people on the left, because they are such insane gun perverts that they know all of the most annoying fucking rules and restrictions. Like, I know this from living in the state of California, right? Like, California has had a pistol brace restriction, or a pistol brace restriction in perpetuity. It's like kind of fucking annoying. That's why a lot of the like assault weapons, like AR platform and the like, have that like really annoying way of holding it. Like, you can't grip it. And there are like silly regulations. There are silly regulations surrounding guns in different states. Having said that, however, I think that what is like the reason why these agencies do like patchwork solutions in general, and states do patchwork solutions in general, is because of the endless amount of paperwork that organizations like the NRA and other like gun freedom organizations launch against each individual state, and they stop any kind of like common sense legislation at the federal level, and that we can never actually have like decent gun control. So most of this stuff is just like patchwork solutions that are easy to get around with loopholes. I think it's like it's a really stupid situation. Haas confirmed, closet gun pervert? No. Pistol grip is different than the pistol brace he's crying about. He wants an SBR. Yeah, it's like a mini version. I'm a stupid leftist California gun pervert, so I know the details. A lot of these laws, especially in California, are performative, so politics can say they pass gun control laws. Yeah, except I also do think that California, there's a reason why the state of California has significantly lower levels of gun violence than the national average, because gun control legislation, stupid or not, might actually end up, harming, might actually hurt the feelings or make it more annoying for people who enjoy shooting weapons. But the reality is, no, there are definitely performative ones. You're wrong. There are definitely performative gun control legislation. Like, I just gave you an example. I gave you an example of performative gun control legislation, like not being able to, like not having a pistol grip on an assault weapon is like literally one of those examples. The problem is the most effective way, your stream is shadow banned? No, it's not. No, we have political discourse tags now. And no, I am not shadow banned. I'm the 4th largest stream on the platform right now. That'd be crazy to consider that being shadow banned. If you're fighting with anything but a blade, you aren't a warrior. Facts. True. Doors open.
Think about in terms
Like
of
what?
deregulation. The lead in the water pipes is the easiest example.
Lead is actually.
And why isn't it being enforced is the question, I suppose. But
Well,
also,
it is being enforced. I mean, the
there-
problem at what
how
happened
about uranium too.
What happened in
Just so you know, your stream doesn't show on my Alexa Echo show anymore. It used to show as soon as I went on Twitch. Now I have to put in the URL. I mean, it seemingly hasn't been successful, the shadow banning. Maybe.
in Michigan was that you had a Republican governor who wanted to basically disempower a.
You don't show up in just chatting in incognito. I mean, we can test this very quickly. Oops. Let's see. Twitch.tv/directory all in incognito. Recommended for you. Views high to low. Boom. I'm right there. Let's do, how do we do categories? Just chatting. Recommended for you, high to low. Boom, right there. Recommended for you, I don't show up. I'm not recommended. That might be because, Twitch does not recommend me. That's understandable. It is interesting, however, that Asmongold's commentary also revolves around politics, but he's at the top of the recommended board. But I guess his type of politics is considered more permissible and not as political. Like, he probably doesn't get hit with the politics tag, but it's all good. I'm going to talk about the Trump Epstein tapes in a second. Yes, after this. Hassan, you literally do politics 10 hours a day? Yeah, I know. I'm not. Shadow ban equals not showing up and recommended. It's fine, I think.
A city that was, frankly, largely African American city, and
I think gambling should be regulated. I am no fan of the deregulation. I think what we're
but I'm specifically, I get that you have some issue with some very marginal
phthalates
gun
should be
stuff.
regulated.
But what should not be regulated? Like you said that.
Yeah, your existing cloud is what's getting people to click on your stream. All these people on here probably know you or of you, but getting newer viewers from Twitch might be harder now. It's fine. It is what it is. Even during a shadow ban, you're getting the same amount of viewers as you always do. Who cares? Doesn't matter at all. You show up and recommend it on incognito, just way down. Yeah. Yeah, discoverability on Twitch has always been a massive issue. I don't think there is an active shadow banning though. What will you do if politics is banned off Twitch? I don't think politics will get banned off Twitch. But I'll go somewhere else. Not being recommended as much because you're tagged as politics does not equal a shadow ban amount. I agree. Holy shit! Did an anonymous user gift 100 gifted subs? What the fuck? Yeah, I think I'll be fine, chat. I think we're good, boys. Law tip, dink doink. Another instance of conservatives not knowing how things work. All regulatory agencies must be created by an act of Congress. Congress cedes its power to these regulatory agencies when they create them via statute. Straight out of the Constitution. This is why the Looper Bright is so brain dead. This is why the Loper Bright is so brain dead, because the entire point of these agencies is to take the load off of Congress and actually tackle the issues. Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. God damn.
You have a problem with what Democrats are doing in terms of regulation.
As long as I got my Oilers, dude. As long as I got my Oilers and my subscribers, we'll be fine, I think.
Curious as to
I think that's an overestimation. I think that I would
and
I would like to see
with another gifted.
regulations
Holy
reassessed
shit.
and then either.
But which ones? What are you talking about?
I'm saying we should have a review of regulation in general.
So you think we should review every single regulation that exists?
I think they should have sunset clauses.
Why?
Well, because nothing's infinite, nothing's absolute. You know, we might say, for instance, okay, I'll give you an example of regulation.
Lead's always going to be bad for people.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So that one we wouldn't sunset, right?
Agreed.
Monty G, thank you for the 5 gifted.
We're talking about if we apply a regulation to a specific body or something, a body of water, perhaps. The body of water may change. So, I'll give you an example. Like we have
toxins in the water are always going to be toxic.
Which is why, like I said, I'm in favor of more regulation. And that the deregulation thing is just a safeguard on we shouldn't be making sure that we're reassessing periodically.
Why would you sunset like those like regulations on what is poisonous in water, for instance?
I wouldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you just said that.
That's why I said I think it's an overestimation of. I think you may overestimate what I'm trying to say.
No.
Is that typically I think like phthalates, for instance, should be regulated. I don't believe there's a quote unquote free market solution to keeping endocrine disruptors in our food. That makes no sense.
No, I agree with that. I don't think that's controversial. But
there are regulations on things like your vehicles, your engine standards, guns, for instance. And I'm not saying I know specifically each and every regulation that should be deregulated. I think it is prudent for a society to say, hey, there's no market solution to stop people putting poison in our food. Our food has become just trash. But there is still a circumstance where we do understand that not every government application is going to be permanent or will work permanently. And I can put it a different way. There may come a point where the regulation isn't strong enough. And if we don't reassess what the law is...
Oh, I have no problem with strengthening regulations. I just, when you say deregulate or we should have regulations sunset or anything like that, I mean...
It just depends on what
you understand that, like, what we're talking about here is there is a battle between people who would profit privately.
Okay, is there a hype train happening? Am I My Bourbon Gamer, thank you for the 5 gifted. I think you guys want this real bad.
Oh my God, I will vote.
I'm sorry.
I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. I vote for Trump. Oh
Woke. They're woke. Okay, I gotta say something about this. Last night, I was talking to Eddie Bareback about how much of a bop this song is, how much of a banger it is. And we started singing it at the club. And because it got stuck in my head, on the way back home, I caught myself humming this in the Uber. And I had to stop myself because, like, I was worried that the Uber driver was going to think I'm a fucking Trump supporter. For Donald Trump. I'm so cooked. God bless America. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The problem is, like, the most like earwormy part of this song is when, you know, they say, I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. And so that's the part that you sing. And then if that's the part that you sing, the average onlooker is not going to know what your fucking political perspective is. For Donald Trump. Okay. We love America just like you is such a good line. It's like, it's such a funny line because it's just like, hey, racist, like, we're racist too, I promise. Like, please don't think that we don't love America just because we have like a Hispanic accent. Like, they're trying to get these they're trying to get the racist right wingers to be like, oh, okay. Let's continue.
And socialize the costs. In other words, put it on all of us. So you want to sell, well, let's just go back to Flint. You want to sell you want privatize this water supply. You want to give contracts to, because this is what the Republican governor there wanted to do. And the costs associated in this instance, like, they wanted to save money by not necessarily treating the water or, by, delivering it in a way that will save them money. But the costs are socialized insofar as you've poisoned thousands of these children.
I went to Flint and I actually ran tests on the water, and it's crazy the macroeconomic issues at hand in Michigan, and what ends up with like a Republican politician is that for a lot of the people that live in the area, they're not directly impacted by what's happening to these kids, right? For people who live outside the area, they're going to see the news and they're going to say, like, how could this be?
Okay, this conversation is going nowhere. Let's get to the Russia stuff, okay?
That thing or not?
Apparently, it starts around here.
And after the Qatar-Turkey pipeline fails, what ends up happening is Russia, Iran, and Turkey started cutting a deal with it to run a pipeline from the same gas field.
What was also problematic about Trump getting out of the Iran nuke deal unilaterally in that respect, right? Because we have now pushed Iran further away into that sphere of influence.
As it pertains to the gas trade-offs and the conflicts in Europe, I don't know. I wouldn't know enough. I can say that even during Obama, the Stuxnet was probably a really bad idea. You're familiar with Stuxnet?
Yeah, that was Israel.
Israel and the United States teamed up to create a virus that blew up centrifuges in Iran, which act of war much. I'm surprised it didn't escalate in a dangerous way.
I mean, but fortunately, one of the best things that Obama did was to make that nuke deal. Let me ask you this, since you bring up Russia.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that you have to put some type of disclaimer because of the whole tenant thing, or no?
No. I never received money from Russia. We never were given any money to create anything. Tenant Media and
it was all laundered through Tenant Media. I mean, obviously you didn't get you weren't getting paid in rubles.
So I can try and I'll keep it real simple. You have sponsors on your show. Did you ever ask who their investors are? Did you?
The sponsors?
Yeah, like a company comes to you and says, "We want to, have you shout us out or something." Do you look into their financiers? Do you dig through their bank accounts?
I mean, we get it all from media brokers, but they weren't advertising on your show. They were.
No, it was
they were paying you a license deal,
a license fee.
Yeah.
So I licensed to Nat Geo. I never asked them who their investors were.
Who? National Geographic.
Yeah.
National Geographic was taking Tim Pool's videos. There's no way, right? What the fuck? What the fuck could he possibly sell them? Like, what would National Geographic syndicate from like the Tim Pool show?
When I license through like all these other big distributors, someone comes to me, they say, "We want a license." It goes to our lawyer comes back, says, "Here's the agreed upon fee." I say, "Thank you and have a nice day," and then we move on.
So was it just Ruben who asked who Gerard Depardieu or whatever that guy's name was?
I don't know.
Gerard Depardieu. Catching strays. French cinematic actor Gerard Depardieu catching a random stray in this conversation, in this debate, is not something that I thought was going to happen. Okay.
What Dave did or anybody else did.
Did you ask about who that guy was?
Absolutely. And you know what's crazy is...
Well, wait a second. Why did you ask about who that guy was?
Wanted to know. Isn't that due diligence?
Yeah, but you just said you don't ask who the investors are.
No, I said, do you? Like, do you dig into all of these things?
I've never actually been approached with anything even remotely like that.
So when I got reached out to by Discovery and Nat Geo, I said, I'm familiar with what this is. It's
yeah, no. If I mean, I licensed my show to Peacock, and
right, you know what they are.
Well, yeah, I mean National Geographic is a well-known thing. But if somebody comes in and says like, we're going to give you that kind of money for your programming, I'd be like,
how much money do you make on Majority Report?
Fuck is that?
How much money do you make on Majority Report?
How much do I make from on our revenue from the whole show?
All of it, 100%.
I mean, it's six
figures a
month? Revenue, yeah.
Per month?
Yeah.
Damn.
So why were you...
Six figures, yeah.
So you're over 100K per month on Majority Report?
I think, well, I mean, some months. I mean, certainly the past couple of months have been really good. Some months are a little bit less.
I think you do a majority. I don't know about your other channels, but you do about 20 million per month in views.
Other channels?
Like, I don't know if you have other shows. I'm saying Majority Report does about 20 million.
That's it.
And with 20 million views per month, you do over 6 figures.
We had 20 million views for 2 months this year.
If you do 20 million views per month, I think, is your YouTube metric.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit less now, but okay.
Oh, yeah. If a company came to you and wanted to license the show, which would...
I can tell you Peacock licensed a Majority Report. We were on Peacock for a year.
You want to say what they gave you?
I will tell you this. From what I read, you made more in a month than we made in a year.
Maybe that's just bad business on your part, I guess.
Maybe. Or maybe it turns out that they were just a company who had metrics as opposed to like were trying to get propaganda.
No, I think. See,
I have a theory.
So I can tell you how much money we make at this company, right?
I would imagine it's millions.
Million per month, maybe.
Okay.
So when a company comes to me and says, we want to have you, who makes, as a company, $1 million a month, a show in which we will have a non-exclusive distribution, but takes the branding, then we're going to say, in 1 or 2 years, how much do we make on this show per month? Well, it's in excess of 400,000.
This was a new show. This was this show, right?
Well, so there's a few caveats. This channel is my first channel. It's got 1.35 million subscribers. It used to be my biggest channel where I would routinely get $500,000 to $1 million per video, or maybe like 600.
Do you believe Tim's show makes $1 million a month? I wouldn't be shocked. Right wingers have incredibly deep pockets. Like, I wouldn't be shocked about that. Like, because there are no restrictions. They do the shittiest ads. They take as many ads as possible. They have financiers as well on top of everything else. And they say left grifting is profitable. Yeah, I know. They say that because there is that is also a part of the right-wing grifting, to be like, left-wing grifting is so profitable. Except everyone that wants to make more money ends up turning right-wing, weirdly enough, either on certain issues or across the board. But like right-wing content right-wing content is catnip for the algorithm. That much is also true. Like, it sucks. It's just the reality, right? Like, there is not really anything you can do about it either. Like, these algorithms unironically boost right-wing shit like crazy. Like Patrick Bet David, I am currently, as it stands, I think 400. I just looked up my social blade stats. 457th in the news rank in the country. I'm the largest left-wing content creator, like, in North America. Largest progressive content creator in North America, and there is like, I'm nowhere near close in terms of like how much more. How many more unimaginably successful right-wing content creators are. And when there is more, or when there are even more right-wing content creators, there's more, you get boosted in the algorithm. Like, the fact that there are a shit ton of channels like that makes it, the fact that there are a shit ton of channels such as that, like right-wing channels, also boost other right-wing content creators as well. So I don't think it's that crazy that he makes $1 million. But the reason why he's mentioning the Russian, like the payments that he got, is to be like, oh, well, I'm so successful that, like, of course it makes sense that they would give me, like, some random company would give me, $1 million a month to just like license out my content. The problem, on the other hand, is that you were also saying stuff like Ukraine is the enemy of mankind and shit. So, like, where did that come from? Like, it almost feels like you did know that you were getting paid by Russia and were changing your commentary specifically for that.
100,000 per video on certain shows. And then we're talking about doing a show like this where you'll get, you have 1 million, 1,000,005 subscribers. I've got 1 million+ subscribers, or with the other channels, it's big names coming, doing these debates tends to attract a lot of sponsorship. So
have you had any other deals like this?
Yes.
Oh, you have had other deals like this.
So,
because I seem to remember you saying to Emma that you had not, that it was just all from members, or you didn't have any like back
sponsors. There's no backers, right?
A license deal is not a sponsorship. Like, I mean, I have sponsors. Like, I have. Well, it's different.
No one has come to this company. Let's clarify.
Hello Tushy comes and says we want to sell bidets.
Here's the difference.
I do an ad, but I don't have a license.
No one has come to my companies, plural, and said I will give you X in exchange for X in terms of the production of content or a stake in the company. We have no investors. We have no backing. We have sales.
Have you had other license deals like that? I'm not talking about a sponsor. Tenet Media was not a sponsor.
It was a non-exclusive distribution license.
Yeah, it was a license deal.
Yeah.
No, I get that.
So
you had other license deals like that?
Yes. And so this is not
with who? Is it another? I mean, I'm just curious.
Well, I gotta wait because some of these deals are still in contract negotiation, so I can't.
Oh, so you didn't have any prior to the Tenet, or you did?
I have licensed content to big networks. We have explicitly and on a low scale.
Prior to this, you had licensed it to other big networks.
I'm confused as what I have licensed my content to other big networks
prior to the Tenet deal.
Yes.
Oh,
and we also
what were those networks?
So like Nat Geo and Discovery when they hired me for content.
No, I'm talking about these shows. I'm not talking about when you were, I'm talking about the whole Timcast world.
Before Tenet, there were 3 negotiations currently taking place, and I can't say too much because I can't violate other contracts. Offers were made.
You're not supposed to tell who you're licensing to?
When you are in contract negotiations, first, you don't go out and just say, "Hey, guess what? This company's offering me right now."
No, of course not. Of course not. I'm not asking what you're in negotiations for the future. I'm saying prior.
All right, so let me finish. Yes.
Prior to Tenet Media.
Okay.
Had you had any other license deals?
License deals presented that were comparable, and one was chosen.
Okay,
and some are ongoing.
So you never had any other deals. People had proposed them to you, but you'd never
with
signed
higher
a
rates. We were offered more money from other companies.
And you went with Tenet?
Yes.
For a license deal?
I was offered a license agreement for comparable. I try to keep it vague, I guess, because
so just to be clear, you never signed another deal before Tenet. You had never had a license deal prior to that as Timcast.
No. Okay, look. Yes, I did. I said it like 5 times now.
Oh,
I've licensed content to a ton of networks.
Oh, I was just curious as to what networks those were. I don't know why you're getting so upset.
Because I've said it 5 times. You keep asking the same question over and over again.
Wait, no, he didn't. He just said Nat Geo.
You said Nat Geo.
So I've licensed content to like Discovery, Nat Geo, and then there's media buyers who
but not as Timcast.
Yes, just quite literally as Timcast from this channel.
Damn, he's getting fucking hella mad. Bro, yo, chill. This is supposed to be a reasonable, dare I say, friendly discussion. You asked Sam Cedar about how much money he fucking makes every month, and he responded kindly. He didn't fucking start yelling. Why is he getting so defensive? Goddamn.
Geo, okay.
Yes, and I've even appeared on their networks. So I can say it a million times. We were dealing with negotiations. We give the deal to our lawyers. Our lawyers come back and say, "Looks good," and then we start. The show already existed.
Yeah, no, I never thought that you were in the bag for. Well, I mean, I never thought they were telling you what to do. I just thought it was.
I think the funniest question should be, in this circumstance, do you think it's the patriotic thing to take all the money that you've gotten from the Russian government, as the FBI correctly pointed out, and give it to Ukrainian charities? Do you feel like that would be the patriotic thing to do? Take all of the money that the Russian government has given you. Do you feel like that would be the right, appropriate thing to do? And give it directly to Ukrainian charities, especially after you called Ukraine the enemy of mankind? I would want to know what his answer to that would be. I think that'd be funny.
Was a lot of money to be getting, and not asking who, Gerard Depardieu was, or whatever the guy's name, Gregorian.
So the issue I think is worthy of clarification is, like, you yourself make 6 figures a month on your show.
Well, that's our revenue of the show. I don't make that.
Right, the revenue of this show and otherwise, like, $1 million doesn't go in my pocket every month, but we have staff and we have employees, and so it's around there. So when a company comes, and we had several, and they say, "This is huge," we had a $30 million.
Are you back in negotiations with those people?
Yes.
I would imagine.
Especially considering
it feels like you've had to, like, what was this whole thing? Were you shutting down the show? Or
that's exactly what I was going to say, right? Like, I can't be the CEO, the principal talent, and a dad. It's already difficult to
so
do.
maybe I'm not such a bad businessman.
Maybe you're a good dad.
I got 2 kids, and but whatever. That's it.
Well, like I've got to record 4 shows today. You know, and that's an impossibility with a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, you know, like last week, I'm like, I can keep doing the morning show because that will keep me occupied.
You shut down your news operation too, didn't you?
Scanner is still in operation, but it's like.
Didn't you have like a news like a website or something?
Yeah, we still do. And so there was we did Timcast News for a while, and then we had another company called Scanner that we are trying to get off the ground, and it's still there, but we're in a holding pattern. Content is still being produced for Scanner, but we have to figure out, like, here's the reality, man. News articles, the news media is a very, very difficult thing to monetize.
Very tough. Very tough.
You can write articles all day and night. You can send reporters on the ground, which we do, and then figuring out how to make that sustainable is incredibly difficult. And it gets to that point where, you know, we can't. But I will say, in regards to what happened Monday, last week, oh yeah. So one of the offers we got was $30 million. And it comes with caveats. And so we go to these other companies and say, what are your terms? What are your offers? What are your terms? What are your offers? And then ultimately Tenet we were like, we'll go with them. That's whatever. We go to our lawyer goes through it. We say, all
so
right.
Tenet didn't pay $30 million,
No.
did they?
No.
Sounds like they paid a hefty amount. I mean, if you're Dave Rubin, what do you think about that? Like, I mean, if you're Dave Rubin and somebody says, we're going to give you $100,000 a video, doesn't that like make you go like, what's up with this?
No, because what's interesting in the indictment is you can see that independent of each other, several people made the same negotiations. A lot of this goes through agents, and agents go to a market standard rate when you're negotiating.
I mean,
companies.
I understand. I mean, I've dealt with agents, but I mean, if
but you don't set your price. I mean, your agent's going to tell you what you're going to be able to get from something, right? Or do you go to your agent? You could go to your agent and say, I'll only do the job for this amount. I get it, but
there's, in my mind, very little shot that Tim did not know that he was getting paid by Russia. I do not. I'm sorry. Like, there is just no. Like, no. Especially because of that famous clip. Like, that clip alone to me is like, that's, you know, like this is it, brother. This is pretty.
Ukraine, they know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country.
Like,
Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong, I know. You've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind.
Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and the world. Like, Ukraine is the greatest threat to the nation and the world. That is insane, dude. Like,
and all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia.
I didn't even. We should apologize to Russia. We should apologize to Russia for invading Ukraine. Like, as you guys know, I have had, I would say, a fairly reasonable, fairly rational take on trying to find a long-standing, peaceful solution to the unjustifiable, immoral, barbaric invasion of Ukraine conducted by the Russian government. And it's like, and yet, of course, many people have said time and time again that I am pro-Russia over and over again. Those people have never really listened to what I have to say, I think, because if you have ever listened to me talk about Russia, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I have consistently maintained the position that it is completely unacceptable. This is the most insane thing I've ever heard. We must apologize to Russia. Like, come on, dude. That is incredible stuff.
Usually, there's, it's going to be like, look, this is the kind of job that's going to pay a range of here. The company's got this much. Here's what you're going to be able to get for it. So, for instance, like 500,000 views might be $10,000 in ads, right?
Okay.
That's market standard. So if you're talking CPM and I call like an ad sales guy and they say, hey, this company wants to sponsor you, you get 500,000 on the show, they're going to give you $10,000. I can say, right, that's the market range. And so then I might try and argue a premium and be like, well, I'm Tim Pool, so I think you should give me 15. And then they'll come back and say, no.
We're not talking about sponsorships.
We're talking about the value of a license agreement where a company would have the ability to run sponsorships on their end.
Right.
So if we're talking about, say, Timcast IRL in the morning show, which we do around $1 million in revenue per month, then a comparable show is going, you're going to say this when you're licensing a show. If we run the show by ourselves for a year or two, then here's how much we're going to generate in sponsorships, memberships, et cetera, by the end of year 2, 3, 4, and 5. If we do a license deal, we jump the gun. We generate lesser revenue than we would in the long term, but it closes the gap sooner.
No, I get it. I understand why you would take it. I would take that money if somebody came to me and offered that, but I would be like, wait, what's going on here?
But you would be, I mean, we have 3 different companies coming at us. They're all known American enterprises. I mean, I will say one thing too, like Lauren Chen's was working at the Blaze. You know what I mean? This is not like some strange person appeared out of nowhere.
Raises questions to me about
where the Blaze?
I mean,
yeah.
I think, it's quite clear to me that, I mean, there was reports about like in the run up to the election, George Santos was on a Zoom call where people were getting paid at least $20,000 to put out stuff that Kamala Harris was a slut on their social media and stuff like that. And I'm like, I've been doing this for 20 years and, it's not a huge amount of competition on the left. Nobody's ever offered me $5 to do anything like that.
Let me let you in on the secret. This has been true for a long time. So your revenue for Majority Report, is it largely YouTube based or do you do like ad reads as well?
It's ad reads, it's members, it's YouTube.
You have YouTube programmatic, so do we. Like programmatic ads means like your YouTube channel will show you how much you made from YouTube's ads.
Yes.
So Russia can go on your YouTube channel through Google Ads and put $10,000 a month into your channel without you knowing.
Okay.
And you'd have no way to track or control any of that. So this.
It's okay. This
does happen though, where.
So this in and of itself is not an appropriate argument because the responsibility is in the hands of YouTube, to ensure that this does not happen. And they do already have protections against that sort of thing. You got directly paid for your content and maybe even the actual contents of your content Oh shit. I got lost in the sauce here. I was supposed to have Edinger Mentum on to talk about the polls, and then I forgot. We'll get back to this stuff in a second, but let's talk to Edinger Mentum. To talk about the polls, and then we'll get back to this. Hello?
Hi. Oh, yeah. I think my mic's on. Hello.
Are you showing us your face? Are you doing a face reveal?
No, my mic's not working. I'll probably do that. If you guys want, I'll do that on the election night stream. But
Wow, you're just fucking teasing us, man.
No, I went on the. You guys can see on the majority report.
Oh, so you do face reveals on majority report, but not here. Got it. Okay, that's nice.
No, my camera is legitimately whatever. You'll get. I want to drive up interest. It's called business. It's called business. I'm a businessman.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I got to respond to my manager real quick. Edinger Mentum, everybody. He's gonna give us some updates on poll watch. He's doing poll watch with us for now. We were watching Sam Cedar eviscerate Tim Pool. Walking him through the steps. All right, so Texas is a swing state, right? And so is Florida.
No, that's not real. It could have been real. I think it could have been real potentially, but it's not real, unless like shit is really massively off. But it's fake. I've been a Blexus denier for a while now.
Yeah,
and this is just me being kind of vindicated there. People like this is something I'll maybe talk about in a bit. But when everybody talks about like the really fast growth that you see in southern states or Sunbelt states as something they just assume that will be great for Democrats, they miss how a lot of that growth is in Chud counties, and it's just resulting in the Chuds getting higher like vote margins, even if vote like raw margins, even if their net like wins in those counties like decrease. Like there's one county outside of Atlanta that like has grown like 20% in just like the past 3 years. So it already matched its total 2020 turnout like today just through early voting. And Texas is really ground zero. I don't know if you showed people that study that showed like what the partisanship of the people who are moving to different states were, but it's really crazy. I think like the people moving to Florida are like R plus 40. So it's like Florida actually is more on Wakanda.
Okay. Here's a angry staffer talking about Nate Cohn's new article on polling accuracy. I'm going to get right into it. Basically, pollsters are terrified of being wrong again, so they're flat out ignoring very blue results. As a result, pollsters are more willing to take steps to produce more Republican-leaning results. This is something that we've talked about in terms of like the +2 Republican advantage, like the Republican balancing in every poll, even if the data is not showing that. Their own personal data is not showing that, in order to make up for the polling inaccuracies that have occurred, because Trump has been consistently, as the great white hope, undermined by our woke liberal pollsters.
Yeah, trying to demoralize the conservatives from not voting because they always show them down.
Yeah.
That's the story. But yeah, that is a big, well, the thing with the +2, I don't know if you mentioned this, but a really interesting thing with that for me is that number in a lot of cases comes from a Pew survey that they conducted over like from February to July, where they asked people their partisan leanings. And it's like this huge survey that gets really high response rates. They pay people to respond to it. So it's hopefully it gets a more representative sample, and it can represent like how the actual partisanship and what these low info Trump voters, what they feel in the survey. And their finding was that like the country has a partisan lean of R+2, like you said. And a lot of pollsters that don't have the money or the time to conduct those kinds of massive surveys have used it as a reference survey. It's called the National Public Opinion Reference Survey. The problem with that survey, it's not like necessarily badly conducted. Pew does a good job usually, but it was conducted while Biden was a Democratic nominee the entire time. So you could very well see this like metric that like a lot of big pollsters are using could be reflecting a political reality that does not exist in the current state of events with Kamala the nominee.
What do you think about the argument that I presented that there is no shy Republican voter any longer in the way that there were in 2016, whereas there are definitely shy Kamala voters, I think, for a multitude of different reasons, including, but not limited to, possible political violence coming their way if they were to openly demonstrate support for Kamala Harris, given how confident Republicans have become in terms of like dishing out violence. Or even just straight up being embarrassed to be in the tank for Kamala Harris, in a similar vein to like being in the tank for Joe Biden, despite like the inevitability that they would have gone and voted for Joe Biden. They did not openly defend Joe Biden. This is vibes-based analysis in general, but I feel like at this stage, given the way the polls are looking, given the sorry.
At the very least, no, it's fine. At the very least, there is the idea of there having been a silent Republican vote that might not have ever been real. If you look back at what Republican pollsters were saying for like a very long period of time, they had always been accusing pollsters of not like contacting the silent Republicans, or that there was something of a shy Tory effect happening in the U.S. That has like always been the bag of right-wing pollsters. They were saying that back in 2012. And Trump being underestimated in the polls was like the big moment. They're like, oh, see, you guys didn't reach out to real America. And all the liberals being very self-flagellating just like took that, oh, my God, we're so elitist and stupid. We didn't do that. We're awful. We need to change everything. But there's not much evidence that that's really like that. It might be the case that they can't reach out to certain kinds of really like low info, just disillusioned anti-establishment Trump supporters. But the idea that that Trump supporters are just not saying who they want to vote for because of social stigma. There's not like really evidence of that. There wasn't even like in 2016, we have like the reason why the polls were off because pollsters didn't wait by education. In 2020, a probable reason why they were off then is because the liberals who were staying inside were answering polls at really, really high rates, like higher than usual, and it like gave them incorrect sample sizes. So neither of those things had anything to do with Trump supporters just being embarrassed of who they vote for. And I think like the idea that that's the case, I honestly comes from like conservatives who like the really elite conservatives live in very blue areas where they're personally embarrassed to admit that they support Trump. And they're transposing that onto the rest of the conservatives who live in areas that are very, very supportive of their beliefs and don't necessarily need to be quiet. And like even the Daily Wire was headed out of LA for like several years. Like these guys have a perspective that is a lot more coastal and elitist than they like to believe.
I agree. I agree with your analysis here. But overall, what are some give us some signs that Kamala Harris is actually doing relatively well in the polls? That or the performance has been good so far, because on the vibes based front, I do look at like some of the motion from the Trump campaign, whether it be like literally trying to hug and kiss the Arab voting bloc in Michigan. I don't think you do that if you're already confident about like the way that you've presented how you're going to win every state.
Yeah, because that creates problems when governing, because you have a lot of you would rather have a very cohesive coalition backing you instead of a ton of different groups that all have their different priorities that you may have to abandon and won't be in a good position afterwards. Like, yeah, I would agree with that. That's not something Republican campaigns traditionally do. It is not what you do when you're confident.
Yeah, he's stopping by like Arab-owned restaurant in Dearborn, Michigan. He's the first candidate to come here this cycle. I asked him why Dearborn. He said he's building inroads with Lebanese and Muslims. Got a warm reception here. And I mean, I think that the Democratic Party has basically carved out the Arab and Lebanese and Muslim vote in every state, but especially so in Michigan, as they've activated Richie Torres, AIPAC's biggest attack dog, to go and give assurances to the Jewish voters in Michigan that they hate Arabs. Don't worry.
There's not even a huge Jewish population in Michigan. There's a larger. Like, if you really want to go that far, you would probably go to Georgia, where they're or Pennsylvania. Like, the minority group in Michigan is very much Arabs. It's more. It's a lot of what people say about minority outreach, quote unquote, where it's less about like actually reaching out to those groups and more about signaling to the majority population that you're not like a president for the minorities.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting, like with Bill Clinton as well. But Bill Clinton in North Carolina was also already like a weird person to deploy there.
Yeah.
But then also beyond North Carolina, like sending him to Michigan, a state notoriously where the Clintons did not do well last time they were matched up against Donald Trump. And
Yeah, or
beyond
Bernie
that,
Sanders.
to go there and just be like, yeah, you know, sorry, Arabs are just like not real humans, and only Israelis are the real humans in this equation. And of course, they're going to want to seek out revenge like it's normal. And then like repeating Itamar Ben-Gvir lines about how, you know, that's Judea and Samaria. Like there's no such thing as the West Bank. So
that was insane.
so
They should
sa-
go against a lot of what people say about the fucking like Camp David Accords, where they talk about Clinton like he was this honest fucking
Yeah.
broker.
Yeah,
Like,
or
goodness.
you know, the fucking president, the current president and the vice president running to be president have both said we want a two-state solution. Like you're literally going against their fake nonsensical bullshit by like you're destroying the veneer of like any sort of peaceful accord in that process. So
yeah.
I think that the reason why they're doing that is one, because they genuinely don't think that they genuinely do not believe that Arabs are human beings. People from the MENA region are human beings. But like the way that they are publicly communicating this, in my opinion, is more cynical. Me and Uncle Jenk have privately corresponded on this. He is of a different mind, where he believes that it's like genuine Democratic Party incompetence. I think it's something a little bit more sinister, where they're, I think, like priming the base to be more like, I think they're trying to offer a permission structure to the base to be like, no, these guys aren't a part of our coalition, actually.
Yeah. And also, like, if you look at like what like the theoretical basis for like a lot of the defections, like the people who say they won't vote for Democrats, like because we need to prove that we're like a wild card who might not be part of who, if they don't like align with our interests, we won't support them. Like similar to like how the Christian right did it in the '90s, where they knew that their best interests were with the Republicans, but like they were willing to take some temporary losses. Obviously, the stakes for them were far lower, like than what like left-wing groups in this, because the Democrats in the '90s weren't exactly like anti their interest, but they were able to pressure the Republicans immensely by proving that they were an invaluable part of their coalition, that they could walk if they wanted to. James Dobson, one of like the really huge Christian right like bigwigs at the time, like left the Republican Party outright in 1996, and that terrified the Republican Party, and it created this kind of like the basic kind of back and forth with interest groups like the religious right or with like pro-Palestinian groups, where you kind of have to show like that you're not bluffing when you say you're gonna like defect. Like unions do that sometimes. It's like a basic thing. And what the Democrats are trying to do on their end is they may be trying to specifically win states like Michigan or Georgia, which has a large Muslim population, and Gwinnett County, or like Wisconsin, which also has like a large like they have a large Bosnian Muslim community in Milwaukee, I believe. They're trying to prove to these people who are trying to exert pressure on them that we can win with our new coalition of Liz Cheney, like anti-Trump Republicans, that you aren't needed to get victory, and that we can do whatever policies we want, and you can't pressure us. Because now they might be feeling a degree of heat from the idea that like, oh, we won Michigan by a close margin, and there are this many like Democratic voters in Dearborn, and if they can win Michigan without getting large, like losing those cities, losing those demographics, they like will feel like they have all the cards. It's a policy play, not an electoral one. They want to really like relieve themselves of even the perceived pressure that could be on them in the case that they have to rely on these groups.
Yeah. I think that is one aspect of this for sure. And I think the other aspect of this is in the same vein as like their anti-migrant sentiment that they've expressed over and over again, as they've adopted the right-wing framing that immigrants constitute a national security threat, which is directly the opposite of that sort of messaging that the Democratic Party has always championed that like immigrants are our neighbors, they're our friends, they're people that contribute. And yeah, we'll do some, you know, stronger border measures, but that always comes with like a price where we can extract some concessions, right?
Yeah.
They've completely dropped the ball on that, and I think the reason why they're doing that specifically is to prime their base with a to basically decouple Gaza or present Gaza and like American foreign policy or our allegiances to Israel as like only a Muslim thing. I think that's one other aspect of this, to be like, only Muslims care about this. You don't care about this. See, like you also understand, like if they killed, you know, if your neighbors executed your family members, like you would also want vengeance too. And I think that's the nefarious aspect of this messaging. I think that it's like very cynical and dare I say even calculated to be like, to give white people, not just in the suburbs, but like younger, you know, students and black and brown people, the knowledge or the permission to say like, oh yeah, that's just basically like a Muslim thing, and there's a lot more to care about than just this like thing that only Muslims care about, which is not reflective of the poll results in general. And it's no different than going to the Michigan Jewish population and telling them like, don't worry, we hate the Arabs. Like, there are plenty of Jews. I mean, you're Jewish, but there are plenty of Jews in Michigan and in Pennsylvania and all around that are dedicated anti-Zionists. And beyond that, Jews who are not anti-Zionist are not voting at the behest of Israel anyway. Like that's not their top priority at all, at least in terms of like all the polls I've seen. It's the 9th priority. Now, one might make the argument that it's only the 9th priority in the top 10 priorities because both parties are uniparty in their support for Israel. But it would at least reflect higher in the polling results, despite the uniparty attitude, if this was something that they cared about the most when they are when Jewish voters as a voting bloc are going out to vote and voting by margins like 70% plus towards the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I think this is also part of their larger like kind of scheme, like the larger project that they're undertaking, where a lot of Bidenomics, like even the left wing like aspects of it, the spending, the CHIPS Act, the all of these things, it's always couched in the language of national security, like fighting against China, fighting against Russia, like it's making America the predominant hegemon in the world. And it's like it's interesting. Like the thing that people have kind of noticed is that the idea of just creating a stronger or fairer economy, these basic liberal justifications for social programs that are supposed to justify themselves, that doesn't really exist. The international conflict, the great power conflict, is at the core of what their project is. And they kind of need, if this is going to sustain itself, they need the only people who care about the negative impacts of war to be specific groups that can be targeted and aren't huge and can be managed. It can't be like a larger like society defining larger electoral issue like the Vietnam War was. It needs to just be the case that only Ukrainians care about Ukraine, which they like have kind of adopted when they made fun of Trump for being pro-Russia, saying, "Oh, there's so many Ukrainian and Polish voters in Ukraine," but not in Ukraine, in Pennsylvania. It's the idea that these conflicts can be managed with only very minimal political backlash. It's not really something that's even true, but it's more of something they kind of want to manifest for themselves for these overseas commitments to sustain themselves.
Yeah. But going back to it, you have a Truth World poll in front of me right now from YouGov.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania showing +3 for Kamala Harris, Trump at 46, Wisconsin showing +4 for Kamala Harris. This is starting to reflect like the down ballot races. I don't know what the down ballot races look like in these states in this individual poll, but this is starting to catch up to the performance of. This is starting to catch up to the. Wait, sorry. This is starting to catch up to the performance of the state races that are happening in the down ballot races as well, with the exception of Nevada, I guess, and Arizona.
And North Carolina with the governor's race.
And,
But that's
well,
special.
Like, governors races are different. Not only because like the guy is a person who is openly stated his desires to be a black Adolf Hitler or whatever, but also because like I think gubernatorial races are oftentimes like more personal, and that's why you have the blue state, red governor, red state, blue governor dynamic anyway.
Gubernatorial races.
Yeah. So
yeah, this is a really encouraging set of polls. Not only does it show Kamala up in the state she needs to get 270, plus Nevada and Arizona tied, but even at Trump's states where he's ahead are within the margin of error. And it fits within, like YouGov is one of the pollsters. There are 3 pollsters really that I have an eye out on, 2 of them because of their history, and one of them YouGov because they've done something interesting that I mentioned in the article about why the polls could be underestimating Democrats. Marist and New York Times were 2 pollsters in 2022, which was a year when a lot of pollsters at the very end of the race herded and went hard to the right in like Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia. All of those races at the end either showed Republican leads or very like basically tied races. New York Times and Marist both put out a set of Senate surveys that showed Democrats leading by about the margins that they won by. So that gives us some trust that they're not only good pollsters, but they are willing to publish results that like aren't based on what they think will be best and are just based on what they see. Marist last night came out with a set of Rust Belt polls that all showed Kamala Harris up after a lot of less trustworthy pollsters who weren't as good in 2022 had it basically tied or a slight Trump lead. YouGov is another interesting one where they're not as high quality historically, but we do know that they have made changes to account for possibly changing response rates where Republicans may be more likely to respond to polls than Democrats. And that's not something we think that other pollsters, we don't know that other pollsters are doing. If we've heard anything like from that Nate Cohn article, it's that pollsters are doing the exact opposite. And YouGov, interestingly, has been one of Kamala's better pollsters this cycle. So like YouGov, we know is like reacting to the response world, the way that the people are actually responding to pollsters in a more realistic and responsive way. Marist, we know, is very strong. And New York Times, I think they'll have their polls out tomorrow morning, and those could be good for Democrats also. If it's not good for Democrats, that would be good for Trump, I think, obviously. But I think specifically from the New York Times, because the New York Times has gotten things right for Democrats when like the rest of the world said no. So yeah, if New York Times puts out a result that's good for Democrats, we can kind of maybe say that there's a gap between what the other pollsters who we can't trust are saying and what the pollsters who we can trust are saying. So like it's not as extreme as it was 2 years ago, but it will be pretty noticeable depending on what the New York Times says tomorrow.
So, have you been looking at early voting data? Is that something that you care about, or do you think it's just like junk science in general?
It's you have to be very careful about it. I think if I haven't I've tried to track it in Georgia, which is a state that I know pretty well. Georgia has had like very high early voting rates, and what we've seen there is like both sides have something to be happy about there. The Atlanta area counties that Democrats really need have both have all turned out at a rate higher than the rest of the state. There have been some northern counties like in Georgia who are very Republican that have also had very high turnout rates. I don't think that like it really says anything definitive for either side. It'll probably just come down to persuasion, which but that's worth noting by itself because like that means that it doesn't lean one way or the other. The Nevada stuff is something that I think that's one of the places where you can make some conclusions. And from what I've seen, this year is like unusually strong for Republicans. A lot of that is due to a lot of left-leaning voters registering as independents, kind of like you said, as a possible like silent Kamala voter effect, where younger Democrats aren't as happy with the party or proud of it as like right-leaning younger people. And it's become very difficult to tell what goes on in Nevada because of how many young independents there are who aren't registered as Democrats but could be voting for Democrats. But even if like Nevada is bad for her, we would sort of expect it wouldn't really be the end of the world, because it could be a sign of what some pollsters have found, that the new realignment is that Republicans are doing better among non-whites and Democrats are doing relatively stronger among white voters. So Trump maybe having a small win in Nevada would be maybe a good sign for him in Arizona, but largely like having a lot of gains with Hispanics doesn't mean all that much in the grand scheme of things in the Electoral College. Most Hispanics live in states like California or Texas or Florida that aren't competitive. So him making gains with those voters won't really impact much outside of those two states. The one exception to this is Pennsylvania, but the Hispanic vote there is largely Puerto Rican, which could be a uniquely difficult demographic for him as a result of a late breaking news story that I think everybody has heard of here.
Yeah, one of the greatest comedians of all time, in the
Yeah.
tank, secret sleeper cell for Kamala Harris, activated by also secret sleeper cell for Kamala Harris, Joe Rogan. We're talking,
Yeah.
of course, about Tony Hinchcliffe's Trash Island comments.
Yeah, they're going to kill Tony in real life if that ends up happening.
Yeah. So, I mean, the only counter to that I would present to you is basically this. I'm gonna do a screen sharing here.
This is the greatest song of all time.
Yeah. You have no answer for this. Liberals have no answer for this.
This made Florida a red state single-handedly.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, the Democratic Party has no answer for this. All they have is like lib shit where they bring like a bunch of Broadway musical stars to get together and be like, you should vote. Voting is good. Like,
Yeah, this
is
made Florida single-handedly into more on Wakanda. It
Yeah.
was one of the most powerful videos in history.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. It is like liberals say Tim Kaine in the membrane. Republicans say I will vote for Donald Trump, and you know this is the reason why there's like a 20-point swing in young Hispanic men, I think, to the Republican Party, and nothing else.
Did you see that poll that came out like 2 hours ago?
Yeah, the
among
Florida
Puerto
one?
Ricans. Yeah, the Puerto
Yeah.
Ricans one.
The Puerto Ricans one is really funny. It's like 85% Kamala Harris, 8% Donald Trump.
That's so real. That happened. I live there.
Yeah, I don't.
She's gonna. It's like gonna be her. She's gonna get 90% of the vote among Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know if that's. I don't know
No,
if that's
it's
going to
real.
happen, but
It
yeah,
happened.
it is.
I
It is.
was there.
It is pretty funny. Harris 85%. UCF poll of Puerto Rican voters from Florida. Harris 85%. Trump 8%. It's obviously ridiculous and it's not real, but this
is
this
real.
puts into context like the Rick Scott statements about how much he hates Tony Hinchcliffe and how much he loves Puerto Ricans.
It's so cool. Rick Scott learned Spanish to appeal to these people. He
Yeah.
has put in so much fucking work. It could all be destroyed by like Joe Rogan's like 12th like favorite Austin area comic just being a complete fucking moron on the national stage. But this is real. I don't care if it's 150 people who were surveyed. It's real. It happened. I was there.
Yeah. You were one of the 150 surveyed. I
Yeah.
like that they just asked people on the street. Like they just went to a store. It's like the Fox News barbershop Fox News barbershop focus groups where everyone suspiciously is incredibly pro Trump at the one barbershop that they went to.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, you were there. You were polled. You were one of the 8%.
Yeah.
Saying, no, I'm staying true to Donald Trump. I will vote
Yeah.
for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So you're saying that that the method of like taking away right-wing former Republican voters who are just like grossed out by Donald Trump. A successful method for Joe Biden is also going to be successful for Kamala Harris, and that she is not going to hemorrhage enough of the base in the urban districts to she's going to make up for that in areas that it matters.
It's possible. That's kind of what a lot of them did in 2022. It's what happened in 2020 to a smaller degree. There was poor turnout in like places like Philadelphia and small rightward swings in inner city Atlanta compared to past elections, and Democrats won through historic margins off of the suburbs. That's a coalition that I think the people at the top of the party would very much like to see cemented. It's a winning coalition in a lot of these states, especially when they are given an assist by the right being insane. But that doesn't mean that I think it was the ideal strategy. I think the best way to say that they effectively, if like they do win off of this and they get the slight wins in the Great Lakes states, and they maybe like pick up North Carolina or Georgia off of the suburbs there, and they like end up winning the election, it'll be effectively executing a bad long-term strategy, because the lack of the kind of hyper reactiveness and the lack of any kind of forceful effort to push their own ideas is just not something that works well in the long term. And if you want any proof of that, you can see like how the right has changed the politics of immigration. If they did what the Democrats are doing now, like 10 years ago, they would have been completely capitulating. That was back when there was a consensus around immigration reform and like giving amnesty. That would have they would have never done what they did over the past 8 years, where they moved all of the politics of this to the right and got basically everything that they wanted. It's not as immediately successful as just kind of trying to play catch up to every focus group says. But if you have the right kind of position, or if you even have a wrong position, just pushing your argument in a way that looks trustworthy can both work immediately and like work a lot better for you long term. Like Democrats did that with healthcare under Obama. They like took some major political hits for it, but they ended up redefining what the consensus is. Even now, Republicans won't like say that they even want to repeal Obamacare. Like,
or when Mike Johnson accidentally lets it slip that he wants to repeal Obamacare, Donald Trump, who ran on repealing Obamacare in 2016, has to be like, I've never done that. I've never wanted to repeal Obamacare. I love Obamacare. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's like part of it is just
or the CHIPS Act, which apparently Mike Johnson also spoke out of turn on that as well at a campaign stop in Syracuse to boost Representative Brandon Williams. Speaker Mike Johnson says he would consider a repeal of the CHIPS and Science Act, which will deliver billions to Micron to make semiconductors in clay. So
just even stuff like that was like previously like seen as a bit out there. It's now the consensus because Democrats aren't capitulating on every single thing. Like, I mean, you could say with the economy, where they, I would say, even in some cases, foolishly tried to press an advantage on it for a year with Bidenomics. They've ended up really cutting down the Republican advantage on that. Trump's lead on the economy is barely, like, it's only a point or two. It used to be very, very high.
I think I think the reason for that is different, though. I think the reason for that is because of Trump more so than like the opportunity economy messaging that we've heard from Kamala Harris. I think that the real reason for that is because he's so hyper focused on immigration, and that much is like demonstrated by the fact. Yeah, he thinks that that's like his answer to everything. And even his own, like, obviously his own staffers are telling him, like, talk about the economy, you fucking idiot. And he then will go up. He'll then go up on stage and his only answer is tariffs, which I think the Harris campaign effectively communicated as a broad sales tax, which is smart.
Yeah, I like that. I think that I saw polling that said that was like the most effective message that they could have. And I think it's breaking through a little bit because people just assume Trump, oh, he's the economy guy, knows what he's doing. But when his one idea is fucking talking about William McKinley, it like really kind of dampens that a little bit. It'd be better if he just shut up about it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other factors like the economy seemingly improving over the course of the past couple of months. but also I think more importantly is Trump's hyper focus away from the economy and constantly talking about abortion. Like we saw this, I mean not abortion, sorry, constantly talking about immigration, which we saw in the debate. Like he literally, that was a massive flub for him, and he hasn't learned the lessons from that and keeps doing that over and over again. And I think that's the reason why Kamala Harris is like caught up, not because of her good messaging, but because of Trump's bad messaging on that front.
It's still like any messaging at all is better than what they're doing in immigration. Ideally, I think they would have pushed really hard on economics from the beginning, and specifically healthcare. Like I think the big missed opportunity for Kamala, like at the beginning of their campaign, she should have stuck with being pro Medicare for all. I think that could have like made a huge difference.
Yeah. That, oh my God, that would be, well.
Because it's popular, it would have raised the salience of a really important thing where Democrats have an advantage. It would have made her look consistent and different from Biden. It would have been like solved a ton of problems just at once.
Yeah, that's well, she packaged that. She did the lightest version of that. She didn't even do the Sherrod Brown method of being like, we're gonna lower the age of Medicare to 55, and instead went with the we're gonna increase Medicare for at-home care. Like it was the most like focus tested, most like hyper specific way that she could do that. And even then it's like a successful communication strategy according to Blueprint. Here's the perception of tariffs when it comes to tariffs, meaning tax on goods imported into America, which comes closer to your view. For swing state voters and all swing state swing voters and swing state all voters, the U.S. should not impose tariffs on all goods. Tariffs are just another word for a national sales tax. That's plus 39. The U.S. should impose automatic tariffs of 10% to 20% on every U.S. trading partner, 60% on goods from China, and rates as high as 100%, 200%. This would punish companies for shipping jobs overseas and create more jobs in the U.S. 41% for all swing state voters, minus 41%.
Yeah, they should have probably pressed like why that would be insane like earlier on. But this does reflect something that I have heard people say, which is that the makeup of the undecided voters are a lot more favorable to Democrats than Republicans, which could be like kind of a like supposedly that's the one thing the Kamala campaign is bragging about now, where they're like saying, "Oh, we have the last people are breaking our way because of the Puerto Rico stuff." I think that could be real. And yeah, this guy runs Blueprint. It is a campaign thing for Democrats.
Yeah. It's a campaign thing for Democrats, but like, I mean, they're not so in the tank. I mean, I guess they're in the tank because they don't talk about Gaza, but they're not so in the tank that they don't like, they don't necessarily, I mean, they obviously do a good enough job because they will show like what some of Kamala Harris's like breakaway points are that perform very well, and what Kamala Harris's like most underperforming points are, which is of course when she says like she loves small businesses or that she is a small business and that she hasn't done anything different than Joe Biden and she won't. Like they do
small business stuff.
They do openly say that that's like, you know, poison for the campaign. But
it was just the price gouging shit that worked. And look, you can see at the top there, this is Hassanism being proven. Real existing Hassanism is like the price gouging shit is by far the most beneficial thing there.
Yeah, and they've you know seemingly moved away from that for some weird reason. There's a lot of issues with the way that they communicate on this campaign, but I still stand on the idea that it is because like Trump is also running an objectively poor campaign and he has a lot less room, like he has a lot less wiggle room in terms of like doing bad messaging because of the fact that he had already maxed out his name recognition. And I think that there are way smaller groups that he can tap into, like way smaller constituencies that he can build a coalition off of. And one of the most consequential parts of that, of course, and I keep repeating this over and over again, and I wonder if you agree with me or not, but it's the low and mid propensity voters and their likelihood to go out and vote. I think like for men under the age of 35, if you were to just like go around and talk to people in our age group, I think that there is probably more there are more pro-Trump, like overtly pro-Trump people than there are people who are overtly Kamala Harris. And I say this as someone who lives in California, in like one of the deepest, bluest fucking areas in West Hollywood, Los Angeles. And even then, there are a shit ton of people who are very openly pro-Trump. The problem is most of those podcast guys, they're not voting. They don't know how to vote. They don't care to vote. And I don't think that Trump has also, like, I think ironically, Trump has done harm reduction arguments to capture the attention of those guys, but nothing that like he normally would do, which is, or normally Republicans would do, which is like at least hammer on a wedge issue that actually is enough for them to go out and vote. Like he hasn't offered them anything. He just talks about how shitty Kamala is. And he thinks that like being the macho guy to Kamala Harris being like a dumb broad is going to be enough for a lot of these guys to, you know, not smoke weed that morning while they're listening to their fucking favorite podcast and go out and vote.
Yeah, we haven't, early voting data is whatever, and you can make an argument that on election day, because these guys are fucking stupid, don't know about early voting, and they're going to go out on the day that there's voting. But there are some states that track how often voters vote, and they track if a voter has voted in the past 4 elections, or if they haven't voted at all and they're new voters. And we have seen, from what I've seen, I may be missing something, that there isn't really much of a difference between how many new voters are like Republicans or Republican aligned and how many of them are Democrats. It's basically split as you would kind of expect. I think in Georgia, which is one state where they have made a big deal of trying to get like these low propensity voters out, of the voters who haven't voted in past elections and are voting now, most of them are like, they're more non-white than the state at large, which is how it usually is. We're not really seeing any difference in trends, and at least so far, there isn't really any proof of a low propensity, like pro